Chapter 1. Introduction to Fire Support. Fire support is fires that directly support land, maritime, amphibious, and special operations forces to engage enemy forces, combat formations, and facilities in pursuit of tactical and operational objectives. Joint Publication JP 3-09. It requires close coordination and integration with maneuver forces. Effective fire support requires an observer that understands the tasks to accomplish and how these tasks support the overall operation. The observer must be able to accurately locate targets, understand which targets to attack, and effectively communicate what is seen to the rest of the fire support community. Fire support effectiveness. 1.1. Fire support gunnery involves the coordinated efforts of the observer, fire cell, fire direction center, FDC, and firing elements, each linked by an adequate communications and computer system. Team members must operate with a sense of urgency, continually strive to reduce the time required to execute an effective fire mission, and strive to achieve first-round fire for effect. To achieve accurate first-round fire for effect on a target, an artillery unit must compensate for non-standard conditions as completely as time and the tactical situation permit. There are 5 requirements for achieving accurate first-round fire for effect. These 5 requirements for accurate fires are: accurate target location and size, accurate firing unit location, accurate weapon and ammunition information, accurate meteorological information, and accurate computational procedures. The observer is solely responsible for the first requirement. Failure to provide accurate target location and size may require adjust fire missions, resulting in increased ammunition expenditure, decreased effects on target, and an increased risk of detection by hostile target acquisition (TA) assets. See FM 309 for greater discussion of the 5 requirements for accurate fires. Additionally, trusted Army professionals are expected to make right decisions, i.e., ethical, effective, and efficient, and take actions consistent with the moral principles of the Army ethic. Fire support execution is enhanced through the proper applications of planning, coordination, synchronization, and execution of lethal joint fires and non-lethal actions in order to create desired effects. Finally, targeting of fires and decisive actions requires the judicious use of lethal force balanced with restraint, tempered by professional judgment. Observer. 1.2. The observer serves as the eyes of indirect fire systems, detects and locates suitable targets within the area of observation. To ensure that the first requirement of accurate fires is met, the observer must use the most accurate method of target location available. To attack a target, the observer transmits a call for fire and, when necessary, adjusts the fires onto the target. An observer provides surveillance data pertaining to fires. Fire cell. 1.3. The fire cell and its elements integrate the fire's warfighting function into operations. It has resources to plan for future operations from the main command post and to support current operations from the tactical command post, when deployed. Additionally, the cell has the limited capability to provide coverage to the command group and the deputy command group when deployed. The fire cell is the centerpiece of the targeting process, focused on integrating both lethal and non-lethal effects. The fire cell thus collaboratively plans, coordinates and synchronizes fire support, to include joint fires. Fire Direction Center. 1.4. An FDC serves as the brain of the system. It receives the call for fire from the observer and sends a fire order to the firing unit. An FDC has the capability to determine how to attack a target, tactical fire direction, as well as determining firing data and converting this data into fire commands, technical fire direction. Artillery Firing Unit. 1.5. The firing platoon is the basic firing element of the cannon or rocket battalion. The platoon has command system capabilities to interface with the battalion command posts, battery operation centers, and fire direction centers. In special circumstances, the platoon may be further divided into smaller firing units, such as pairs or individual howitzers or launchers. Mortars. 1.6. Mortars provide unique and direct fires that are responsive to the ground maneuver commander. Their rapid, high-angle fires are invaluable against ugly adversaries and targets in defilade, which are not vulnerable to attack by direct fires. Although they are part of the total fire support system, mortar sections and platoons are not simply small artillery batteries. Mortars allow the maneuver commander to quickly place in direct fires on the adversary. All mortar sections and platoons exist to provide immediate responsive fires to meet the rapid changes in the tactical situation on the battlefield. Rockets and missiles. 1.7. The Army Tactical Missile System, ATACMS, Guided Multiple Launch Rocket System, GMLRS, provides long-range, surface-to-surface fires against well-defended high-payoff targets, day or night, and in nearly all weather conditions. ATACMS can support a range of operations including suppression of enemy air defense, say AD, counterfires, and strikes requiring high levels of accuracy. Their reliability, accuracy, and range make them viable against stationary, non-hardened targets. However, due to their extremely high altitude of delivery, apex of missile trajectory, close coordination must be made with air planners and liaisons to ensure that aircraft are not in the vicinity during missiles' terminal falls. The missiles fired from a multiple launch rocket system, MLRS, and a high mobility artillery rocket system, HIMARS, launch or deliver warheads that include anti-personnel and anti-material bomblets, unitary high explosive charges, or guided submunitions. MLRS and HIMARS provide the joint force with counterfire and capacity to strike enemy defenses, light materiel, and personnel targets. These weapon systems supplement cannon artillery fires with large volumes of fires against selected targets. The MLRS and HIMARS typically fire free-flight rockets against area targets and guided munitions against point targets. Naval Surface Fire Support 1.8. Naval Surface Fire Support, NSFS, provides fire support by naval surface gun, missile, and EW systems in support of a unit or units tasked with achieving the commander's objectives. Naval assets can provide support in a unique manner and should be considered as one source of fire support along with other components and weapon systems. When the number of ships permits, individual ships will be assigned as direct support, DS to assault battalions. The DS mission establishes the priority in which the ship will process calls for supporting fire and the anticipated zone of fire, ZF. The ship delivers fires on planned targets and targets of opportunity in the ZF, which normally corresponds to the zone of action of the supported unit. When possible, ships capable of performing simultaneous missions will be given a DS mission, to allow for maximum fire support to the forward units of the landing force. JP 3-09. Air-to-surface 1.9. Aviation-delivered fires are more complex than surface-to-surface fires due to the greater variety of weapons effects and delivery conditions. Fixed-wing aircraft provide the commander's flexibility, range, speed, lethality, precision, and the ability to mass fires at a desired time and place. Fixed-wing aircraft support the joint fires tasks of strategic attack, countering air and missile threats, including say an offensive counterer, close air support, CAS and interdiction. 1.10. Army attack aviation is executed in support of friendly forces in close enemy contact, i.e., close combat attack, or against enemy forces out of contact with friendly forces. Both can be executed as either hasty or deliberate attacks and are typically supported with integrated joint fires, ATP 3-4.1. U.S. Army attack helicopters can also perform close air support, CAS, in support of another component. The United States Marine Corps, USMC, employs its attack rotary wing aviation primarily as a CAS platform. Attack helicopters can employ precision-guided munitions and provide terminal guidance for other weapon platforms. Unmanned aircraft, UA, can support or conduct close combat attack, CAS, strike coordination and reconnaissance, AI, and other joint fires missions. Specific tasks for the UA may include target acquisition and marking, terminal guidance of ordnance, providing accurate coordinates for precision-guided munitions. JP 3-09. System responsiveness 1.11. Fire support must be responsive to the needs of the supported commander. Procedures must minimize the time between target acquisition and effects on the target. Delays can result in either failure to engage a target or to create adequate effects on the target. Responsiveness can be achieved by maximizing the capabilities of computer systems and digital communications during all fire support planning, coordination, and execution. Planning fire support requirements in advance. Streamlining processing procedures of the call for fire. Limiting radio transmissions on fire nets to time-sensitive, mission-essential traffic only. Dissemination of all fire support products, for example, fire support coordination measures, FSCMs, airspace coordinating measures, ACMs, target list worksheet to all fire support assets. Additionally, fire support advanced planning must take into consideration factors such as civilian populace, non-combatants, friendly forces, and collateral damage and the employment of various weapons and munitions, bombs, missiles, rockets, artillery, and mortars in order to determine second and third order effects such as instability, security concerns, and psychological impact in the area of operations prior to initiating fire support execution. Effective fires on target. 112. The ability to place effective fires on a target depends in part on the method of fire and type of ammunition selected to attack the target. The desired effect can be created through accurate initial fires and massed fires. Accurate initial fires. 113. Observers must strive for first-round fire for effect. Figure 1.1, on page 1.4, compares effect achieved to length of adjustment. Massed fires. 114. Massing fires normally produces the specific effect on a target with a minimum expenditure of ammunition. It also reduces our vulnerability to adversary target acquisition. Figure 1.2, on page 1.4, compares massed fire and successive volley ammunition expenditures to get equivalent effects. Massed fires of 3 battalions firing 1 round are more effective, particularly against soft targets, than 1 battalion firing the same number of rounds in successive volleys. The time interval between volleys gives the adversary time to react and either flee or seek protection. Figure 1.1. Effectiveness compared to length of adjustment. Figure 1.2. Number of rounds required for equivalent effect. Proper munitions. 115. In attacking the target, the shell-fuse combination selected must be capable of producing the desired results against the most vulnerable part of the target, for example, the gun crew versus the gun. Failure to select proper shell-fuse combinations may result in undesired effects on target, a reduction in desired effects on target, or excessive expenditure of ammunition. Figure 1.3, on page 1.5, compares ammunition expenditures and effects on target. Figure 1.3. Ammunition expenditures and relative effects. Law of war and ethical considerations. 116. In addition to the above tactical considerations, the selection of targets, munitions, and techniques of fire must comply with the law of war, LOW, to include but not limited to, Geneva and Hague Conventions regarding prohibited targets, weapons, and tactics. The DoD Law of War Manual provides a thorough discussion of the law of war. Trusted Army professionals are expected to make right decisions, i.e. ethical, effective, and efficient, and take actions consistent with the moral principles of the Army ethic. Targeting of fires and decisive action requires the judicious use of lethal force balanced with restraint, tempered by professional judgment. For a summary of how the principles of the LOW and Army ethic are applied in warfighting, see ADRP 1. Capabilities and limitations. 117. The accuracy of calls for fire depends on the actions and capabilities of observers and company or troop fire support teams, FISTs, and the accuracy of fire support plans. Error-free self-location and accurate target location by the observer supports first-round fire for effect. First-round fire for effect on a target of opportunity and immediate and effective suppression of adversary direct fire systems are essential if the supported maneuver unit is to accomplish its mission. Moreover, accurate location of planned targets is imperative to effective execution of a fire support plan. Accurate location of planned targets requires keeping the adversary under observation by an observer, or other target acquisition asset, and reporting continuous target refinement data to the appropriate headquarters. 118. Achievement of these goals is primarily situation dependent. Accuracy of indirect fire support assets, for example field artillery, mortars, and naval surface fire support, also depends greatly on the skill and experience of the observer who calls for fire and the equipment used to determine location and target location. 119. Observers equipped with nothing more than a map, binoculars, and compass typically have a mean target location error of about 250 meters. This is not good enough for first-round fire for effect or target suppression. 120. Attainable accuracy for today's observer teams equipped with optical and electronic devices, such as laser designator and rangefinder and position locating systems, has improved greatly over the past few years. When properly used by trained and qualified observers, these devices assist the observer to attain first-round fire for effect accuracy. Warning: lasers have inherently hazardous characteristics. Lasers that are not eye-safe can inflict severe eye injury. 121. Each observer party, company or troop fire support officer, FSO, and battalion FSO must ensure the maneuver commander recognizes the capabilities and limitations on attainable accuracy of indirect fire systems and considers this when developing a scheme of maneuver. Fire support planning and coordination. 122. Effective fire support does not happen without prior planning and coordination. The observers must know what their responsibilities are and where they fit into the overall plan. 123. The company or troop FSO is in charge of the FIST, and also the principal fire support advisor to the commander when attached to or supporting a company or troop. The FIST plans, coordinates, and executes fire support for the commander's concept of operations. The FSO ensures the scheme of fires fully supports the commander's intent for fire support. 124. The maneuver commander has the responsibility to integrate fire support with a scheme of maneuver, and provides the commander's intent for an operation and issues guidance, including guidance for fire support. The FSO translates the guidance into fire support tasks. Each fire support task and purpose directly supports a maneuver task and purpose. The FSO then assigns responsibility of tasks in the fire support plan, assets, and priority of fires, to the observers using all available assets. The FSO ensures dissemination of fire support, FS products to all supporting assets. 125. Overall, the maneuver commander is legally and morally responsible for his decisions and actions. He must work with the company or troop FSO and take into consideration the civilian populace, non-combatants, friendly forces, and collateral damage when planning fire support. Members of the fire support team all have the legal and moral obligation to challenge a proposed fire mission if they believe it will violate the law of war or the moral principles of the Army ethic. Together they must plan ahead and have the foresight to mitigate and reduce the risk of unintended effects such as excessive collateral damage and negative psychological impacts on the civilian populace and non-combatants, which create or reinforce instability in the area of operations. Improper planning could lead to severe consequences that adversely affect efforts to gain or maintain legitimacy and impede the attainment of both short and long-term goals for the U.S. Forces commander. Note: risks are always present when employing fires. Everyone involved with the planning, coordinating, and delivery of fires is responsible for evaluating and managing the risks. For more information on risk management, see Atp 5-09. Targets. 126. A target is 1. An entity or object that performs a function for the adversary considered for possible engagement or other action. 2. In intelligence usage, a country, area, installation, agency, or person against which intelligence operations are directed. 3. An area designated and numbered for future firing. 4. In gunfire support usage, an impact burst that hits the target. JP 360. Target of opportunity. 127. A target of opportunity is 1. A target identified too late, or not selected for action in time, to be included in deliberate targeting that, when detected or located, meets criteria specific to achieving objectives and is processed using dynamic targeting. 2. A target visible to surface or air sensor or observer which is within range of available weapons and against which fire has not been scheduled or requested. JP 360. Targets fit into one of 5 target types. The 5 types are: facility, a geographically located, defined physical structure, group of structures, or area that provides a function that contributes to a target system's capability. Individuals, a person or persons who provide a function that contributes to a target system's capability. Virtual, an entity in cyberspace that provides a function that contributes to a target system's capability. Equipment, a device that provides a function that contributes to a target system's capability. Organization, a group or unit that provides a function that contributes to a target system's capability. Planned target. 128. A planned target is a target that is known to exist in the operational environment, upon which actions are planned using deliberate targeting, creating effects which support commander's objectives. There are 2 types of planned targets: scheduled and on-call. JP 360. Scheduled target. A scheduled target is a planned target upon which fires or other actions are scheduled for prosecution at a specified time. JP 360. This time may refer to an H-hour or other time reference. However, once established, the scheduled target will have a definite time sequence. On-call target. An on-call target is a planned target upon which fires or other actions are determined using deliberate targeting and triggered, when detected or located, using dynamic targeting. JP 360. The on-call target requires less reaction time than a target of opportunity. Priority target. 129. A priority target is a target, based on either time or importance, on which the delivery of fires takes precedence over all the fires for the designated firing unit or element. FM 309. The firing unit or element will prepare for the engagement of such targets. A firing unit or element may be assigned only one priority target. The designation may be based on either time or importance. The firing unit or element will prepare for the engagement of such targets as determined by the fire support coordinator. The supported maneuver commander designates a priority target based on time requirements or target importance, and provides the FSO specific guidance as to when a target will be a priority target. The commander should also state the desired effects on the target and special munitions to use if applicable. When not engaged in fire missions, firing units lay on priority targets. Final protective fire. 130. A type of a priority target in a defensive situation is a final protective fire, FPF. Final protective fire is an immediately available prearranged barrier of fire designed to impede enemy movement across defensive lines or areas, Atp 3-09.30. An FPF provides continuous fires on a planned target. FPFs should be integrated with maneuver crew-served weapons' final protective lines. 131. When the adversary initiates the final assault into a defensive position, the defending unit initiates its FPFs to kill adversary forces and suppress armored vehicles. Things to remember about an FPF: fire an FPF at the maximum rate of fire until told to stop, ammunition is exhausted, or the firing unit must move. The brigade commander normally allocates field artillery FPFs to the battalion, which may allocate FPFs to company or troop level. The battalion commander normally allocates heavy mortar FPFs to company or troop level. The authority to shoot an FPF belongs to the lowest maneuver commander in whose area the FPF is placed or his authorized representative. The company or troop fist has the responsibility to adjust in the FPF when the tactical situation dictates. Cancel the FPF when it is no longer required. 132. Table 1.1 provides information necessary in planning FPFs. The FPF widths in Table 1.1 are neither precise nor restrictive. The sheaves can be adjusted. See Chapter 6 for sheaf descriptions to cover the specific terrain on which the FPF is located. Table 1.1 is derived from data on the bursting diameter of rounds. The bursting diameter of a high explosive round is generally considered to be twice the distance from the point of impact at which the round will reliably place one lethal fragment per square meter of target. Table 1.1. FPF planning. Symbols. 133. Use standard symbols in the preparation of maps, charts, and overlays to identify targets by type, point, linear, rectangular, circular, FPF, or a target reference point. Figures 1.5 through 1.12, pages 1.8 through 1.11, illustrate these target symbols. They are keyed to targets on the sample target list worksheet in Figure 1.4. See ADRP 102 for details on graphic symbols. Note: DA Form 4655, Target List Worksheet facilitates fire planning. It is a preliminary list of targets and their descriptions. Fire support personnel recommend targets be added to the fire support plan for the commander's approval. Figure 1.4. Sample DA Form 4655, Target List Worksheet. Point target. 134. A point target is a target that is less than or equal to 200 meters in width and length. Minimum accuracy of the target location on the target list is a 6-digit grid. See Target AA 3411 in Figure 1.5. Figure 1.5. Point target. Linear target. 135. A linear target is a target that is greater than 200 meters in length and less than or equal to 200 meters in width. A linear target, see Target AA 3412 in Figure 1.6, is designated by two grids or by a center grid, a length, and an attitude. An attitude is the azimuth in mils or degrees, determined to the nearest 100 mils and always less than 3,200 mils, measured from grid north to a line passing through the long axis of a linear or rectangular target. Figure 1.6. Linear target. Rectangular target. 136. A rectangular target is a target that is greater than 200 meters in length and width, described by four grids or by a center grid, a length, width, and an attitude. See Target AA 3413 in Figure 1.7. Figure 1.7. Rectangular target. Circular target. 137. A circular target is a target that is in a circular pattern or as vague as to exact composition and has a radius greater than 100 meters. It is designated by a center grid and radius greater than 100 meters. See Target AA 3414 in Figure 1.8. Figure 1.8. Circular target. Final protective fire. 138. Figure 1.9 illustrates the symbol for an FPF. It includes the target number. See Target AA 3415 in Figure 1.9, FPF, and optionally, the unit to fire in caliber, 120 mm, 155 mm, or type of weapon, mortar, artillery. Figure 1.9. Final protective fire. Target reference point. 139. A target reference point is an easily recognizable point on the ground, either natural or man-made, used to initiate, distribute, and control fires. ADRP 102. A target reference point can also designate the center of an area where the commander plans to rapidly distribute or converge fires. A maneuver commander designates target reference points for the subordinate elements as necessary to control direct and indirect fires. The echelon's fire support officer can also recommend target reference points become a target by using the standard target symbol and target numbering identification. See Figure 1.5 on page 19. The target reference point is designated by using a numeric-only marking if, and only if, there is no intent to engage with indirect fire. The target indicator in Figure 110 is an example of a direct fire-only target reference point. Figure 110. Target reference point. Multiples. 140. Multiples consist of group of targets, series of targets, and program of targets. In paragraphs below, these multiples will be described into further information. Group of targets. 141. A group of targets consists of two or more targets on which fire desired simultaneously. A group of targets is designed by a letter and number combination or a nickname. Graphically portray a group of targets by circling the targets and identifying them with a group designator. See Figure 111. Consider the number of field artillery firing batteries and battalions available when planning groups of targets. Individual targets in a group may be attacked individually. Figure 111. Group of targets. Series of targets. 142. A series of targets is a number of targets or groups of targets planned to be fired in a predetermined sequence to support a maneuver operation. A series may be fired on call, at a specified time, or when a certain event occurs. The maneuver commander determines the need for a series on the advice of his FSO. The series is indicated by a series name. See Figure 112 on page 112. Individual targets or a group of targets in a series may be attacked individually. Figure 112. Series of targets. Program of targets. 143. A program of targets consists of a number of planned targets of a similar nature that are planned for sequential attack. Execute the attack on call, at a specific time, or when a particular event occurs. Designate targets by their nature and based on the commander's guidance. For example, in a counter-fire program, all the targets are artillery system-related, observation posts, artillery batteries, or mortar platoons. Therefore, do not graphically display a program of targets. Target numbering system. 144. To identify targets, the Army assigns a target number that adheres to the provisions of Standardization Agreement, STANAG, 2934. STANAG standards are published by the North Atlantic Treaty Organization NATO to provide common military or technical procedures for NATO members. The target number is comprised of 6 characters, comprising 2 letters followed by 4 number positions such as OB 1234. See ATP 360 for more information on target numbering. 145. The 2-letter group indicates the originator of the target number and the echelon holding the target data. 146. Other than the letter Z, there are no permanently assigned first letters. The senior headquarters for an operation will establish and publish, in orders, the assigned first letter. Coordinate to prevent using identical letters in areas close to adjacent boundaries. Use any letter during training. Units typically establish a target numbering system within their standard operating procedure. The target number prefix Z is reserved for technical use by automatic data processing systems among nations. If a target number is not assigned prior to the transfer of target information from one nation to another, the automation system will use a target number beginning with a prefix Z. The second letter E, for example Z, is allocated for use by U.S. forces in automatic data processing systems in those instances where a Z prefix target is generated. 147. Target numbers serve as an index to all other information regarding a particular target, such as location, description, and size. Within a major force, a common target numbering system is used. Assigning target numbers in blocks to specific users facilitates tracing a target back to its originating source. For example, the force headquarters may assign the second letter, A through Z, down to brigade level. 148. See Table 1-2 for an example of standard blocks of numbers within a brigade. Table 1-2. Assignment of blocks of numbers, example. 149. A battalion or squadron size element with a block of numbers may allocate numbers as shown in Table 1-3. Consult the unit standing operating procedure, SOP for specific unit target numbers. Table 1-3. Allocation of blocks of numbers. Example. Chapter 2. Employing Fire Support. This chapter describes the responsibilities of members of the Fire Support Team, FIST, Forward Observer, FO, team, and options for employing observers and guidance for selecting and occupying an observation post. Fire Support Team. 2-1. The battalion fire support platoons are found in the headquarters battery of each brigade combat team field artillery battalion and normally include FISTs with joint fires observers. The fire support platoons have a habitual support relationship with a specific maneuver battalion or cavalry squadron. A fire support team is a field artillery team organic to each maneuver battalion and selected units to plan and coordinate all available company supporting fires, including mortars, field artillery, naval surface fire support, Army attack aviation, and close air support integration, Atp 3-09. FISTs employed at company or troop level provide maneuver companies and cavalry troops with fire support coordination, target location, input for terminal attack control, and assessment capabilities. A forward observer is an observer operating with frontline troops trained to adjust ground or naval gunfire and pass back battlefield information. Also called FO, JP 309. Platoon forward observers are equipped with target acquisition devices that assist in accurately locating targets and the communications equipment needed to call for fire and conduct terminal guidance operations, also called TGO. A FO is the primary fire support observer in the company or troop and is frequently collocated with a platoon leader. They provide target refinement, nominate targets to the company fire plan, limited fire planning, advise the platoon leader on all indirect fire support matters, prepare, maintain, and use situation maps, designate targets for precision, guided munitions, report combat information, execute planned fires, and request or adjust fires for their supported platoons. Additionally, the FIST works with a maneuver commander via ethical, effective and efficient planning and execution that takes into account proper munitions employment and fire support coordination measures during targeting and fire support planning. The FIST exercises judicious use of lethal force balanced with restraint, tempered by professional judgment. 2-2. Although the equipment in each FIST varies depending on the type of force supported, each FIST has a 4-soldier team with the personnel shown in Table 2-1. A 2-soldier FO team is normally authorized for each striker and infantry platoon. FO teams are shown in Table 2-2 on page 2-2. Table 2-1. Fire Support Team Headquarters. Table 2-2. FO Team. Mission. 2-3. The mission of the FIST is to integrate fires for the supported commander. To accomplish this mission, the FIST is responsible for the tasks discussed in the following paragraphs. Fire Support Planning. 2-4. Fire support planning is integrated through targeting and the running estimate. Fire support planning includes developing integrated fire plans, target lists, no-fire lists, fire support execution matrix, scheme of fires, and overlays, and determining joint fires observer control options that support the commander's scheme of maneuver. To adequately plan and execute a fire support plan, trusted Army professionals must be leaders of character, competence and commitment. Targeting of fires and decisive action requires the judicious use of lethal force balanced with restraint, tempered by professional judgment. Trusted Army professionals are expected to make right decision, i.e. ethical, effective, and efficient and take actions consistent with the moral principles of the Army ethic. Fire Support Coordination. 2-5. Fire support coordination is the planning and executing of fires so that targets are adequately covered by a suitable weapon or group of weapons, JP 309. The FIST must maintain situational understanding at all times and monitor voice requests for fire support within the maneuver element to prevent fratricide, civilian and non-combatant casualties, and ensure that collateral damage is achieved only to the level to achieve mission success, as the result of friendly fire support. The FIST must advise the commander on any fire FSCMs in effect, target location and calls for indirect fire. 2-6. The FIST is responsible for providing an accurate target location and initiating calls for fire or executing planned targets from the fire support plan. See Chapter 4 for further discussion of calls for fire. Battlefield Information Reporting. 2-7. The observers are the eyes of the field artillery and a major source of information for the fire support community. They forward information to higher headquarters in the form of artillery target intelligence or spot reports. Observers also relay information during each call for fire, including the target description and end-of-mission surveillance. Observers also relay information such as friendly forces, civilians, and non-combatants in the targeting area to mitigate and prevent the risk of unintended effects and consequences. Observe close air support. 2.8. The FIST can observe CAS. CAS can be conducted at any place and time friendly forces are in close proximity to enemy forces. The word close does not imply a specific distance, rather, it is situational. The requirement for detailed integration because of proximity, fires, or movement is the determining factor. At times, CAS may be the best means to exploit tactical opportunities in the offense or defense. CAS provides fires to destroy, disrupt, suppress, fix, harass, neutralize, or delay enemy forces. JP 3-09.30. 2.9. Terminal Attack Control, TAC, is the authority to control the maneuver of and grant weapons release clearance to attacking aircraft. A certified and qualified Joint Terminal Attack Controller, JTAC, or Forward Air Controller, Airborne, FAC-A, will be recognized across the Department of Defense as capable and authorized to perform TAC. There are 3 types of control, Types 1, 2, and 3. Type 1 control is used when the JTAC FAC-A requires control of individual attacks and the situation requires the JTAC FAC-A to visually acquire the attacking aircraft and visually acquire the target for each attack. Type 2 control is used when the JTAC FAC-A requires control of individual attacks and is unable to visually acquire the attacking aircraft at weapons release or is unable to visually acquire the target. Type 3 control is used when the JTAC FAC-A requires the ability to provide clearance for multiple attacks within a single engagement subject to specific attack restrictions. 2.10. Coordination. Once a target has been approved, the JTAC FAC-A and command post coordinate the CAS attack with affected ground forces. Cross-boundary clearance of fires, friendly air defense artillery, and CAS aircraft ingress-egress routing must be deconflicted and coordinated. 2.11. Air support requests, also called ASR, are used to identify the supported commander's requirements for CAS and other supporting air missions. There are 2 types of CAS requests, pre-planned and immediate. Pre-planned air support requests may be resourced with either scheduled or on-call air missions. Immediate air support requests are supported with on-call missions or by redirecting scheduled air missions that are already on the air tasking order, also called ADO, JP 3-09.30. Observe Army Attack Aviation. 2.12. The FIST can observe for Army Attack Aviation. The Attack Aviation Call for Fire is a combined arms attack TTP conducted by Army Aviation manned and unmanned aircraft maneuvering as a member of the Combined Arms Team to enable friendly ground maneuver forces, in close enemy contact, to gain or maintain a position of relative advantage. The ground maneuver commander in contact controls the synchronization and integration of Army Aviation maneuver and the distribution and coordination of Army Aviation fires, ATP 3-4.1. 2.13. Characteristics of an attack aviation call for fire include conducting fire and maneuver in close support of ground forces, providing complementary fires and maneuver while taking advantage of terrain, standoff, and ground forces for protection, providing reinforcing fires, continuing development of dynamic situation, extending the tactical reach of maneuver forces, particularly in urban and other complex terrain, presenting the enemy with multiple simultaneous dilemmas from which it cannot escape, establishing and control the operating tempo, op-tempo, of the fight, providing extended acquisition range and lethality to the force after contact is made. Aviation operational control to ground forces as situation dictates. Observe naval surface fire support. 2.14. The FIST can observe for NSFS. The mission of NSFS ship units in an amphibious assault is to support the assault by destroying or neutralizing shore installations that oppose the approach of ships and aircraft, defenses that may oppose the landing force, and defenses that may oppose the post-landing advance of the landing force. NSFS provides fire support by naval surface gun, missile, and EW systems in support of a unit or units tasked with achieving the commander's objectives. Naval assets can provide support in a unique manner and should be considered as one source of fire support along with other components and weapon systems. 2.15. When the number of ships permits, individual ships will be assigned as DS to assault battalions. The DS mission establishes the priority in which the ship will process calls for supporting fire and the anticipated ZF. The ship delivers fires on planned targets and targets of opportunity in the ZF, which normally corresponds to the zone of action of the supported unit. When possible, Ships capable of performing simultaneous missions will be given a DS mission, to allow for maximum fire support to the forward units of the landing force. Duties and responsibilities. 216. The fire support personnel should be cross-trained in each other's duties and responsibilities. The Joint Fire Support Officer and Joint Fire Support Sergeant must especially understand each other's jobs. The Joint Fires Observers and Senior Joint Fire Support Specialists prepare themselves to perform the Joint Fire Support Sergeant's or even the FSO's duties. And the Junior Fire Support personnel learn each other's duties and any FSO or Joint Fires Observer leader tasks possible. 217. Some tasks are team tasks, with responsibilities assigned based on various scenarios and standing operating procedure, SOP battle drills. As an example, an M7 Bradley Fire Support Vehicle-equipped FIST will designate primary operators for the M242, 25mm gun and M240C coaxial machine gun, and for the iSafe laser rangefinder and integrated sight unit, to acquire targets based on a particular situation or battle drill. However, all personnel in the FIST must be able to operate and maintain the equipment. 218. In some instances, this may require formal training, qualification, or certification. The FSO and Joint Fire Support Sergeant must understand all of the training requirements related to the operation of the entire FIST and actively manage and track cross-training within the FIST. 219. The following paragraphs highlight the major duties and responsibilities of the fire support personnel when under the operational control of or attached to company or troop. Company or troop fire support officer. 220. The FSO works for the company or troop commander during combat operations to accomplish all fire support tasks. However, the FSO still remains assigned to the FA battalion and under the functional supervision of the BNFSO. 221. The company or troop commander refines the guidance for fires in the commander's intent and concept of operations. A clearly defined concept of operations enables the commander to articulate precisely the intent of indirect fires to affect the adversary during the different phases of the operation. This allows the Joint Fire Support Officer to develop a fire support plan that supports accomplishment of the company's mission. In order to develop an effective fire support plan, the FSO must understand the fire's planning process and address all the essential elements of a fire support plan. To help ensure all considerations are addressed, the FSO uses the memory aid FAPARCA, which means F fire support tasks, described in terms of a clear task, purpose, and effect. A allocation of assets or targets to subordinate units. P positioning guidance for fire support assets and observers. A attack guidance. R restrictions. C coordinating instructions. A assessment, measure of performance, measure of effectiveness. 222. While the maneuver commander is responsible for integrating fire support and maneuver, the FSO must understand the scheme of maneuver as well as the company or troop commander does. The FSO devises the fire support plan based on the commander's guidance and submits the plan to the commander for approval. FSO responsibilities include the following: plan, coordinate, and execute fire support. Make recommendations to integrate all fire support assets into the maneuver commander's scheme of maneuver. Integrate the fire support plan with the company troop operation order and operation plan and address fire support tasks during rehearsals. Keep key personnel informed of pertinent information by spot reports and situation reports. Train the FIST and Joint Fires Observers in applicable fire support matters. Initiate calls for fire on targets of opportunity and execute planned targets i.e. the fire support plan. Prepare and disseminate the fire support plan and/or execution matrix to key personnel. Advise the company or troop commander on the positioning and use of company or troop mortars. Allocate Joint Fires Observers and other observers to maintain surveillance of target and named areas of interest. Plan, direct, and manage the employment of observer platforms and laser equipment where they will best support the commander's concept of operation. Provide emergency control of CAS and call for and adjust naval surface fire support in the absence of qualified personnel. See Atp 3-09.30 for additional information. Ensures that Joint Fires Observers are certified to perform target coordinate mensuration. Company and Troop Fire Support Sergeant. 223. The Company or Troop Fire Support Sergeant or Fire Support Non-Commissioned Officer, FSNCO, is the senior enlisted assistant to the Company or Troop FSO. The Fire Support Sergeant must be able to perform the duties of the FSO and act in their absence. The Fire Support Sergeant must be the subject matter expert on the operations and maintenance of all fire support team equipment. Keep key personnel informed of pertinent information by spot reports and situation reports. Advise the FSO on the allocation and tasking of joint fires observers and other observers. Train the FIST and forward observers in applicable fire support tactics and techniques. Initiate calls for fire on targets of opportunity and execute planned targets IO the fire support plan. Supervise the maintenance of team equipment. Supervise the establishment of FIST digital and voice communications. At all times during the fire planning and execution process, the fire support sergeant assists the fire support officer by identifying potential targets that may create unintended consequences that are to be excluded as no fire areas or zones. Fire support specialist. 224. The fire support specialist must be able to set up, operate, and maintain all of the equipment of the FIST. The fire support specialist works under the guidance of the fire support sergeant to establish digital and voice communications, set up, operate, and maintain section equipment, employ all means of fire support, assist in fire support planning and coordination, prepare and maintain staff journals, reports, and map displays, operate and maintain the fire support vehicle, maintain the security of the vehicle during all operations, coordinate for logistics support and resupply. Forward observer. 225. The forward observer is the fire support representative for the maneuver platoon. The FO's primary duty is to accurately locate targets, then call for and adjust fire support. Additional responsibilities include use target coordinate mensuration tools, fully understand responsibility within the observation plan, and provide refinement or submit key targets for inclusion in the company or troop fire plan. Prepare, maintain, and use situation maps. Establish and maintain digital and voice communications with a company or troop FIST. Advise the platoon leader as to the capabilities and limitations of available fire support. Report combat information. Provide target information for Army attack aviation and CAS execution, and naval surface fire support. Must apply the law of war and rules of engagement, ROE, when employing fire support. Radio telephone operator. 226. The radio telephone operator, RTO, operates and maintains the digital and voice communications equipment of the FIST or a forward observer party. As a member of the FIST or the forward observer party, he must be able to perform the duties of the fire support specialist in the FIST or of the forward observer. He works under the guidance of the fire support sergeant to set up, operate, and maintain radios and digital devices. 227. Perform position improvement tasks under the direction of the fire support sergeant. Forward all reports to higher headquarters as per SOP. Joint Fires Observer. 228. A Joint Fires Observer is a trained service member who can request, adjust, and control surface-to-surface fires, provide target information in support of Type 2 and 3 close air support terminal attack control, and perform autonomous terminal guidance operations, JP 3-09.30. 229. The Joint Fires Observer is not an addition to the Army Fire Support Organization, but rather a soldier who has received the required additional training for initial Joint Fires Observer certification and who has maintained qualification through currency and evaluation requirements. Typically a soldier who has progressed from being an RTO and is chosen to serve as a forward observer because of the individual's knowledge and experience. This is commonly determined by the company or troop fire support sergeant and FSO. For additional information see TC 3-9.8. 230. To facilitate CAS attacks, the Joint Fires Observer is specially trained to provide timely and accurate target information to a qualified JTAC or FAC, or directly to supporting CAS aircraft when authorized by the controlling JTAC or FAC, Note: terminal guidance operations are those actions using electronic, mechanical, voice, or visual communications that provide approaching aircraft and/or weapons additional information regarding a specific target location. Also called TGO, JP 309. Fire Support Team Options. 231. There are 3 options that are used to employ the fire support team. Under Mission Command, the battalion FSO and maneuver commander will decide which option to employ the FIST depending on the type of operation and degree of mutual trust and cohesion between team members and their supported maneuver commanders. The battalion FSO is responsible for giving the maneuver commander his professional advice as to which option choose, or a modified version of these 3 options, depending his level of trust about the capabilities of the individual elements of the FIST. The greater the level of trust, the less control is recommended. Option 1: Battalion Fire Support Team. 232. Consolidate FISTs at the battalion level to maximize the battalion commander's ability to influence the battle at a critical time and place. Company or troop commanders may retain access to fire support expertise in the planning process, while the FISTs are centralized at the battalion level for execution. Option 2. Company or troop FIST. 233. FIST assets remain at the company or troop level for fire support planning, coordination, and execution. Option 3. Platoon Forward Observer, IBCT, ABCT, SBCT. 234. Most platoons in the maneuver companies or troops receive a forward observer. 235. IBCT in an infantry brigade combat team. The FO teams in the rifle companies are split and assigned individually to the rifle platoons. The RTO assumes duties as an FO in the absence of one, and can act independently for the platoon assigned when required. The FIST is decentralized from the company and its enlisted members are designated as FOs. The FSNCO and 2 fire support specialists from the FIST headquarters, HQ, remain in the FIST headquarters platoon performing FIST HQ operations. The FSO remains at the company headquarters to provide fire support to the commander. The FIST in the weapons company can designate individuals from the FIST as platoon FOs. However, due to TO allocations, they will be extremely limited in employing this option fully and will be able to only man 3 platoons in the company with an FO, leaving the FSO solely to perform duties in the FIST HQ. 236. Cavalry Squadron. FO teams in the dismounted cavalry troop are assigned to the 2 dismounted platoons within the troop. The FIST remains centralized to the troop and performs FIST HQ operations. The FSO remains at the troop headquarters to provide fire support to the commander. 237. ABCT in an armored brigade combat team. The Combined Arms Battalions, also called CABs, the FO teams in the rifle companies are split and assigned individually to the 3 platoons. The RTO assumes duties as an FO in the absence of one, and can act independently for the platoon assigned when required. The FIST is decentralized from the company and its enlisted members are designated as FOs. The FSNCO and 2 fire support specialists from the FIST headquarters, HQ, remain in the FIST headquarters platoon performing FIST HQ operations. The FSO remains at the company headquarters to provide fire support to the commander. The FIST and the armor companies can designate individuals from the FIST as platoon FOs. However, due to TO allocations, they will be extremely limited in employing this option fully and will be able to only man 3 platoons in the company with an FO, leaving the FSO solely to perform duties in the FIST HQ. 238. Cavalry Squadron. The FIST and the troops can designate individuals from the FIST as platoon FOs. However, due to TO allocations, they will be extremely limited in employing this option fully and will be able to only man 3 platoons in the troop with an FO. The FSO will remain at the troop headquarters to provide fire support to the commander. 239. SBCT in a Striker Brigade combat team. SBCT. The infantry battalion FO teams in the rifle companies are split and assigned individually to the 3 platoons. The RTO assumes duties as an FO in the absence of one, and can act independently for the platoon when required. The FIST is decentralized from the company and its enlisted members are designated as FOs. The FSNCO and 2 fire support specialists from the FIST headquarters, HQ, remain in the headquarters platoon performing FIST HQ operations. The FSO remains at the company headquarters to provide fire support to the commander. 240. Cavalry Squadron. The FIST and the troops can designate individuals from the FIST as platoon FOs. The FOs are the primary observers in the troop. They are normally collocated with the platoon leaders. The FIST remains centralized to the troop and performs FIST HQ operations. Forward observers provide target refinement, execute planned fires, and request fires for their supported platoons. The FSO will remain at the troop headquarters to provide fire support to their commander. 241. Weapons Troop. The FIST and the troop can designate individuals from the FIST as platoon FOs. However, due to TO allocations, they will be extremely limited in employing this option fully and will be able to only man 3 platoons in the troop with an FO. The FSO will remain at the troop headquarters to provide fire support to the commander. Forward Observer Control Options. 242. The FIST team, like all Army organizations, operate under Mission Command, ADRP 6-0. The philosophy of Mission Command is built on the principles of building mutual trust and cohesion, creating shared understanding of the commander's intent, provided through mission orders, and the exercise of disciplined initiative after assessing accepting prudent risk. The exercise of Mission Command applies internally to FIRES organizations and FIRES leaders, and externally requires mutual trust and shared understanding of both the situation and supported maneuver commander's intent. Selection of the option for how to employ the FIST team is decision not be taken lightly. The FSO must consider the degree of mutual trust they have with each member of the team. The greater the FSO assessment of their shared understanding and trust, the less control and greater decentralization of decision-making delegated to FOs. To build that trust prior to deployment and training is essential, but it can be established and strengthened during operations as well. The FSO must ensure that the forward observers clearly understand the rules of engagement, are trained in the moral principles of the Army ethic, understand targeting plans, are familiar with the entire force support plan, and that they have identified contingencies, and the FOs are continuously reviewing targets in the AO real time, relaying back any target changes. FOs must know what actions to take if target changes jeopardize friendly forces, civilians or non-combatants. In all options, the fire support officer retains responsibility for the actions of their forward observers, each of whom is accountable for their own decisions. Option 1 Decentralized. 243. The forward observer may call for fire from fire support assets available to support the operation. This option gives the most responsive fires, however, it allows the FIST the least amount of control. Allowing the forward observer to determine which asset should engage each target requires a highly trained observer, an FSO. This option gives the observer the most autonomy. This method is best employed by FO teams that have the highest degree of experience and training. If an FO team is inexperienced, there may be a greater risk of fratricide. More importantly, if an FO team is inexperienced, ill-trained, ill-informed, and/or lacks discipline, then the probability for creating negative unintended consequences will be greater, especially when factors such as civilians and non-combatants, friendly forces, and non-essential targets may interfere with the fire support execution and judgment of FO team. Option 2 Designated. 244. The forward observer is assigned a particular fire support asset from which the FO may request fire support. The forward observer transmits calls for fire on the assigned unit's net. If the forward observer thinks a target requires a different fire support asset, the FO must request permission from the FIST to change assets. Permission is granted on a mission-by-mission basis. Under this option, fire support is highly responsive if the asset is suitable to the type of target. Option 3 Centralized. 245. The forward observer must contact a FIST for each call for fire. The FIST refers the observer or relays the request to an appropriate fire support asset. This option is least responsive for the observer, but it offers the highest degree of control to the FIST. Use this option for inexperienced FO teams or when non-fire support personnel are observers for their platoon. This option is the most labor-intensive for the FSO and FIST. FSOs and commanders should take into account other mission requirements of the FIST before employing this option. Additionally, if relaying a call for fire, this option introduces a greater possibility of transcription errors in voice communication. Forward observer tailoring. 246. Since the level of trust in the character, competence, commitment, and the tactical situation vary for each observer, the company or troop FSO may assign each observer under the FSO's control an appropriate option. For example, the 1st platoon forward observer may be decentralized, the 2nd platoon forward observer may be designated, and the 3rd platoon forward observer may be centralized. Vehicle employment options. 247. The manner in which a maneuver commander organizes and uses the FIST assets will vary depending on the mission variables. The company or troop FSO advises the maneuver commander as to the means of employment that will best allow the FIST to accomplish its tasks. The 3 options are: Option 1 Control. 248. Position the FSO in the fire support vehicle to support the scheme of maneuver and to control indirect fires while remaining near the commander. Locate the fire support vehicle where the FSO can effectively observe and control execution of the fire support plan. This option allows the FSO to conduct required fire support coordination and maintain contact with the commander's vehicle for face-to-face coordination when needed. The fire support vehicle should not be immediately next to the commander's vehicle, rather, it should be within visual range. Option 2 Observation. 249. Position the fire support vehicle to support the company or troop on terrain to maximize the use of the laser designator and rangefinder. The FSO rides in the commander's vehicle. This option allows the FSO to maintain close coordination with the commander. However, the FSO's ability to observe fires and control the execution of the fire support plan is limited. Option 3 Independent Observer. 250. This option maximizes assets available to the battalion or brigade commander and best allows the maneuver commander to weigh the main effort. This may degrade fire support to the supported unit by taking away the fire support vehicle and half of the fire support communications capability. Joint Fires Observer Manning. 251. Joint Fires Observers, JFOs, are typically found on fire support teams, but may also be trained to fill positions in scout platoons, teams, or others as identified by commanders. JFOs are positioned and employed in the same manner as forward observers, and they are normally positioned at the lower tactical levels, for example, company or platoon. During operational planning, commanders must evaluate options for integration of joint fires, provide clear guidance on the intent for fires and effects, and provide a risk assessment determination. Identifying guidance for types of CAS terminal attack control. Units that have a reasonable expectation to conduct CAS have a responsibility to employ and position qualified terminal attack controllers, either JTAC or FAC, in that role. JFOs are supported by assets available from the company or troop, battalion or squadron. 252. JFOs are located at the platoon level. They normally report to the company fire support officer or fire support non-commissioned officer. The JFO may be co-located with a platoon leader, or with the scouts. The JFOs will monitor the company or troop fires net and possibly the battalion or squadron fires net, depending on unit standard operating procedures. Joint Training. 253. Many air support operations squadrons provide high-quality joint fires integration familiarization and training programs in the home station environment, i.e. Joint Theater Air-Ground Simulation System, JTAGSS, the Air Support Operations Center, ASOC, trainer, and the Joint Terminal Control Training and Rehearsal System, JTCTRS Dome, known as the JTAC Dome for training JATCs. Joint training between division fire cells and the ASOC, as well, JTACs and JFOs is encouraged whenever possible. Together they are able to train and employ as an effective joint tactical team for the entire spectrum of conflict. 254. To maximize the effectiveness of joint fire supporting maneuver, the JFO must be employed deliberately through proper planning, preparation, and execution. Effective joint fire support depends on planning for supporting maneuver forces in contact, supporting the maneuver concept of operations, and synchronizing the various elements of joint fire support operations, for example, observation, battlefield intelligence, air operations, surface and naval fires. Planning must include JFO equipment capabilities to support troops in contact and the maneuver concept of operations, particularly communications and target location equipment. JFO positioning must also be specifically addressed in the observation plan to maximize coverage and synchronization with JTACs and other observation assets. During operations, the JFO must be prepared to execute through inclusion and rehearsals for fire support, combined arms, and joint CAS. During mission preparation, the JFO should be equipped with operation materials common to the fire cell and TAC, such as special instructions, also called SPINs, communications plans, maps, grid reference guides, and the commander's intent for fires and effects. During execution, the JFO can provide real-time situation updates and target information as well as battle damage assessment of joint fires effects. An example of this is on Figure 2.1. Figure 2.1 JFO JTAC Employment Example. 255. Personnel authorized to perform JFO duties must be a graduate of a primary duty skill identifier and additional skill identifier producing school. Must be designated in writing by the first lieutenant colonel, 05, or higher in the unit chain of command. Must maintain qualification as described in TC 3-09.30 in the JFO Memorandum of Agreement, also called MOA. JFO Execution Fundamentals. 256. The JFO is trained to push information in a standardized format to facilitate joint fires execution. However, the JFO must also be able to respond to time-sensitive requests from JTACs or fires leadership needing to pull specific information. Within an Army fire support team, JFO and FO actions provide the detect and initial assessment steps and targeting's decide, detect, deliver, and assess steps. For joint targeting, a JFO's actions feed into the find, fix, track, target, engage, and assess process used for dynamic targeting and close air support, CJP 360. A good technique for a JFO to facilitate joint fires is to accomplish a continual cycle of observing, reporting, coordinating, preparing, executing, and assessing. Observe the JFO's plan area of responsibility for battlefield updates and potential targets. Report situation to fire cell, in accordance with communications plan, and continually update the situation report as required. Techniques to provide battlefield updates include the memory aid size, activity, location, time, SALT, report or the similar aid size, activity, location, uniform, time, equipment, salute, report, but report format will be unit dependent. Coordinate the proper use of joint fires assets with a fire cell. This may also include requesting additional joint fires assets, such as CAS aircraft and/or naval surface fire support, as the situation dictates. Prepare accurate target information to facilitate the coordinated fires and assist in the integration of joint fires, as required. Execute by providing timely and accurate target information through calls for fire and/or CAS briefings. Assess the effectiveness of fires and report to the fire cell, JTAC, and/or air crew. This assessment may require coordination for additional fires. 257. Develop game plan. The game plan, at a minimum, will contain the type of control and method of attack. In addition, the following can be part of the game plan or passed in remarks: the ground commander's intent, the ordnance effects desired, or the ordnance and fuse combination required, if known. Aircraft interval can also be specified by the JTAC. 258. Game plan. The JFO monitors the game plan to provide the ground commander with pertinent information. 259. For each attack, the JFO should know which aircraft will be attacking, the weapon to be employed, as well as the following depending on the weapon: laser pulse repetition frequency code for laser-guided weapons. The JFO's role in terminal guidance of laser weapons, that is, primary, secondary, or tertiary laser designator, and who is providing directives via joint laser gravity system readback is mandatory for all bomb on coordinate, also called BOC. Attacks, aimpoint or system readback for global positioning system, GPS or inertial guidance aided munitions attacks. Note: the JTAC provides a readback to the JFO of all mandatory readback items or recommended final attack headings and directions. If the JTAC does not concur with the JFO's restrictions, the JTAC will brief the JFO on updated restrictions and the reason for the change. Mission execution. 260. The JFO should be kept informed as the mission progresses. The JFO must know CAS mission specifics that may include when aircraft are prosecuting attacks, how many aircraft are attacking the target, when they release ordnance, and approximate time of weapons impact. 261. During mission execution, the JFO will pass pertinent information to the JTAC, while maintaining communications with the on-scene maneuver commander. This includes, but is not limited to, target updates, target location refinement, target movement, and change in target priority. Troops in contact. Friendly location updates and maneuver plan after the attack. Collateral damage considerations and updates. Weapons impact correction and new desired aim point. The JTAC should be proactive and ensure the JFO provides timely corrections. Threats to aircraft: enemy surface-to-air missile, small arms, and anti-aircraft artillery equipment. Inputs to battle damage assessment. Observation post. 262. An observation post is a position from which military observations are made, or fire directed and adjusted, and which possesses appropriate communications. While aerial observers and sensor systems are extremely useful, those systems do not constitute aerial observation post. FM 390-2. Selection. 263. Consider the following when selecting an observation post. The observation post must permit the observer the ability to accurately identify and locate assigned targets based on the fire support plan. Observe targets in the supported unit's area of operation, identifiable points on the ground. Evaluate the effects of fire created on targets. Cover obstacles with indirect fire. Note: the supported maneuver unit should always keep obstacles under surveillance and be able to call for fire through the supporting fist. An obstacle not observed and covered by fire is no obstacle at all. The company or troop FSO must check with the maneuver commander to ensure obstacles are under surveillance and emphasize that requirement during rehearsals. Coordinate observation post selection with other observers' observation posts and maneuver observation posts to prevent and minimize gaps or dead space. Ensure the observation post is not vulnerable. Observation posts are vulnerable to identification from the air by loose dirt, wire lines, paths to the position, and detection of antennas. Select a position that enhances survivability through concealment. Select an observation post that can accommodate establishing and maintaining communication. Observation posts should have an entry and exit route that permits occupation without arousing suspicion of the adversary. Use elevated points such as crests, but avoid landmarks and prominent terrain features. Consider the characteristics of forward slope positions, military crest versus those of the reverse slope. Forward slope considerations. 264. Consider the following when positioning an observation post on a forward slope. It should offer views to the front and flanks. Fires impacting on the topographical crest will not neutralize the position. A hillside provides background and aids in concealment. Occupation during daylight is difficult without risking disclosure of the position. Radio communications may be difficult. The position should provide cover from direct fire. Reverse slope considerations. 265. Positioning an observation post on a reverse slope allows occupation during daylight. Allows greater freedom of movement over forward slope. Facilitates installation and concealment of communications equipment. Provides protection from direct fire. Affords limited field of view to the front. Enemy fire landing on the topographical crest may neutralize the observation post. Tactical occupation of an observation post. 266. The memory aids LOCTOP, which stands for security, location, communication, targeting, observation, and position improvement, is used for occupying a position. For more detailed information, see Atp 3-09.30, Chapter 3. 267. Many of the following techniques are extremely valuable, but time-intensive, and more commonly used during static actions such as defensive operations. Security. 268. Before occupying the observation post, conduct a reconnaissance of the surrounding area. 269. Ensure the reconnaissance covers 6,400 miles with a 500-meter radius around the tentative observation post location. 270. Ensure that the reconnaissance party does not silhouette themselves during the reconnaissance. Exercise full camouflage, noise and light discipline, and tactical movement during all phases of the observation post occupation. Location. 271. Upon completion of the reconnaissance, they will finalize the exact observation post location. Degree of accuracy for self-location must be within 10 meters when using electronic location devices, such as Global Positioning System GPS-assisted locators or laser designators and rangefinders. And within 100 meters if the observer must estimate their location from a map. 272. Select a position that is not skylined or easily identifiable as an observation post, military crest, 2/3 up, on nondescript high ground. 273. The team should prepare its observed fire fan for use and begin the terrain sketch. 274. Update the observer's situation map with all current friendly units, known or suspected adversary positions, and graphic control measures. 275. Send the team location to the fire cell, artillery or mortar FDC and supported maneuver organization. C. Communication. 276. Communication is the #1 priority for the team. Establish communications during the security and location phases of the memory aids LOCTOP. 277. Communication is the most valuable resource for developing situational awareness during occupation. Ensure a member of your team records all information, other missions, position updates, size, activity, location, unit, time, and equipment reports, in order to assist a smooth transition from a mobile to a static observation posture. 278. Distorted or non-existent communications may necessitate changing locations, attaching the 10-foot whip or larger antenna, or using a field-expedient antenna ensuring concealment of the equipment. 279. Update higher headquarters, both maneuver and fire support, with the most current observer location and other relevant information such as the enemy situation. Targeting. 280. Locate targets using the most accurate and expedient means available, incorporate the targets into the terrain sketch. 281. Conceal the laser designator and rangefinder and operate all lasing devices within safety parameters. 282. Affix the night end thermal device near the laser designator and rangefinder as soon as possible. Although it may be daylight, the night end thermal device may be able to see through smoke and other obscurations. Observation. 283. Ensure all team members are proficient in friendly or adversary forces recognition. 284. Clear the fields of view. 285. Refine company or troop targets and those assigned by higher headquarters. 286. Identify trigger points, target reference points, and review the engagement criteria. Ensure all team members understand this information. 287. Planned to sustain 24-hour operations. Ensures all team members are proficient in the role with regards to protection of civilians and non-combatants on the battlefield and balance judicious use of lethal force with mission accomplishment. P. Position improvement. 288. Dig in the position and establish a parapet. Use regional foliage and items organic to the area to ensure a natural look to the position is preserved. If possible, view the observation post from adversary's point of view. 289. Improve camouflage. Erect a camouflage net if possible. 290. Adhere to unit SOPs for conduct on the observation post rotation schedule, placement and use of latrine, and eating procedures. 291. Conduct continuous position improvement. Specific areas for concentration are security, noise and light discipline, weapons and equipment maintenance, camouflage, and communications. 292. Verify an alternate observation post provides cover and concealment and adequate target area observation. Chapter 3. Target location and identification. Indirect fires are different from direct fires because the observer is not the one doing the shooting. The observer must accurately describe the location of the target in terms that the shooter can understand and use. Most commonly, the target location involves a grid reference system known to the observer and shooter. The observer must use the most accurate means available to locate the target. Additionally, the observer must properly identify the target before engaging it. The degree of identification required depends on the rules of engagement. Introduction to target location. 3.1. To perform their duties successfully, the observer must be able to determine an accurate target location. The observer will always use the most accurate means available for determining target location to achieve first-round fire for effect. Target location tools. 3.2. The fire support personnel are provided with various automated means of determining accurate target locations. The use of automated target location tools is the preferred method of establishing accurate target location. These tools include a targeting device or an automated targeting device, a forward entry device, and imagery-based mensuration tools. Precision target location equipment should always be used the primary means to determine the target's location. The observer should verify data using analog equipment, map, BINUS, and compass, but not to use as a primary means unless unable to utilize due to degraded status. Targeting device. 3.3. The observer may have an optical device using a laser rangefinder for distance and an azimuth vertical angle module to acquire direction and vertical angle. Automated targeting device. 3.4. An automated targeting device is an electrical device that uses technology to aid the operator in determining an accurate target location. An example of capabilities of an automated targeting device is using a laser rangefinder for distance, a precision azimuth vertical angle module to acquire a non-magnetic direction and vertical angle, and a selective availability anti-spoofing module compliant global positioning system. When using automated targeting devices, transmit the target location error, TLE, in the target location portion of the call for fire request. Forward Observer Digital System. 3.5. The Forward Observer Digital System is a digital device that can receive either relative target location or absolute target location from a targeting device or have target data manually entered that transmits the fire support related messages digitally to other automation systems enabling mission command. Imagery-based mensuration tools. 3.6. Mensuration is the process of measurement of a feature or location on the Earth to determine an absolute latitude, longitude, and elevation, JP 360. Mensuration is accomplished through the application of mathematical principles to a two-dimensional surface in order to determine the most accurate location of a target on all planes of a three-dimensional surface. Imagery-based mensuration tools are usually loaded on the observer's Forward Observer Digital System. An imagery-based mensuration tool uses multiple forms of national and tactical imagery to refine coordinates for the use of both precision-guided munitions and conventional munitions. 3.7. There are several combinations of ways to use the target location tools available to the observer. For optimal effects, an observer should use a precision targeting device to acquire the target and transmit to the Forward Observer Digital System. Then refine the target with an imagery-based mensuration tool while populating other parts of the call for fire before transmitting the mission to higher. 3.8. The most accurate method to determine a target location is through target coordinate mensuration. The observer has the capability to determine a less than 6-meter TLE using imagery loaded onto a Forward Observer Digital System. Other electronic devices, such as a GPS and a laser designator and rangefinder, can aid in determining an accurate location. When used in conjunction with digital imagery, the observer's target location accuracy is enhanced. However, an observer should always verify the reliability of the target location through another means, such as terrain map association. Accurate target location. 3.9. Accurate target location is critical to achieving first-round effects on targets. The use of position locating systems, mensuration tools, and laser designators and rangefinders operating from known locations are critical to accurately locating targets and achieving first-round fire for effect. When these capabilities are not available and the observer is operating in a degraded mode, the observer must rely on thorough terrain map study to accurately locate targets. Frequently in these degraded situations, the observer is unable to accurately locate targets and must correct errors in target location by adjusting fires onto a target, thereby forfeiting surprise and effects on target. 3.10. Using large-scale maps, larger than 100,000, may make terrain map association difficult. In these situations, the use of position locating systems or other navigational aids is essential for observer self-location and the accurate location of targets. 3.11. Accurate target location is not only required for precision-guided munitions but also for every fire mission. The goal for every observer is to provide the most accurate target location, including elevation possible by using the full range of capability and equipment. 3.12. In order to consistently determine an accurate target location, a good observer must be able to determine an accurate target location through mensuration using current target location tools. Must be able to self-locate to within 10 meters, 100 meters if degraded by lack of position locating systems or other navigational aids. Uses prominent terrain features to relate potential target areas to grid locations on a map. Makes a thorough study of terrain by drawing a terrain sketch in a static location. Associates the direction in which the observer is looking with a direction line on the map. Must be able to use electronic navigational aids with map analysis verification. Target coordinate mensuration. 3.13. Target coordinate mensuration, TCM, is the process of measurement of a feature or location on the Earth to determine an absolute latitude, longitude, and elevation. TCM is a process that provides personnel the capability to refine targeting coordinates using imagery. Mensuration aims to produce a target location error, TLE 90, 6 meters. Target coordinate mensuration is the preferable targeting technique for precision-guided munitions. 3.14. The use of fire support digital systems such as the pocket-sized forward entry device with precision fires imagery, PFI, and forward observer system, FOS, with Precision Strike Suite Special Operations Forces, also called PSSOF, working in conjunction with laser designators and rangefinders that are operating from known locations, can greatly reduce target location error. These systems can achieve a 6 mTLE to support the employment of coordinate-seeking weapons. Note: personnel performing target coordinate mensuration must be certified through a National Geospatial Intelligence Agency accredited service, combatant command, or supporting agency program. In accordance with Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Instruction, CJCSI 3505.01c. There are two programs under Target Coordinate Mensuration: Target Material Production, and Target Mensuration Only. Direction. 3.15. The standard U.S. large-scale military map is 150,000, however, many areas have been mapped at a scale of 125,000 or 124,000. Using medium scale, scales between 175,000 and 1 million, typically 250,000 or 100,000, or small scale, 1 million is standard, maps may make terrain map association difficult. In these situations, the use of position locating systems or other navigational aids is essential for observer self-location and the accurate location of targets. See TC 3-25.26 for additional information on maps. Terms and relationships. 3.16. The following terms and relationships are provided to assist the observer in preparing to determine direction. Azimuth. 3.17. Azimuth is a horizontal angle measured clockwise from a north baseline that could be true north, magnetic north, or grid north, ATP 3-09.50. An azimuth may be measured in degrees or mils between a reference direction and the line to an observed or designated point, but, if possible, should be converted to mils. Multiply the number of degrees by 17.8 to determine mils. Before transmitting a call for fire, if the observer is not able to convert degrees to mils, the observer should state that the direction is given in degrees. 3.18. measure a grid azimuth from grid north, measure a magnetic azimuth from magnetic north, and measure true azimuth from true north. The azimuth is the most common military method to express direction. When using an azimuth, the point from which the azimuth originates is the center of an imaginary circle. This circle is divided into 6,400 mils or 360 degrees. See TC 3-25.26 for additional information. When sending call for fire, CFF, requests, observers will always send grid direction. Units of measurement. 319. Measure direction in mils, preferred, or degrees. Mils. 320. A mil is a unit of measure for angles that is based on the angle subtended by L/6400 of the circumference of a circle, TC 3-9.81. The mil is used because of its accuracy and the mil relation formula, which is based on the assumption that an angle of 1 mil will subtend an arc of 1 meter at a distance of 1,000 meters. The graphic representation of mil is a lowercase letter m with a virgule, comma, through it. 321. The mil relation formula, see Figure 3.1 on page 3.4, has several applications in observed fire procedures. It can be used to determine the width of a lateral shift in meters to the nearest 10 meters from a known point to a new target. Use the mil relation in estimating distances based on known equipment dimensions in meters and measured mils, and in determining deviation corrections and adjustment of fire procedures based on the deviation spotting in mils and the observer target. Distance factor, OT factor. Figure 3.1. Example of mil relation formula in shift from known point. Degrees. 322. A degree is a unit of horizontal clockwise angular measurement that is equal to 1/360 of a circle. Degrees may be converted to mils by multiplying the number of degrees by approximately 17.8. Mils equals number of degrees x 6,400% 360. Cardinal directions. 323. Cardinal directions are expressed in terms of north, N, northeast, NE, east, E, southeast, SE, south, S, southwest, SW, west, W, and northwest, NW. Figure 3.2 illustrates the relationship between cardinal directions, mils, and degrees. Figure 3.2. Cardinal directions. Right add, left subtract rule. 324. Compute the direction to target by determining the difference, horizontal angular deviation, in mils between a reference point of known direction and the target, then adding or subtracting the measured difference to known direction. Direction increases to the right and decreases to the left. Therefore, to determine the direction to the target, apply the number of mils measured right or left of the reference point known direction by use of the right add, left subtract, also called RALS, rule. For example, the azimuth to the reference point is 2,100 mils. The target is 40 mils to the left of the reference point. The direction to the target is 2,060 mils, 2,140. If the target is 60 mils to the right of the reference point, the direction to the target is 2,160 mils, 2,100 plus 60. Observer target line. 325. The observer target line is an imaginary straight line from the observer to the target. It is the most commonly used direction for locating targets and conducting adjustments. Observer target factor. 326. The observer target factor is the distance in meters from the observer to the target expressed to the nearest thousand and in thousands. See Chapter 5 for a detailed discussion of how to determine the OT factor for distances greater than and less than 1,000 meters. Gun target line. 327. The gun target line is an imaginary straight line from gun to target, JP 3-9.30. Angle T. 328. Angle T is the interior angle formed at the target by the intersection of the observer target and the gun target lines with its vertex at the target, TC 3-9.81. If angle T is 500 mils or greater, the FDC should tell the observer. If the observer is told that angle T is 500 mils or greater, at first the observer continues to use the original OT factor to make deviation corrections. If the observer is getting more of a correction than asked for, the observer should consider cutting the corrections to better adjust rounds onto the target. Announced angle T is expressed to the nearest 100 mils. For example, if angle T is 580 mils, express and announce angle T as angle T 600, see Figure 3.3 on page 3.6. Methods to determine direction. 329. There are 5 methods used to determine direction. They are: using automated measuring devices, measuring from a reference point, using a compass, scaling from a map, also use of automated imagery, and estimating. Using precision measuring devices. 330. When properly calibrated, the laser designator and rangefinder, aiming circle, and other measuring devices can provide direction to the nearest mill measuring from a reference point. 331. Using a reference point with known direction, the observer can measure horizontal angular deviations and apply them to the reference direction. Measure angular deviations with laser rangefinder, binoculars, or with a hand. If measuring with binoculars, angular deviation is determined to the nearest 1 mil. Reticle patterns. 332. Figure 3.4 shows the horizontal and vertical scales of the M22 or M24 binocular reticle pattern, divided into increments of 10 mils with shorter hash marks at 5 mil increments. Use the vertical scale in height of burst, HOB adjustment. The scale cannot be used to determine vertical angle. Only a leveled measuring device can accurately measure a vertical angle. Figure 3.4. M22 and M24 binocular reticle pattern. Hand measurement of angular deviation. 333. When all other means to measure angular deviation are not available, the observer may use the hand and fingers as a measuring device. Figure 3.5, on page 3.7, shows approximate numbers for an average hand. 334. Each observer should calibrate one's hand and fingers to determine the width in mils for the various combinations of finger and hand positions shown, since finger and hand width vary for each observer. Calibrate hand measurements by comparing measurements taken with a hand and measurements taken with a more accurate measuring device. 335. When using hand and fingers and measuring angular deviation, the observer should fully extend the arm, elbow locked, so that the hand and fingers are always the same distance from the eyes. The observer always points the palm of the hand toward the target area and holds the fingers as demonstrated in Figure 3.5 on page 3.7. Anything that changes the method, such as wearing a glove or not keeping the fingers together, will affect the measurement. 336. Hand measurement is a field-expedient method for measuring angular deviation. Use methods that are more accurate than hand measurement when available. Figure 3.5. Example hand measurement of angular deviation. Note: the observer should memorize the width, in mils, of the fingers in their hand. In Figure 3.5 are examples, and will vary depending on the size of an individual's hand. Then, when shifts of 100 mils or more are required, the observer can use the hands instead of binoculars for determining shifts to place fires on the adjusting point as quickly as possible. Using a compass. 337. Using a declinated M2 or a lensatic compass on a tripod or other stable platform, the observer can measure direction to an accuracy of 10 mils. Take care when using a compass around electronic devices such as radios and computers, or large concentrations of metal such as vehicles. Observers should move about 50 meters away from vehicles to avoid incorrect readings. Observers will always convert magnetic direction to grid direction for the CFF request unless otherwise stated. Scaling from a map. 338. Using a protractor, the observer can scale direction from a map to an accuracy of 10 mils. Observers may also use automated imagery to determine direction. Estimating. 339. With a thorough terrain map analysis of the observer's area of operations, the observer can estimate direction on the ground. As a minimum, the observer should be able to visualize the 8 cardinal directions: north, northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest, west, and northwest. Because of the inaccuracy of this method, it is the least preferred method of determining direction. Distance. 340. Once a direction to the target is determined, the observer must determine a distance to the target. Distance is the horizontal space between a reference point or an observer and a target. Observer-target distance. The meter is the standard unit of measurement for distance. There are several methods to determine distance. Laser. 341. Laser rangefinders are the preferred means of determining the observer-target distance. When a laser rangefinder is used, distance may be determined to the nearest 10 meters. Flash to bang. 342. When it is necessary to verify observer-target distance, the flash-to-bang technique is helpful. Sound travels at a speed of approximately 350 meters per second. Use the following equation: elapsed time, seconds, between visible impact and sound arrival multiplied by 350 meters per second equals distance, meters. Count the number of seconds between the time the round impacts, flash, and the time the sound reaches the observer, bang, and multiply by 350 meters per second. The answer is the approximate number of meters between the observer and the round. The observer can also use this procedure to determine the distance to muzzle flashes from threat weapons. Example: the observer wants to determine the approximate distance from own position to a burst. The observer begins counting when the burst appears and stops when the sound is heard. The observer counts 4 seconds. Therefore, the distance from the burst to the observer's position is approximately 1,400 meters, 350 times 4. Estimation. 343. In the absence of a more accurate method of determining distance to target, the observer must estimate distance. The degree of accuracy in this method depends on several factors, such as terrain relief, time available, and the experience of the observer. Generally, the longer the observer remains stationary, the better this technique can be used. Mental estimation. 344. Use of a known unit of measurement to make a mental estimate of distance. Estimate distance to the nearest 100 meters by determining the number of known units of measure, such as a football field, 100 yards, between the observer's position and a target. For longer distances, the observer may have to estimate distance progressively. To do this, the observer determines the number of units of measure, 100 yards, to an intermediate point and doubles the value. The observer should consider the effects in Table 3.1 when estimating distance. Table 3.1. Considerations in mental estimation of distance. Estimating when visibility is good. 345. When visibility is good, estimate distances by using the appearance of tree trunks, their branches, and foliage, using the naked eye, in comparison with map data. See Table 3.2. Table 3.2. Estimation by appearance of trees. Estimating by using known dimensions. 346. Distances can be estimated by using known dimensions of vehicles and the mil relation formula, R equals W divided by mils. By using the width of a vehicle appearing perpendicular to an observer as the lateral distance, W, and measuring the width in mils, the distance can be determined by solving the formula for range, R, in thousands, or R equals W divided by mils. This data, when compared with map data, will help an observer estimate distance. Observers should prepare quick reference tables of the dimensions of common pieces of threat equipment found in the operational area. Table 3.3 on page 310 provides the dimensions of selected equipment. Table 3.3. Equipment dimensions. Example. An observer sees a T-55 tank and measures its width, as seen from the side view, as 2 mils. Using the formula R plus W divided by mils, the observer determines the distance as mils equals 2 mils, W equals 6.0 mils, R equals 6.0%, 2 equals 3.0 or 3,000 meters. Estimating from a terrain study. 347. The observer should always use terrain map analysis to help estimate distance. A thorough study of the terrain in comparison with features or objects identifiable on the map can enhance the estimation of distance. The observer should make a mental terrain walk to the target. Then compares the features or objects with those found on the map along the same direction, observer target line. The use of an observed fire, of FEN, see below, will help the observer in this. Give particular emphasis to color contrasts along the observer target line. For example, the distance across successive ridge lines or depressions in the distance may be identifiable to the eye by only slight changes in color. Observed fire fan. 348. The of fan, graphic training aid 6 7/3, see figure 3.6, is a transparent protractor that helps the observer identify on the map the terrain as seen on the ground. The of fan has 17 radial arms that are 100 mils apart and cover 1,600 mils. Arcs marked on the radial arms every 500 meters starting at 1,000 and extending to 6,000 meters represent the observer target distance. Once the observer has determined an observer target direction, the observer can use the of fan to help determine an observer target distance on the map. Figure 3.6. Observed fire fan, 150,000, graphic training aid 6 7/3. Preparation. 349. The scale of the of fan must match the scale of the map. To prepare the of fan, place the vertex crosshair of the fan exactly over the observer's location. Place the center radial in the direction of the center of the observer's area of responsibility. Move the fan slightly until one of the radial lines is parallel to a grid line. The direction of that radial line is the same cardinal direction as the grid line. For example, a radial line parallel to an east-west grid line, with the of fan oriented generally east, would be direction 1,600. Note: the observed fire fan does not have to be oriented at a right angle. Any radial line can be parallel with a grid line. With a non-water-based map pen, number the radial of known direction. Drop the last 2 zeros, 1,600 would be 16. Then label every other radial line with the appropriate direction. Note: Radial lines are 100 mils apart. Use. 350. To use the observed fire fan, look at the terrain the target occupies. Determine the direction to the target using the most accurate means available. Estimate the distance to the target by analyzing the terrain. Set off the direction on the ob fan. Plot the observer target direction on the ob fan by finding the two radial lines between which the observer target direction falls and visually interpolating the determined direction. Set off the estimated distance to the target. Look out along this interpolated radial line at the estimated observer target distance. This is the estimated target location. Use terrain association to refine distance. Compare the terrain near the target with the terrain of the estimated target location on the map. If they do not agree, search along the radial line until the terrain and the map match. Determine target location. Determining a grid location for the target is a natural extension, knowing the determined observer target direction and the refined distance. The observer plots the observer target direction and distance to the target on the ob fan and reads the corresponding grid from the map. As an example, in Figure 3.7, the observer has determined that the target is at direction 0700 at a distance of 3,300 meters. The corresponding grid location on the map is 535,268. The observer can further determine the target grid elevation by using the map contour intervals. Figure 3.7. Target location using the ob fan. Altitude. 351. Altitude is the vertical distance of a level, a point or an object considered as a point, measured from mean sea level or height above ellipsoid. Methods of measuring altitude include imagery with a mensuration tool, map spot, vertical shift, and vertical angle. The meter is the standard unit of measurement for altitude using mensuration, map spot, and vertical shift methods. Regardless of which method the observer uses, the observer must send the altitude of the target in the CFF. The standard for vertical angle measurement is mils. Some munition requirements vary between the use of mean sea level MSL, or height above ellipsoid, HA for altitude. See Atp 3-09.30 for more detail. The usage of the terms altitude and elevation are used throughout this ATP with very similar meanings. However, when conducting CAS operations, the term elevation is expressed in regards to a point affixed to the ground, and altitude refers to in the air off of the ground, for example, operating altitude. When conducting surface-to-surface fires, the usage of these terms are different. Precision imagery with mensuration. 352. Using imagery with a mensuration tool yields the most accurate altitude for target location. Map spot. 353. If measured from a map, determine the altitude of a target by use of contour lines and the contour interval of the map. Vertical shift. 354. Altitude may also be determined as a vertical shift from the altitude of the observer's position, or from a known point, to the target. If there is a significant difference in vertical shift, greater than or equal to 35 meters in altitude between the observer's position or a known point and the target, the observer includes the vertical shift in the target location, expressed to the nearest 5 meters. If the target is at a higher altitude than the observer, or known point, the observer determines an up correction based on the difference in altitude, see Figure 3.8. If the target is at a lower altitude, the observer must give a down correction based on the difference in altitude. Figure 3.8. Vertical shift. 355. Normally, if the mission is a fire for effect mission, send a vertical shift to improve accuracy. The observer should weigh the time needed to determine and send a vertical shift against the time available. Experienced observers who can quickly determine differences in altitude should send a vertical shift when the difference in altitude is greater than or equal to 35 meters and express it to the nearest 5 meters. When responsiveness is paramount, inexperienced observers should not try to send a vertical shift. Vertical angle. 356. A vertical angle is the angle measured vertically, up or down, from a horizontal plane of reference and expressed in plus or minus in mils depending on whether the position is above or below the horizontal plane. TC 3-09.81. The vertical angle is normally expressed as a plus or minus depending on whether the line from the observer to the target is above, plus, or below, minus, the observer's horizontal plane. See Figure 3.9. Vertical angle, versus shift, is determined in laser polar missions with a level measuring laser designator and rangefinder. Figure 3.9. Vertical angle. Terrain sketch. 357. The terrain sketch is a panoramic sketch, as accurate as possible, of the terrain by the observer of the area of responsibility. It aids in target location in a static environment. The terrain sketch should include the following: the skyline, horizon, intermediate crests, hills, and ridges. Other natural terrain features, distinctive bodies of water and vegetation, man-made features, buildings, roads, power lines, towers, antennas, and battlefield debris. Labels, reference points and targets. 358. Each labeled item should include as much information as possible to aid the observer. Use a T format, see Figure 310, to identify information. Place reference point names, target numbers, or known point, KNPT, designations at the top of the T to identify the feature. Place labels for direction, dir, distance, dis, altitude, alt, and grid on the left side of the T. The observer should fill in all available data for targets and known points. Reference points usually require only the direction to the reference point. Data should be determined to the left edge of the reference point, unless the target has been fired upon, then use the target center of mass. The terrain sketch should also include the observer's name, time, date, and location. Figure 310. Example terrain sketch. 359. Once it is constructed, the observer can use the terrain sketch to help quickly and accurately locate targets by referencing from information already known in the area of responsibility. A terrain sketch also provides a rapid means of orienting relief personnel. Terrain sketches must be continually refined and updated with data from available fire support planning documents, to include target numbers, the FPF, and any FSCMs. Methods of target location. 360. In order to perform these target location methods, the observer must possess some fundamental skills to include determining direction, distance, grid, vertical shift, and vertical angle. The goal of accurate target location is to achieve first-round fire for effect. Mensuration methods are the most preferred and accurate way of developing target location. The methods of target location are listed in order of preference. Grid coordinates using precision imagery with mensuration tools. Laser grid. Laser polar. Grid coordinates using map spot. Polar plot. Shift from a known point. Grid coordinates using imagery with mensuration tools. 361. Grid coordinates using imagery with mensuration tools is the most preferred method of target location. Mensuration involves using a software package that is loaded with imagery used to refine targets. Mensuration tools have images that can be used to determine the grid and altitude of a location with increased accuracy. This accuracy supports the use of precision-guided munitions. Laser grid. 362. There are two types of laser targeting devices. An automated targeting device will provide a TLE along with a 10-digit grid to include altitude and is capable of accurately locating a target. This accuracy supports the use of precision-guided munitions. When mensuration is not available, grid coordinates provided by an automated laser system will support the use of precision-guided munitions. An automated laser system that is operating in a degraded mode should be considered the same as a conventional laser. 363. A conventional laser will not provide a TLE. It does provide a greater level of accuracy than grid coordinates developed by MapSpot. An observer should use this method if automated targeting tools are unavailable. 364. A laser grid mission is the same as a grid mission with the following exceptions: send target grid to a greater level of accuracy, 8 or 10-digit grid depending on observation post location accuracy. In an adjust fire mission, send corrections in the form of a grid to the burst location and announce burst grid. Laser polar. 365. In the laser polar method, the FDC must know the observer's location. The observer uses a lasing device that has been oriented for direction to provide a quick and accurate means of target location. If the firing unit has met its requirements for accurate fire, the mission type for laser polar should be fire for effect. The observer determines observer target direction to the nearest 1 mil, distance to the target to the nearest 10 meters, and vertical angle, not vertical shift. To the nearest 1 mil, the FDC determines target location using the vertical angle and incorporating distance as a slant range. The accuracy of the target location is dependent upon the accuracy of the laser location. Grid coordinates using MapSpot. 366. When more accurate means are unavailable, the observer must use a map and declinated M2 compass to develop target grid coordinates. Target location by grid coordinates is a natural extension of the polar plot method. The FDC does not need the observer's location. The observer normally locates targets to a precision of 100 meters, 6-digit grid. The observer does this by polar plotting on the appropriate map and then reading the grid and altitude. When greater accuracy is required, for precision-guided munitions, registration points, and known points, the observer should send target locations, at a minimum, to the nearest 10 meters, 8-digit grid, to include altitude. Note: A 6-digit grid is normally submitted when the observer is not able to generate a coordinate accurate enough for first-round fire for effect and should be sent as an adjust fire mission. Polar plot. 367. In this method, the FDC must know the observer's location. The observer does not need a map to determine polar plot data. The method is easy and quick. However, the observer must transmit own location by secure means to avoid revealing observation post (OP) location to the threat. In addition, in a mobile situation it may be more difficult for the observer to determine self-location and send it to the FDC, resulting in a lower level of accuracy. The steps used in the polar plot method, see Figure 311, are: determine the observer target direction by one of the methods previously discussed in this chapter. Estimate the distance to the target to the nearest 100 meters. Laser rangefinder data can be determined to the nearest 10 meters. Use all information obtained from the terrain map study to determine the observer target distance. Determine a vertical shift, if significant. Determine an up or down shift if the difference between the observer altitude and the target altitude is significant, greater than or equal to 35 meters and expressed to the nearest 5 meters. Figure 311. Polar plot. Shift from known point 368. This is the least preferred and most difficult method of target location. The observer may have one or more known points in the area of responsibility. These are readily identifiable points whose locations are both known by the observer and the FDC. The observer does not need a map to use this method, only needs a known point. The steps in locating a target by shift from a known point are: identify the known point used to the FDC, for example, shift known point 1. Determine the observer target direction. This direction can be a grid azimuth expressed to the nearest 10 mils, the preferred method, or a cardinal direction. Examples are grid azimuth direction 4360 and cardinal direction southwest. Determine a lateral shift from the known point in meters to the new target. By determining the angular deviation from the observer known point line to the observer target line, a shift in meters can be determined by using the Mill relation formula, W equals RXM. See example in Figure 312 on page 318. Figure 312. Lateral shift. Note: when shift of greater than 600 mils is required, the accuracy of computing the lateral shift decreases. Use another method of target location. 369. Determine a range change to the new target in relation to the known point. The observer must determine whether the target is at a greater or lesser distance than the known point. The lateral shift gives the observer a point on the observer target line, T, assumed to be the same distance from the observer as the known point. If the target is farther away than the known point, the observer must add the estimated distance from T to the target, see Figure 313A on page 319. If the target is closer than the known point, the observer must drop the estimated distance, see Figure 313B on page 319. Express the correction for a difference in distance between the known point and the target to the nearest 100 meters. Figure 313. Range shift. 370. Determine the vertical shift. If the difference in elevation between the known point and the target is greater than or equal to 35 meters, the observer includes an up or down shift expressed to the nearest 5 meters, in the target location. Target location error 371. Accurate target location is critical for precision-guided munitions, and these munitions are most effective when using a mensurated target location. Table 3.4 provides recommended TLEs for weapon and target pairing to create the commander's desired effect on the target. Accurate target location also benefits area munitions by potentially reducing the number of rounds fired and adjustment. TLE should not be used as a restrictive measure, but as a factor of engagement criteria. Commanders should always weigh mission success against expenditure of munitions. Refer to Table 3.4 on page 320. 372. Given the importance of accurate TLE for the effective employment of precision-guided munitions, if the sensor allows it, observers will report their achieved TLE, based on their sensor type, forward observer system version, and observer target range, when requesting a precision-guided munition. Transmit this information as part of the call for fire in the target location portion of the call for fire request. If it is not included, the FDC will prompt the observer to provide the achieved TLE for this mission. The following tables and paragraphs explain TLE and current sensor systems associated with each TLE method. The TLE methodology table, see Table 3.4 on page 320, is intended as a guideline and is not inclusive of all systems available. There are several combinations of ways to use these pieces of equipment, but for optimal effects on target, an observer or FIST should use an automated targeting device to acquire the target and transmit the information to the forward observer digital system, then refine the target with a mensuration tool, populate the other parts of the CFF on the forward observer digital system, and then digitally send the CFF to the next higher echelon in the FIRES chain. Figure 314, on page 320, lists the TLE categories. Figure 314. TLE categories. Techniques for refining TLE 373. The commander may determine a need for a more accurate target location from the observer before firing on a target. Techniques to reduce the TLE include target coordinate mensuration, cueing a more accurate sensor, and triangulation. Target coordinate mensuration 374. Use target coordinate mensuration to reduce TLE significantly. Correlating the expected target location through the use of National Geospatial Agency, NGA-validated TCM tools, processes, and imagery produces a precise aim point that can be used to engage the target. 375. During the target coordinate mensuration process, the derived target location is identified on a tactical image such as full-motion video or another image source. The target mensuration only, TMO operator then identifies the target location on Digital Point Precision Database, DPPDB, imagery and derives the true target location. In cases where PFI is used, the PFI is generated from DPPDB using an NGA-validated PFI generator. An imagery chip is created and saved to a removable memory card and installed into PFI viewer. Most PFIs have restrictions on their use with certain systems. See the NGA validation statement for the PFI restrictions associated with the applicable TCM tools. 376. Imagery used during TCM is classified. Ensure source imagery classification is maintained when generating PFIs and coordinated. TCM tools allow users to derive highly accurate target locations NGA-validated imagery. If the observer has TCM tools, has created the required PFIs for the area of operations and is TMO certified, the observer can perform TMO. During dynamic situations such as hostile act or hostile intent, non-certified observers may use the best means available to derive a coordinate. If a TCM tool is used by a non-certified TMO operator, this is not considered TCM. Certain handheld observer devices also provide the ability to send digital call for fire missions with mensurated target coordinates, also displaying the TLE associated with a derived coordinate. 377. If the observer cannot conduct TMO, the observer will request target coordinate mensuration with a request for fires and provide additional target location information. Typically, the fire cell at the battalion command post has the capability to conduct TMO, and usually has access to better working conditions and more imagery data. This allows the fire cell to conduct TMO for a much wider area, so long as the imagery data is available, than the observer. Once the fire cell has conducted TMO on the target, they can submit it as a fire request or add it to a planned target list for future engagement. Cue a more accurate sensor. 378. There may be another observer in the target area that possesses a more accurate sensor and can provide a better TLE. The FDC can request that another sensor or observer with more accurate TLE locate the target. Process this request through the fire cell. The FSO could then task another observer with a more accurate sensor to move to a position to observe the target. Additionally, there may be aircraft or UAS assets equipped with sensor systems in the target area that can generate accurate coordinates. The FSO working with a JTAC may employ these systems' mission, enemy, terrain, and weather, troops, and support available, time available, and civil considerations permitting. Triangulation. 379. Triangulation is another possible means to provide reduced target location error, although it is time-consuming and therefore is limited to situations not requiring immediate responsiveness. Perform triangulation using one or more sensors. The more sensors used, the greater the accuracy. When more than one observer or sensor is available, multiple sensors locate the target and provide target coordinates to the FDC. The FDC then resolves these multiple sets of coordinates to determine a more accurate target location. If only one sensor or observer is available, then they must obtain target data from a minimum of 2 different locations, at least 100 meters apart. The farther the observer moves between readings, and the more locations from which readings are taken, the more accurate the resulting target location will be. Techniques for lasing buildings. 380. Ground observers must use special procedures in lasing buildings to determine an accurate target location. Ground observers are generally only capable of lasing the sides of the building. Yet the actual desired impact location for a munition may be in the center of the building's roof because of the munition's steep terminal trajectory and top attack characteristics. 381. In instances where the observer is in a position to see the top of the building, observer is located in an adjacent building. On elevated terrain, the observer will lase the top of the building at the desired impact location for the round. Using the standard call for fire. 382. Engaging buildings can best be achieved using target coordinate mensuration to refine target grids. In instances where the observer is not in a position to lase the top of the building, and does not have the ability to conduct target coordinate mensuration, can employ the following steps. Lase one of the sides of the building as close as possible to and along the azimuth to the desired impact location of the round. The observer will determine distance and direction to the structure. The observer will then estimate the distance from the lase point to the center of the structure. The observer will then add the distance from one location to the lase point and then add an estimated distance from the lase point to the center of the building to obtain an estimated distance to the building's center grid. Note: observer must carefully consider their position in relation to the target. The observer facing west would subtract the estimated distance in meters from the easting. The observer facing east would add the estimated distance in meters to the easting. The observer facing north would add the estimated distance in meters to the northing. The observer facing south would subtract the estimated distance in meters from the northing. Observers must be aware that some targets may result in multiple returns. Testing has determined that concrete walls resulted in multiple returns back to the site, degraded TLE. A technique to consider for reducing laser degradation is setting the laser to last return, and firing multiple lasers at the same aim point and selecting the most common return. Hard shiny targets with greater reflectivity result in better returns. Note: if for any reason the observer has to power down the laser, upon power up the observer should lase several targets as a means to improve the laser shot accuracy. The observer should also perform calibration of the laser to reduce TLE and increase system confidence. The observer will initiate a polar plot call for fire or adjust the grid, then call for fire with the FDC using the determined direction and the estimated distance obtained for the structure's center grid. CAS Employment Target Talk on 383. Once the target information and attack parameters have been established, and the CAS aircraft are able to see into the target area for direct fire or bomb-on-target attacks, the JFO or JTAC and CAS aircrew are ready for the target talk. On. The purpose of a talk on is to correlate the targeting information passed, that is, CAS 9-line brief with remarks, map plot confirmation, and enhanced target description, to the intended target for the CAS aircrew while considering the CAS asset's visual sensor perspective for direct fire engagement. The JTAC or FAC, A, must be confident that the CAS asset has acquired the intended target before allowing weapons release during Type 1 controls. Tactics and techniques to accomplish the talk-on are dependent on the battlefield situation, the perspective of the JFO, JTAC, FAC, A, CAS aircrew, and targeting systems available to each. As the JFO and JTAC teams consider the CAS asset's perspective, they should also consider whether to use large target area features queuing to smaller features or to use more narrowly focused initial search patterns to expedite target correlation with aircraft targeting sensors. TalkOn TTPs are also driven by communications capabilities, availability of sensors, ground observer and aircraft, video downlink capability, aircraft navigation systems, grid and urban reference guides, and operational imagery graphics available to all participants in the joint fires chain. 384. The JFO and JTAC or FAC, A, must maintain continuous communication with the attacking aircraft. Normally, the JTAC will conduct the target talk-on based on the targeting information from the JFO. However, the JTAC may authorize the JFO to pass targeting information directly to the CAS aircrew for the talk-on. If the JFO is not able to communicate directly with the aircrew, communications will be facilitated by the JTAC. First, establish a common reference point on the ground. 385. This point serves as the starting point for the talk-on and should be easily identifiable from the air and from the observer location. Selection of this common reference point is dependent on aircraft and ground party sensor capabilities. If precision targeting systems are unavailable, then the starting point would be a feature of the target's surroundings, which based on perspective, is identifiable to both the JFO and CAS aircrew. From this feature a gradually more detailed description would begin, ultimately resulting in proper correlation to the intended target. should precision targeting tools be available. The JFO and JTAC team with the CAS aircrew may be able to generate relatively accurate and precise target coordinates with elevation due to improvements in portable tactical targeting systems and CAS aircraft sensor suites. Leveraging these, the JTAC and JFO may elect to conduct a narrowly focused initial talk-on technique. The terminal controller can use the coordinate and elevation from the JFO as an anchor point from which the CAS aircrew and JFO-JTAC team will look around the target area in order to positively acquire the CAS targets. 386. Next, establish a unit of measure that can be seen on the map or aircrew targeting sensor, as well as on the ground from both the JFO and CAS aircrew perspective. The unit of measure is a distance yardstick used to move the aircrew's eyes through the target area. Once established, a rule of thumb is to not use less than 1/4 of that unit of measure or more than 4 units of measure during a talk-on, if possible. 387. In conjunction with the unit of measure, cardinal and subcardinal directions are used to move the aircrew's eyes from the starting point to smaller reference points and finally onto the intended target. The art of moving the aircrew's eyes from one point to another on the battlefield should be deliberate and simple, and it can be significantly aided by modern sensors and targeting systems. 388. Target verification is the process of ensuring that CAS aircrews are tally, which means that the pilot has confirmed eyes on the target from the aircraft, the intended target during the talk-on. For CAS Types 2 and 3 controls, it is conducted with the aircrew talking to the JTAC through the JFO. Note: target verification can be very time-intensive since it entails a three-way communication. During the target verification process, time can be saved when the JFO can communicate directly with the aircrew, while the JTAC monitors transmissions. This TTP emergency CAS requires the JFO to have communications equipment compatible with the aircraft, and it works especially well with FAC, a qualified aircrew, but should not be limited to them exclusively. Combat identification of a target. 389. Combat identification is the process of attaining an accurate characterization of detected objects in the operational environment sufficient to support an engagement decision. JP 309, see ADRP 337 for more information. The combat identification process has the following 3 key purposes: identify and classify targets in the operational environment, allow for the timely processing of engagement decisions on targets, the mitigation of fratricide and collateral damage. 390. The combat identification process is a series of progressive and interdependent steps, or actions, target search, detection, location, and identification that lead to the decision process to engage or not engage. Soldiers conduct combat identification by applying situational awareness and target identification capabilities and by adhering to OPORDs with all appendices and annexes, an approved row that directly support the soldier's engagement decision. 391. Combat identification standardizes the approach in deciding the appropriate level of force against all types of targets. It consists of detection, the discovery of any phenomena, personnel, equipment, objects that are potential targets. Soldiers can use detection from various means: visual observation, radar detection, electronic signals measurement. Location, the determination by direction, reference point, or grid, of where a potential target is located, ground or air. Identification, the determination of the friendly, hostile, unknown, or neutral character of a detected, potential target by its physical traits, size, shape, functional characteristics. Classification, the categorization of a potential target by relative level of danger it represents. Confirmation, the rapid verification of a target in terms of the initial identification and classification. Soldiers confirm identification as a threat before engaging. When engagement is considered, soldiers answer the following questions: can I engage the target based on row? What are the second and third order effects if I engage the target? Which target should I engage first, if there are multiple targets? What is the best weapon system to use? Use the attack guidance matrix. Is the target planned or a target of opportunity? Is the target on the high payoff target list? Positive identification of a target. 392. Positive identification is reasonable certainty that the entity or object is a valid military target and the correct target. The entity or target must demonstrate a hostile act, intent, or be on the approved list of targets. Failure to gain positive identification, also called PID on the target, can result in fratricide or unnecessary collateral damage. Additionally, Failure to positively identify factors such as civilians and non-combatants on the battlefield will negatively impact mission results and create unintended second and third order effects for the maneuver commander and other U.S. Army units. Example: the observer sees a vehicle traveling down a road. Visibility is poor but can identify the vehicle as a tank. Situational understanding indicates no friendly tanks are in the area. If the observer was told to engage any military vehicles traveling on the road, the observer can engage the tank according to the row. If the guidance is to engage only those vehicles positively identified as adversary, the observer would be required to verify the tank was an adversary vehicle prior to engaging. Example: the observer is part of a team observing a building believed to contain a high payoff target. The guidance for the mission included a requirement to positively identify the target prior to attacking. The observer identifies the suspect target, verifies the target is dressed as described by an informant, and visually confirms the target's facial features match those of the high payoff target. Additionally, ongoing intercepts indicate the target is currently using a cell phone, which the observer can visually verify. The observer can engage this target with reasonable certainty that this is the high payoff target. Chapter 4: Call for Fire. The Army developed the call for fire format in order to simplify the process of relaying the information from the observer to the firing unit. The call for fire format is designed to handle the majority of missions. However, special circumstances may require a more detailed discussion between the observer and the firing unit. Description: 4.1. A call for fire is a request for fire containing data necessary for obtaining the required fire on a target. FM 309.40. A call for fire is a concise message prepared by the observer. It contains all of the information needed by the Fire Direction Center, FDC, to determine the method of target attack. It is a request for fire, not an order. 4.3. The observer transmits the call for fire digitally or by voice. The key factor is deciding which method will best provide immediate, responsive, and accurate fires in every circumstance. Another important factor is the inability of all interested parties to monitor the digital traffic. Digital communications are the primary means of transmitting the CFF. Voice should be used only when digital systems are unavailable or when the intensity of the conflict precludes the use of digital systems. In a digital call for fire, the elements of the call for fire are the same as for a voice call for fire. 4.4. CFF routing procedures. Who sends which message to what fire cell or FDC must be established and trained in accordance with a degree of control the supported commander wishes to exert. In situations where responsiveness is the critical consideration of the fire support system, the observer should route the digital call for fire directly to the lowest level FDC possible, mortar or artillery, as long as it has been cleared through the proper channels. Coordinating fire cells receive the call for fire via message of interest processing from the respective FDC and accomplish any coordination or approval required while the mission is processed at the delivery unit. In situations requiring close control of fire support assets, or when massing of fires is the primary fire support considerations, the observer should route the digital call for fire through the controlling fire cell to the controlling FDC. Generally, digital calls for fire are used in the following situations: normal, non-immediate, fire for effect or adjust fire missions. Fires on planned targets. Data can be preloaded into the digital device. For example, during a movement to contact, the fist prepares the message to fire the next priority target after passing and canceling the last one. Registrations. 4.5. Voice calls for fire are used when digital communications have been lost between the observer and the FDC or fire cell. The unit's standing operating procedure, SOP, or the tactical situation will dictate the number of attempts made to digitally reach the subscriber before trying voice. Immediate suppression or immediate smoke is required, and the mission has not been preloaded into the digital device. Requesting fires on planned targets and the data has not been preloaded into the digital device. The intensity of the conflict prevents use of digital systems. Receiving calls for fire from untrained observers. 4.6. Send the voice call for fire quickly but clearly enough that it can be understood, recorded, and read back, without error, by the FDC recorder. The observer should tell the radio operator that a target has been identified so the radio operator can start the call for fire while the target location is being determined. 4.7. The observer uses the Department of the Army, DA Form 5429, Conduct of Fire, in conducting fire missions and recording mission data. Use Section I to record the call for fire and subsequent adjustment data. Use Section 2 to record registration data. 6 elements of the call for fire. 4.8. The 6 elements of a call for fire include observer identification, warning order, target location, target description, method of engagement and method of fire and control. Regardless of the method of target location used, the call for fire is normally sent in 3 transmissions, consisting of 6 elements, with a break and readback after each transmission. Send the information for each transmission as it is determined, rather than waiting until a complete call for fire has been prepared. The transmissions and elements are organized in the following sequence. See Figure 4.1 on page 44, GTA 1702-015 call for fire and or Figure 4.2 on page 49, GTA 0607-005 observed fire reference card, observer identification and warning order, target location, target description, method of engagement, and method of fire and control. Observer identification, 4.9. This element tells the FDC who is calling for fire. Warning order 4.10. The warning order clears the net for the fire mission. The warning order consists of the type of mission, the size of the element to fire for effect, and the method of target location. Type of mission 4.11. The warning order begins with one of the following mission types: adjust fire, fire for effect, suppress, immediate suppression or immediate smoke. Adjust fire 4.12. When the observer believes the situation requires an adjusting round, because of questionable target location or lack of registration corrections, the observer announces adjust fire, fire for effect 4.13. The observer should always strive for first round fire for effect. The accuracy required to fire for effect depends on the accuracy of target location and the ammunition chosen. When the observer is certain that the target location is accurate and that the first volley should have the desired effect on the target so that little or no adjustment is required, the observer announces fire for effect. Suppress 4.14. To quickly bring fire on a target that is not active, the observer announces suppress, followed by the target number. Normally, suppression missions are fired on planned targets, and a length of time to continue firing, duration is associated with a call for fire. Immediate suppression or immediate smoke 4.15. When engaging a planned target or target of opportunity that has taken friendly maneuver or elements under fire, the observer announces immediate suppression or immediate smoke, followed by the target location. When conducting an immediate mission, the CFF is sent in 1 transmission. Size of element to fire for effect 4.16. The observer may request the size of the unit to fire for effect, for example, battalion. Usually this is done by announcing the last letter in the battalion FDC's call sign. For example, T6H24 is announced hotel. The observer should never refer to a battery or other unit in the clear, but should refer to it by call sign. Secure communication devices allow units to use plain language call signs. Use the plain language call sign in such a case to designate the unit to fire for effect. For example, Alpha Battery's call sign is Thunder, 4.17. Although the observer may request a size of element to fire for effect, the Fire Direction Center will make the ultimate decision based on the attack guidance received. Joint Munitions Effectiveness Manual's Weaponeering System, JWS solution, and the rules of engagement that are in effect. Method of target location 4.18. Methods of target location include grid, laser grid, polar plot, laser polar, and shift from a known point. When utilizing precision targeting devices, it is required to transmit target location error, TLE, in the target location portion of the call for fire request. Grid 4.19. The observer sends the most accurate target location possible. The minimum acceptable standard is a 6-digit grid when calling for fire on a map. Spotted target location. Send a minimum 8 or 10-digit grid location for registration points or other points for which greater accuracy is required. Altitude is included immediately after the grid. The observer target direction is normally sent after the entire initial call for fire, since the FDC does not need the direction to locate the target. 4.20. Grid is the standard method of target location and when used is not announced in the warning order. Laser grid 4.21. A laser grid mission is the same as a grid mission with the following exceptions. Send target grid to a greater level of precision, 8 or 10-digit grid depending on observer or observation post location error. In an adjust fire mission, corrections are sent in the form of a grid to the burst location. 4.22. The observer announces laser grid, for example fire for effect, laser grid, over. After the readback by the FDC, the forward observer announces the grid and altitude as normal, followed by the TLE if known. For example, grid ND 1,234,567,890, altitude 390 mHay, TLE 2.9 over. Note, A mission is not a laser grid mission just because the observer used a laser to determine the initial target location. If the observer plans to send normal left, right, add, or drop corrections, the mission is a normal grid mission. The mission is a laser grid mission only when the method for subsequent corrections are laser burst corrections. Polar plot 423. In a polar plot mission, the word polar in the warning order alerts the FDC that the target will be located with respect to the observer's position. The FDC must know the observer's location. The observer then sends the direction and distance. A vertical shift tells the FDC how far, in meters, the target is located above or below the observer's location. Vertical shift may also be described by a vertical angle in mils, relative to the observer's location. 424. The observer announces polar. For example, adjust fire polar, over, laser polar. 425. Laser polar differs from a polar mission in that laser data is sent to the nearest 1 mil for direction, instead of the normal 10 mils, vertical angle and the nearest 10 meters for distance. 426. The observer announces laser polar. For example, adjust fire, laser polar, over, shift from a known point. 427. In a shift from a known point mission, see figure 4.1, the target will be located in relation to a pre-existing known point or recorded target. In the warning order, identify the point or target from which to shift. The observer and the FDC must know the location of the point or recorded target. The observer then sends the observer target direction. Normally, mils are the preferred unit of measure for a shift. However, the FDC can accept degrees or cardinal directions, whichever the observer specifies. The corrections are sent next. Lateral shift in meters, how far left or right the target is from the known point. Range shift, how much farther ADD or close, drop, the target is in relation to the known point, to the nearest 100 meters. Vertical shift, how much the altitude of the target is above, up, or below, down, the altitude of the known point, expressed to the nearest 5 meters. Vertical shift is usually only significant if it is greater than or equal to 35 meters. 428. The observer announces shift, followed by the designation of the known point or by the target number. For example, adjust fire, shift known point 1, over, figure 4.1, shift from a known point. Target description. 429. The observer must describe the target in enough detail that the FDC can determine the amount and type of ammunition to use. The FDC selects different ammunition for different types of targets. The observer should be brief but accurate. The description should contain the following: what the target is, troops, equipment, supply depot, trucks, what the target is doing, digging in an assembly area, the number of elements in the target, squad, platoon, 3 trucks, 6 tanks, the degree of protection, in the open, in foxholes, in bunkers with overhead protection, the target size and shape if these are significant. For a rectangular target, give the length and width, in meters, and the attitude. For example, 400 by 300, attitude 2800. For a circular target, give the radius. For example, radius 200. For a linear target, give the length and attitude. Note, in AFATDS the requirements for linear targets are the center grid, distance from center point, and attitude. It is the FDC's responsibility to ensure the data obtained from the observer is entered correctly. Method of engagement. 430. The observer may indicate how to attack the target. This element consists of the type of adjustment, trajectory, ammunition, and distribution. Danger close and mark are included as appropriate. Type of adjustment. 431. 2 types of adjustment may be employed, area and precision. Unless precision is specified, area fire will be used. Area fire. 432. Use area fire to attack an area target. Since many area targets are mobile, the adjustment should be as quick as possible, consistent with accuracy, to keep the target from escaping. A well-defined point at or near the center of the area to be attacked should be selected and used as an aiming point. This point is called the adjusting point during adjust fire missions. To achieve surprise, adjust fire on an auxiliary adjusting point, and after adjustment is completed, shift the fire for effect to the target. Normally, observers conduct adjustment on an area target with one adjusting weapon. Precision fire. 433. Conduct precision fire with one weapon on a point target to obtain registration corrections or to destroy the target. When the mission is a registration, the FDC initiates it with a message to observer. If the intent is to destroy the target, the observer announces destruction. Danger close. 434. Danger close is included in the method of engagement when the target is, or rounds will impact, within 600 meters of any friendly troops for mortars and artillery. 750 meters for 5-inch naval guns and Tomahawk land attack missile, also TLAM. Danger close and risk estimate distances are different in meaning. Risk estimate distances can be referenced in ATP 3-09.30, Mark 435. Mark is included in the method of engagement to indicate that the observer is going to call for rounds for either of the following reasons: to orient self in the zone of observation, to indicate targets to ground troops, aircraft, or other observers. Trajectory. 436. The trajectory is the path traced by the center of gravity of the projectile from the origin to the level point. Low angle. 437. Standard without request. High angle. 438. High angle fire is the delivery of fire at elevations greater than the elevation of maximum range of the charge. Range decreases as the angle of elevation increases. TC 3-9.81. Mortars fire only high angle. See Chapter 7 for a more detailed description of high angle fire. Ammunition. 439. The observer may request any type of ammunition during the adjustment or the fire for effect phase of his mission. Use a high explosive HE projectile with a mechanical time super quick MTSQ fuse for normal adjustment. If that is what the observer desires, it is not necessary to request it in the call for fire. If the observer does not request a shell fuse for the fire for effect phase, the fire direction officer determines the shell fuse combination. The unit SOP may designate a standard shell fuse combination. 440. If the observer desires a shell and fuse combination other than standard, the shell and fuse in adjust is announced first, then the shell and fuse in effect. For fire for effect missions, it is not necessary to announce in effect after the shell and fuse request, followed by 441. This is part of a term that indicates a change in the rate of fire, in the type of ammunition, or in another order for fire for effect. For example, if observer wants the ammunition white phosphorus, WP, then HE, the request is WP followed by HE. Projectile. 442. An observer can request a specific munition, however, the FDC has the final determination based upon MET-TC. The following projectile types are available for request: HE high explosive, hexachlorothane zinc, WP white phosphorus, red phosphorus, RP mortars only, ILM illumination dual purpose improved conventional munition, DPICM, anti-personnel improved conventional munition, smoke, SCAT means scatterable mines, Excalibur, precision guided munition, and guided multiple rocket launch system, GMLRS, Excalibur, Accelerated Precision Mortar Initiative, APMI, and GMLRS are precision-guided munitions and are most effective when paired with mensurated coordinates. Fuse. 443. Fuse quick is the fuse normally used during the adjustment phase. If the observer desires fuse quick or if a projectile that has only one fuse is requested, fuse is not indicated. Illumination, improved conventional munitions, ICM, and smoke projectiles are fused with time fuses. Therefore, when the observer requests illumination, ICM, or smoke, the observer does not announce time. Fuse types are as follows: PD point detonating, VT variable time, MT mechanical time, A electronic time, MTSQ mechanical time super quick, delay, and MOF multi-option fuse, mortars only. Volume of fire. 444. The observer states the volume of fire desired in the fire for effect in rounds per howitzer. For example, 3 rounds, indicates the observer desires the unit to fire 3 volleys in effect. Distribution. 445. The observer may control the pattern of bursts in the target area. This pattern of bursts is called a sheaf. Unless otherwise requested, the artillery computer system assumes a circular target with a 100-meter radius. The artillery computer system determines individual weapon aiming points to distribute the bursts for best coverage of this type of target. A converged sheaf is a special sheaf in which each piece fires a unique time, deflection, and quadrant elevation to cause the rounds to impact at the same point on the ground. A converged sheaf is typically used for small, hard targets. An open sheaf is a special sheaf in which each piece fires a unique time, deflection, and quadrant elevation to cause the rounds to impact in a straight line, perpendicular to the gun target line and centered on the target, with bursts spaced 1 effective burst width apart. Special sheaf, linear, rectangular, circular, or irregular, of any length and width may be requested. If target length, or length and width are given, the observer must also give attitude. If target length is greater than or equal to 5 times the target width, the artillery computer system assumes a linear target. The mortar ballistic computer assumes the target is linear and fires a parallel sheaf unless the observer requests a special sheaf. The parallel sheaf distributes the bursts of all pieces similar to the distribution of weapons on the gun line, due to firing the same data with each piece. Method of fire and control 446. The method of fire and control element indicates the desired manner of attacking the target, whether the observer wants to control the time or delivery of fire, and whether the target can be observed. Methods of control at my command, AMC, and time on target, TOT, are especially useful in massing fires. The AMC and TOT missions achieve surprise and maximize the effects of the initial volley on a target. When used by the observer, these methods of control can reduce the sporadic engagement of the target, or popcorn effect, which can be the result of rounds fired when ready. Method of fire 447. In area fire, the observer normally conducts adjustment with one howitzer or with the center gun of the mortar platoon or section. If the observer determines that more than one gun is necessary for adjustment, the observer can request 2 guns and adjust or platoon, battery right, left. Adjusting at extreme distances may be easier with 2 guns firing. The normal interval fired by a platoon or battery right, left, is 5 seconds. If the observer wants some other interval, it must be specified. Method of control 448. Method of control consists of fire when ready, at my command, cannot observe, time on target, time to target, coordinated illumination, continuous illumination, cease loading, check fire, continuous fire, repeat, do not load, and duration. This section below describes these methods further into detail. Fire when ready 449. This method is standard without request. At my command 450. If the observer wishes to control the time of delivery of fire, the observer includes at my command in the method of control. When the pieces are ready to fire, the FDC announces platoon, or battery, or battalion is ready, over. Call signs are used. The observer announces fire when ready for the pieces to fire. This only applies to adjusting rounds, and the first volley of a fire for effect. At my command remains in effect throughout the mission until the observer announces cancel at my command, over. 451. The observer can further specify at my command with additional instructions. By round, at my command controls every round in adjustment and every volley in the fire for effect phase. Cannot observe. 452. Cannot observe indicates the observer cannot see the target because of vegetation, terrain, weather, intensity of the conflict, or smoke. Time on target 453. The observer may tell the FDC when the rounds are to impact by requesting time on target 0859, over. The observer must ensure that both the FDC and their time are synchronized prior to the mission. Time to target 454. The observer may tell the FDC when the rounds are to impact by requesting time to target, so many minutes and seconds, over. Standby, hack, over. Time to target is the time the observer can expect rounds to hit the target. Express time to target in minutes and seconds after delivery of the hack statement. Coordinated illumination, 455. Coordinated illumination informs the FDC that the observer is going to attack targets with fires under the illumination. The idea is to have the rounds impact during the period of best illumination. 456. The observer can accomplish this by using normal at my command procedures, directing an interval, in seconds, between illumination and HE projectiles, or by identifying the period of best illumination and allowing the FDC to compute when to fire the HE. The command illumination mark is used to tell the FDC when the illumination round is providing the best visibility on the target. Continuous illumination, 457. In this method of control, the unit fires illumination projectiles at specified time intervals to provide uninterrupted lighting on the target or specified area. The observer may specify the time interval, in seconds. If the observer does not provide a time interval, the FDC determines the interval by the burning time of the illumination ammunition in use. If any other interval is required, indicate the desired interval in seconds. Cease loading 458. Use the command cease loading during the firing of 2 or more rounds to indicate the suspension of loading rounds into the guns. The gun sections may fire any rounds that have already been loaded. Check fire 459. Use check firing to cause an immediate halt in firing. Use this command only when necessary to immediately stop firing, for example, for safety reasons, as it may result in cannons being out of action until any rammed or loaded rounds can be fired or cleared from the tubes. Continuous fire 460. In field artillery, mortars, and naval surface fire support, continuous fire means loading and firing as rapidly as possible, consistent with accuracy, within the prescribed rate of fire for the equipment. Firing will continue until suspended by the command cease loading or check firing. Repeat 461. Repeat can be given during adjustment or fire for effect missions. During adjustment, repeat means firing another rounds, with the last data and adjust for any change in ammunition if necessary. Do not send the command repeat in the initial call for fire. 462. During fire for effect, repeat means fire the same number of rounds using the same method of fire for effect as last fired. If the unit is firing 4 rounds in effect, requesting repeat will result in an additional 4 volleys. The observer may request changes in the number of guns, the previous corrections, the interval, or the ammunition. For example, write 200 repeat, request splash 463. Send splash at the observer's request. The FDC announces splash to the observer 5 seconds prior to round impact. The FDC must send splash to aerial observers and during high-angle fire missions. Do not load 464. Do not load allows the section to prepare ammunition and lay on the target without loading a projectile. When the command, cancel do not load is given, the section automatically loads and fires the weapon, except for an at my command mission. Duration, 465. The observer normally uses duration for suppression and smoke missions. Duration will tell the FDC the total time to engage a target. Figure 4.2, call for fire flowchart. Correction of errors 466. Observers or FDC personnel sometimes make errors in transmitting data or in reading back the data. If the observer realizes that an error has been made in the transmission or that the FDC has made an error in the readback, the observer announces correction and transmits the correct data. Example: prior to the first correction, the observer transmitted direction 4680. Observer immediately realizes that the direction should have been direction 5680. The observer announces correction, direction 5680. After receiving the correct readback, continue to send the rest of the call for fire. 467. When an error has been made in a subelement and the correction of that subelement will affect other transmitted data, correction is announced. Then transmit the correct subelement and all affected data in the proper sequence. Example: the observer transmitted left 200, ADD 400, up 40, over, then realizes that the correction should have been drop 400. To correct this element, the observer sends correction left 200, drop 400, up 40, over. The observer must read back the entire subelement, because the left 200 and up 40 will be cancelled if they are not included in the corrected transmission. Message to observer 468. After the FDC receives the call for fire, it determines if and how to attack the target. The FDC announces that decision to the observer in the form of a message to observer, MTO. The observer will acknowledge the MTO by reading back in entirety, and if conducting a grid mission may include break, direction, observer target direction at the end. The MTO consists of the 4 items discussed below. Units, to fire 469. The battery, or batteries that will fire the mission are announced. If the battalion is firing in effect with 1 battery adjusting, the FDC designates the fire for effect unit, battalion and the adjusting unit by using their specific call sign. Example: the battalion call sign is Thunder. Battery A is Apache. Battery A will adjust, and battalion will fire for effect. The MTO would be Thunder, Apache. Change to call for fire 470. Announce any change to what the observer requested in the call for fire. Example: the observer requests ICM in effect and the fire direction officer decides to fire variable time, VT fuse in effect. The MTO begins T, G, VT in effect or alternatively Thunder, Apache, VT in effect. Number of rounds 471. Announce the number of rounds per tube in fire for effect. Note: if the firing unit is MLRS and HIMARS, the FDC will specify only the total number of rounds to be fired. Example: the MTO thus far is T, G, VT in effect, 4 rounds or alternatively Thunder, Apache, VT in effect, 4 rounds. Target number 472. Assign a target number to each mission to facilitate processing of subsequent corrections. Example: the MTO is T, G, VT in effect, 4 rounds, AA 7732, over or alternatively Thunder, Apache, VT in effect, 4 rounds, AA 7732, over. Additional information 473. Transmit the additional information shown below separately or along with the MTO. Probable error in range, 474. If probable error in range, per, is 38 meters or greater during a normal mission, the FDC informs the observer. If per is 25 meters or greater in a precision registration, the FDC informs the observer. Angle T 475. Angle T is sent to the observer when it is 500 mils or greater or when requested. Pulse repetition frequency code 476. A laser designator can emit laser pulses of different frequencies. The laser spotters on aircraft and some munitions can sense these frequencies. These frequencies are set as a 3-digit pulse repetition frequency code on the laser designator. For a laser designation mission to be successful, the observer and the weapon delivery system must use the same pulse repetition frequency code. 477. Pulse repetition frequency, also called PRF, codes are not entirely compatible across the spectrum of military laser equipment. Most Army designators and weapons use a 3-digit code, while the Air Force uses a 4-digit code. Upon receiving the 3-digit switch setting of the laser designator, a pilot converts it to the required 4 digits by inserting a 1 immediately before the 3 digits. Time of flight 478. Send time of flight to an observer during a moving target mission, during an aerial observer mission, during a high-angle mission, and for Shelly in a coordinated illumination mission when using by round at my command, or when requested. CAS Request 479. Introduction to 9-line CAS Brief. JTACs, FAC, AS, and JFOs will use a standardized briefing to pass information rapidly. The 9-line CAS Brief, also known as the 9-line briefing, is the standard for use with fixed-wing and non-Army rotary wing aircraft. The CAS briefing form helps the aircrew to determine whether they have the information required to perform the mission. See Figure 4.4 on page 414. 1. Line 1 Ingress Point IP or Battle Position, BP. The IP is the starting point for the run into the target. For rotary wing aircraft, the BP is where attacks on the target are commenced. 2. Line 2 Heading and Offset. The heading is given in degrees magnetic from the IP to the target or from the center of the BP to the target. The offset is the side of the IP to target line on which aircrews can maneuver for the attack. 3. Line 3 Distance. The distance is given from the IP BP to the target. 4. Line 4 Target Elevation. The target elevation is given in feet MSL unless otherwise specified. 5. Line 5 Target Description. The target description should be specific enough for the aircrew to recognize the target. 6. Line 6 Target Location. The JTAC, FAC, A, or JFO provides the target location. 7. Line 7 Mark Type and Terminal Guidance. The type of mark the JTAC, FAC, A, or JFO will use, for example, smoke, laser, or infrared IR. If using a laser, the JTAC, FAC, A, or JFO will also pass the call sign of the platform or individual that will provide terminal guidance for the weapon and laser code. 8. Line 8 Friendlies. Cardinal and subcardinal heading from the target, N, NE, E, SE, S, SW, W, or NW, and distance of closest friendlies from the target in meters, for example South 300, 9, Line 9 Egress. These are the instructions the aircrews use to exit the target area. 10. Remarks and Restrictions. Supplies additional information important to the conduct of the attack. 480. JTAC to JFO Integration. JTACs and FAC, AS can use JFOs to develop and correlate targeting data, mark targets, and provide terminal guidance operations. JFOs may pass the observer lineup, the CAS situation update and observer target brief directly to the JTAC or may require the CAS aircraft to relay the situation update to the JTAC. See Figure 4.3 on page 413. In certain circumstances, the ground commander might require air support when a JTAC or FAC, A, is not available, but detailed integration with friendly forces and maneuver is still required. The commander must consider the increased risk of fratricide when using personnel who are not JTAC or FAC, A qualified. 481. The information the JFO reports will paint a picture of the battlefield for the fire cell and maneuver commander. SALT or salute reports should include targets, potential targets, and areas of interest identified in the observation plan as well as collateral damage concerns. Potential collateral damage concerns should be passed to the fire cell with cardinal-subcardinal direction and distance in meters from targets and should include a description of the composition of the collateral damage concern. For example, a one-story wooden trailer with a tin roof being used as a school, civilians in the open, or a concrete religious site. This information is critical for the commander to accurately assess the situation and associated risks to determine the proper course of action. JFO reporting information also forms the basis for the fire cell in TAC to create immediate CAS requests, so it must include all relevant data from DD Form 1972 Joint Tactical Airstrike Request Section I, Atp 3-09.30. Once the joint fire's assets are coordinated, the JFO must be able to format the targeting data properly to facilitate fires and desired effects. JFOs must also be aware of their own targeting capabilities and limitations such as target location error, range and line of sight to the target, obstructions and obscurations, equipment capabilities, and equipment operation proficiency, among others. When fires impact but fail to produce proper effects, the JFO must provide adjustments and corrections to ensure the maneuver commander's desired effects are created. The JFO must assess the effects of those fires on the intended target and other effects on the battlefield, such as resultant enemy and non-combatant activity or collateral damage. Figure 4.3 JFO Target Brief JP 3-09.3, Figure 4.4 CAS 9 Line, ATP 3-09.32, Army Attack Aviation Request, 482. Army Attack Aviation Call for Fire can be used for all threat conditions. It does not affect the aircrew's tactics in executing attacks. When operating in close proximity to friendly forces, the AMC or flight lead must have direct communication with a ground commander or observer on the scene to provide direct fire support. After receiving the Army Attack Aviation Call for Fire from the ground forces, the aircrews must positively identify the location of the friendly element and the target prior to conducting any engagement. Methods for marking the location of friendlies and the enemy include, but are not limited to, laser handoff, tracer fire, marking rounds, flares or mortars, smoke grenades, signal mirrors, versus 17 panels, IR strobe lights, laser target marker, or chemical sticks. See Figure 4.5 on page 415. Figure 4.5 Rotary Wing 5-Line Request JP 3-9.3, Naval Surface Fire Support Request, 483. On most occasions when NSFS is available, elements of an Air and Naval Gunfire Liaison Company, (UNGLICO), will be attached to the appropriate Army unit. Normally, at the maneuver company level, a firepower control team will be attached to control and coordinate naval surface fire support. If a NSFS spotter is not available, the FIST is responsible to call for and adjust NSFS. It is essential for the company or troop FSO to be aware of these differences in order to accomplish the mission in a timely manner. 484. To perform the duty of providing naval gunfire, the observer must communicate effectively with the fire support ship. To do this with the least confusion and the greatest speed, the observer uses a standardized call for fire. The call for fire is transmitted to the ship in 2 transmissions, consisting of 6 elements, with a readback break after each transmission. Figure 4.5 on page 415 and or Figure 4.6 on page 416. Figure 4.6 Naval Surface Fire Support Request ATP 3-9.32, Authentication, 485. Although improvements in communication security have allowed us to operate without authentication codes, the following procedures may still apply during degraded communication security situations. The 2 methods of authentication authorized for use are the challenge and reply and the transmission authentication. The operational distinction between the 2 is that challenge and reply requires two-way communications, whereas transmission authentication does not. For instructions on authentication procedures, refer to the Communications Electronics Operating Instructions in the appropriate technical manual and unit standard operating procedure. Challenge and reply, 486. When non-secure communications are used and excluding unique fire support operations, such as immediate suppression, consider challenge and reply authentication as a normal element of initial requests for indirect fire. The FDC inserts the challenge in the last readback of the fire request. The observer transmits the correct authentication reply to the FDC immediately following the challenge. Authentication replies exceeding 20 seconds are automatically suspect and a basis for re-challenge. Subsequent adjustment of fire or immediate engagement of additional targets by the observer originating the initial fire request normally would not require continued challenge by the FDC. Transmission authentication, 487. Use transmission authentication if authentication is required and it is not possible or desirable for the receiving station to reply. For example, imposed radio silence, final protective fire, FPF, and immediate suppression. Example. Transmission authentication for an FPF is fire the FPF. Authentication IS Whiskey Hotel, over. Example. Transmission authentication for immediate suppression is T23. This IST44 immediate suppression, grid NK 124321 altitude 345, authentication IS Tango Golf, over. FDC commands 488. Fire commands are used by the FDC to give the howitzer sections all the information necessary to start, conduct, and cease firing. In a battery without BCS, fire commands must be sent by voice. Laid 489. The FDC transmits the term laid after the guns have been laid on the firing data but the round has not been fired. The FO will receive this command after sending a CFF as do not load or after establishing a priority target. The observer acknowledges with laid, out, ready 490. The FDC transmits the term ready after the guns have been laid and the round has been loaded. The observer will receive this command after sending a CFF as at my command or by round. At my command, the observer acknowledges with ready, out, shot 491. The FDC transmits the term shot after each round fired and adjustment and after the initial round. Splash 492. The FDC transmits the term splash to inform the observer when the round is 5 seconds from detonation. The FDC transmits splash during high-angle fire, when firing in support of an aerial observer, or when requested. The observer responds with splash, out, rounds complete 493. The term rounds complete is used to signify the number of rounds specified in the fire for effect have been fired. The observer responds with rounds complete, out, sample missions 494. Tables 41 through 45, pages 418 through 419, are sample calls for fire for various types of missions. Table 41, fire mission, grid, initial fire request. Table 42, fire mission, shift, initial fire request. Table 43, fire mission, polar, initial fire request. Table 44, fire mission, suppression. Table 45, fire mission, immediate suppression. Chapter 5, Adjustment of Fire. An observer's primary mission is the placement of timely and accurate fires on targets. If an observer can locate the target accurately, fire for effect will be requested in the call for fire. Failure to locate the target accurately may result from poor visibility, deceptive terrain, poor maps, or the observer's difficulty in pinpointing the target. If the observer cannot locate the target accurately enough to warrant fire for effect, an adjustment may be conducted. Even with an accurate target location, if current firing data corrections are not available, the fire direction officer may direct that the observer conduct an adjustment. Normally, one gun fires an adjustment. Special situations in which more than one gun is used are noted throughout this discussion. Adjusting point 51. When it is necessary for the observer to adjust fire, an adjusting point must be selected. In area missions, the observer must select a well-defined point near the center of the target area on which to adjust the fire. The selected point is an adjusting point. See Figure 5.1. The location of this point is included in the target location element of the call for fire in an area fire mission. In the conduct of a registration or destruction mission, precision fire, the adjusting point is the target itself. Figure 5.1. Adjusting point in an area fire mission. Spotting. 5.2. Spotting is the observer's determination of the location of the burst, or the mean point of impact of a group of bursts, with respect to the adjusting point as observed along the observer target line. The observer should consider the most difficult spottings first. The sequence of spottings is HOB, air or graze, range, over or short, and deviation, left or right. Spottings are made for the following: when firing fuse time, the HOB, the number of meters the burst is above the target; range, whether the burst occurred beyond or short of the target; deviation, the number of mils right or left of the observer target line. 5.3. The observer normally makes spottings the instant the bursts occur. However, delayed spottings sometimes provide additional information based on drifting smoke or dust. The observer is usually required to announce the spottings during early training. Experienced observers make spottings mentally. Height of burst spotting. 5.4. The HOB spottings may be any one of the following: air, a round or group of rounds that bursts in the air. The number of mils also is given. For example, spot a burst of 10 mils above the ground as air 10. Grays, a round or group of rounds that detonates on impact. Mixed, a group of rounds that results in an equal number of air bursts and graze bursts. Mixed air, a group of rounds that results in both air bursts and graze bursts when most of the bursts are air bursts. Mixed grays, a group of rounds that results in both air bursts and graze bursts when most of the bursts are graze bursts. Range spotting. 5.5. Definite range spottings are required to make a proper range adjustment, normally a round which impacts on or near the observer target line results in a definite range spotting. Figure 5.2, on page 5.3, shows the approximate areas for various range spottings. Any range spotting other than doubtful, lost, or unobserved is definite. An observer may make a definite range spotting when the burst is not on or near the observer target line by using knowledge of the terrain, drifting smoke, shadows, and wind. However, even experienced observers must use caution and good judgment when making such spottings. Possible range spottings are: over. A spotting of over is a round that impacts beyond the adjusting point. Short. A spotting of short is a round that impacts between the observer and the adjusting point. Target. A spotting of target is a round that impacts on the target. Use this spotting only in precision fire, registration or destruction missions. Range correct. A spotting of range correct is a round that impacts at the correct range. Doubtful. A spotting of doubtful is a round that can be observed but cannot be spotted as over. Short. Target, or range correct. Lost. A spotting of lost is a round whose location cannot be determined by sight or sound. Unobserved. A spotting of unobserved is a round not observed but known to have impacted, usually heard. Note: for safety considerations regarding lost and unobserved rounds, refer to Army Regulation AR 385-63. Unobserved over or short. A spotting of unobserved over or unobserved short is a round not observed but known to have impacted over or short. Figure 5.2. Range spotting. Deviation spotting. 5.6. A deviation spotting is the angular measurement from the adjusting point to the burst as seen from the observer's position. During a fire mission, the observer measures the deviation in mils, with binoculars, or other angle measuring instrument. Visually interpolate deviation spottings to the nearest 5 mils for area fires and 1 mil for precision fires. The following are deviation spottings. Line. A spotting of line is a round that impacts on line with the adjusting point as seen by the observer, on the observer target line. Left. A spotting of left is a round that impacts left of the adjusting point in relation to the observer target line. Right. A spotting of right is a round that impacts right of the adjusting point in relation to the observer target line. Example: an observer spots a round to the right of the observer target line. The measured angular deviation is 40 mils. The deviation spotting is 40 right. 5.7. Take deviation spottings from the center of a single burst or, in the case of platoon or battery fire, from the center of the group of bursts. Make deviation spottings as accurately as possible to help in obtaining definite range spottings. Figure 5.3. Deviation spottings. Unobserved spotting. 5.8. At times, the observer may be able to make a spotting even though the round impact may not be able to be seen. Example: the observer hears but does not see the round impact, and the only possible place the round could have impacted and not been visible to the observer is in a ravine beyond the adjusting point. The burst is assumed to be beyond the adjusting point and spots it as unobserved. Over. Lost spotting. 5.9. If the observer is unable to locate the round, either visually or by sound, the round is spotted and lost. A round may be lost for various reasons. It may be a dead, non-functioning fuse, resulting in no visual or audible identification. The terrain or weather may prevent the observer from spotting the round, or its smoke. Adversary fire may prevent the observer from hearing or seeing the round. The forward observer simply may have failed to spot the round. Errors by the Fire Direction Center, FDC, or the firing piece may cause the round to be lost. GPS malfunction or fin or canard deployment malfunction for a precision-guided munition. 5.10. When dealing with a lost round, the observer must consider own experience, the level of FDC and/or gun section training, and the location of friendly elements with respect to the target. The observer should take corrective action based on the confidence in the target location, the accuracy of fire on previous missions, whether the lost round is an initial round or a subsequent round, and the urgency of the mission. 5.11. The observer must take one or more of the following corrective procedures when a round is lost. Begin a data check throughout the system, starting with the target location data and the call for fire. Request a white phosphorus, WP round, a smoke round, or a 200-meter airburst with high explosive heat. On the next round, repeat, end the mission and start a new mission. Make a bold shift. The observer should be very careful in making bold range or deviation corrections when the target plots near friendly troops. Types of corrections. 5.12. After making a spotting, the observer must send corrections to the FDC to move the burst onto the adjusting point. The observer sends corrections, in meters, in reverse of the order used in making spottings, that is, deviation, range, and HOB, deviation correction. 5.13. The distance, in meters, the burst is to be moved, right or left, is determined by multiplying the observer's deviation spotting in mils by the observer target, OT distance in thousands of meters. The observer target factor, express deviation corrections to the nearest 10 meters. A deviation correction of less than 30 meters is a minor deviation correction. The observer should not send minor deviation corrections to the FDC except as refinement data or in conduct of a destruction mission. 5.14. To determine the OT factor when the observer target range is greater than 1,000 meters, express the range from the observer to the target OT distance to the nearest 1,000 meters and then the expressed OT distance in thousands. When the range to the target falls halfway in between 1,000, for example 1,500 meters or 3,500 meters, the observer will round either up or down to the nearest even number. Example, observer target range equals 4,500 meters. Observer target distance, expressed to nearest 1,000, equals 4,000. Observer target factor, expressed in thousands, equals 4. 5.15. For an observer target range less than 1,000 meters, express the distance to the nearest 100 meters and expressed in tenths. Example, observer target range equals 800 meter. Observer target factor equals 0.8. 5.16. Announce the computed deviation correction to the FDC as left, or right, so much. The correction is opposite the spotting. 5.17. Table 5-1 on page 5.6 provides examples of the determination of deviation corrections. Table 5.1. Determination of deviation corrections. Note, Table 5.1 expresses 1,500 and 2,500 meters to the nearest even OT factor in order to maintain a common standard of expression. For example, an OT range of 3,500 meters will round up so that the OT factor is 4. But if the OT range was 3,400 then the OT factor would be 3. 5.18. If angle T is 500 mils or greater, the FDC should tell the observer. If the observer is told that angle T is 500 mils or greater, continue to use the observer target factor to make the initial deviation correction. If the observer is getting more of a correction than asked for, the observer should consider cutting the corrections to better adjust rounds onto the target. When the guns are firing, the rounds will land in an elliptical shape pattern along the gun target line. When angle T is in effect, this may result in greater than expected deviation correction. To counteract this, an inexperienced observer should generally cut corrections by half to bring rounds onto the target. A more experienced observer will be able to cut the corrections as needed to move the rounds onto the target. Range correction. 5.19. When making a range correction, the observer attempts to add or drop the adjusting round along the observer target line from a previous burst to the target. If the spotting was short, the observer will add. If the spotting was over, the observer will drop. The observer must be aggressive in the adjustment phase of an adjust-fire mission, and must use every opportunity to shorten that phase. The observer should make every effort to correct the initial round onto the target and enter fire for effect as soon as possible. Use successive bracketing procedures only when time is not critical. When conducting an adjustment onto a target, the observer may choose to establish a range bracket. Height of burst correction. 5.20. Figure 5.4 shows height of burst corrections. 5.21. Use one gun in adjusting fuse time. The observer adjusts HOB after a 100-meter range bracket has been established by using fuse quick to obtain a 20-meter HOB and fire for effect. This is done by announcing a correction of up or down so many meters. 5.22. If the spotting of the initial round is graze, an automatic correction of up 40 is sent. If the round is an airburst, the HOB of the round, in meters, is computed. HOB spotting in mils above the adjusting point multiplied by the observer target factor. The appropriate HOB correction is given to the nearest 5 meters to obtain the desired 20-meter HOB. 5.23. Enter the fire for effect phase only when the correct HOB is reasonably assured. Therefore, Do not begin the fire for effect phase when the spotting for the previous round graze or the HOB correction is greater than 40 meters. If the spotting for the initial rounds in fire for effect is mixed, the subsequent surveillance report normally includes the correction up 20. Figure 5.4. Height of burst corrections. Sequence of subsequent corrections 5.24. After the initial rounds, impacts, the observer transmits subsequent corrections until the mission is complete. These corrections include appropriate changes in elements previously transmitted and the necessary corrections for deviation, range, and HOB. Elements that may require correction and the order in which they are announced are: observer target direction, danger close and cancel danger close, trajectory, method of fire, distribution, projectile, fuse, volume, deviation, range, height of burst, target description, mission type and method of control, splash, repeat. 5.25. Any element for which a change or correction is not desired is omitted. Guidelines for subsequent corrections are discussed below. Observer target direction. 5.26. In the sequence of corrections, the observer target direction is the first item sent to the FDC. The observer must send a grid direction. If the observer is employing a magnetic compass, the direction must be converted to grid azimuth before being sent to the FDC. If the observer is using a declinated M2 compass, then the conversion to grid azimuth is already complete. Send the observer target direction if it has not been sent previously, or if the observer target direction changes by more than 100 mils from the previously announced direction. Normally, the observer sends direction to the nearest 10 mils, but can send it to the nearest 1 mil depending on the accuracy of the equipment used. Example: an observer began an adjustment on several enemy vehicles and used a tree at direction 5620 as the adjusting point. During the adjustment, the enemy vehicles moved to a new position an appreciable distance from the initial adjusting point. The observer selects a new adjusting point and measures a direction of 5840 to the new point. Since the difference between the directions to the old and new adjusting points exceeds 100 mils, the first element in the observer's next correction is direction 5840. Danger close and cancel danger close 527. If the adjustment of fires brings impacting rounds within danger close distance during the conduct of the mission, the observer must announce danger close to the FDC. The observer makes corrections from the round impacting closest to friendly troops using the creeping fire technique discussed in Section 2, Creeping Fire, Danger Close. If the adjustment of fires moves the round outside the danger close distance, the observer transmits cancel danger close. Trajectory. 528. The observer requests a change in the type of trajectory if it becomes apparent that high-angle fire is necessary during a low-angle adjustment, or that high-angle fire is no longer necessary during a high-angle adjustment. For example, if during the conduct of the mission a target moves into a defilade position, the observer may change trajectory by transmitting the correction high angle. Conversely, if a target moves out of defilade into open terrain and high-angle fire is no longer necessary, the observer requests cancel high angle. Method of fire 529. The observer transmits any correction that is necessary in the method of fire. For example, if the observer wants to change from one gun to platoon firing in order from left to right, the correction sent is platoon left. If wanting to change a platoon firing in order from right to left, the correction sent is platoon right. Distribution. 530. If an observer wants to change the distribution of fire from an artillery computer system sheaf, circular with a 100-meter radius, to another type of sheaf, the observer requests the sheaf desired, converged, open, or linear or the target length, width, and attitude. Conversely, if the observer wants to change from a specific sheaf to an artillery computer system sheaf, the transmission sent is cancel, followed by the type of sheaf being used, for example, cancel converged, or open, sheaf. Projectile 531. If the observer wants to change the type of projectile, the observer announces the desired change, for example, smoke or WP. Fuse 532. If the observer wants to change the type of fuse or fuse action, the observer announces the desired change, for example, time, delay, or VT variable time, volume. 533. If the observer wants to change the volume of fire, the observer announces the desired change, for example 2 rounds or 3 rounds. Volume refers to the number of rounds in the fire for effect phase. Deviation 534. The distance, in meters, the burst is to be moved, right or left, is determined by multiplying the observer's deviation spotting in mils by the observer target distance in thousands of meters. The observer target factor. Express deviation corrections to the nearest 10 meters. A deviation correction of less than 30 meters is a minor deviation correction. The observer should not send minor deviation corrections to the Fire Direction Center except as refinement data or in conduct of destruction missions. 535. Announce the computed deviation correction to the Fire Direction Center as left or right. Deviation correction in meters. The correction is opposite the spotting. A left spotting would result in a correction to the right. Range 536. When making a range correction, the observer attempts to add or drop the adjusting round along the observer target line from a previous burst onto the target. If the spotting was short, will add. If the spotting was over, will drop. Height of burst. 537. Use one gun in adjusting fuse time. The observer adjusts height of burst after a 100-meter range bracket has been established by using fuse quick to obtain a 20-meter height of burst in fire for effect. This is done by announcing a correction of up or down so many meters. 538. If the spotting of the initial round is graze, an automatic correction of up 40 is sent. If the round is an airburst, the height of burst of the round, in meters, is computed. Height of burst spotting in mils above the adjusting point multiplied by the observer target factor. The appropriate height of burst correction is given to the nearest 5 meters to obtain the desired 20-meter height of burst. 539. Enter the fire for effect phase only when the correct height of burst is reasonably assured. Therefore, do not begin the fire for effect phase when the spotting for the previous round, grazed or the height of burst correction, is greater than 40 meters. If the spotting for the initial rounds in fire for effect is mixed, the subsequent refinement includes the correction up 20. Target description. 540. Send the target description before a control correction during immediate suppression missions and when attacking a new target without sending a new call for fire. Mission type and method of control. 541. If the observer wants to change the mission and method of control, the observer transmits the desired method of control. For example, adjust fire, fire for effect, or at my command. If the current method of control includes at my command, the correction is cancel at my command. Splash. 542. An observer may have difficulty identifying or observing the rounds. This may be because the observer has to stay down in a concealed position much of the time, or because of other fire missions in the area. In any case, the observer may request assistance from the FDC by requesting splash. The FDC informs the observer that the round is about to impact by announcing splash 5 seconds before the round impacts. The observer may end splash by announcing cancel splash. Repeat. 543. Repeat is used in the adjustment phase if the observer wants a subsequent round or group of rounds fired with no corrections to deviation, range, or HOB. For example, time. Repeat. Repeat is also used by the observer to indicate what is wanted. Fire for effect repeated with or without changes or corrections to any of the elements. For example, ADD 50. Repeat. Adjustment techniques. 544. 4 techniques can be used to conduct area adjustment fires. Successive bracketing is best when observers are inexperienced or when precise adjustment is required, such as precision registrations and destruction missions. It mathematically ensures fire for effect rounds will be within 50 meters of the target. Hasty bracketing is best when responsive fires are required and the observer is experienced in the adjustment of fire. One-round adjustment provides the most responsive fires, but generally requires either an experienced observer or an observer equipped with a laser rangefinder. Creeping fire is best used on danger-close missions and other missions requiring the observer to make small adjustments to bring fires onto the target in order to minimize collateral damage. 545. Upon completion of each mission, refinement data and surveillance are required. From this surveillance, the FDC can determine the effectiveness of fires. Successive bracketing. 546. After the first definite range spotting is determined, the observer should send a range correction to the FDC to establish a range bracket of known distance, 1 round over and 1 round short. Once the observer establishes the bracket, successively splits the bracket until confident that the rounds will impact within 50 meters of the adjusting point when requesting fires for effect. Normally, range changes of 100, 200, 400, or 800 meters are used to make splitting the bracket easier. See Figure 5.5. The observer enters fire for effect when the rounds impact within 50 meters of the adjusting point. Example: the first round, 1 impacts over the adjusting point. See Figure 5.5. The observer should send a drop correction enough to place the next round short of the adjusting point. The observer sent drop 400, minus 400, after observing his first round. The next round, 2, impacted short of the adjusting point. The observer has now established a range bracket, with 1 round over and 1 round short of the adjusting point, separated by 400 meters. Using the successive bracketing technique, the observer sends ADD 200 plus 200. The third round, 3 impacts over the adjusting point. The observer has a 200-meter bracket because round 2 impacted short of the adjusting point and the distance between the 2 rounds was 200 meters. Splitting the bracket, the observer sends drop 100, minus 100. The fourth round, 4 impacts short. The observer has established a 100-meter bracket and now sends ADD 50. Fire for effect. The center of impact of the fire for effect rounds is now mathematically certain of being within 50 meters of the adjusting point. Figure 5.5. Successive bracketing technique. Hasty bracketing. 547. Successive bracketing mathematically ensures the observer that the fire for effect rounds will impact within 50 meters of the adjusting point. However, experience has shown the effectiveness of a fire for effect and the target decreases as the number of rounds used in adjustment increases. The adjusting rounds warn the target of an impending fire for effect, causing the target to seek cover or leave the area. 548. An alternative to successive bracketing is the hasty bracketing technique. See Figure 5.6 on page 512. If the nature of the target dictates that effective fires are required in less time than the successive bracketing technique would take, use the hasty bracketing technique. The successive hasty bracketing adjustment depends on accurate initial target location. 549. The observer gets a bracket on the first correction much as in the successive bracketing technique. The observer uses this initial bracket as a yardstick to determine the subsequent correction. The observer sends the FDC the correction to move the rounds to the target and fire for effect. Example: the first round, 1 impacts approximately 35 mils right and 100 meters short of the adjusting point. See Figure 5.6. The observer spots it as short, 35 right. With an observer target factor of 4, the observer sends left 140, ADD 200. The next round, 2 impacts approximately 10 mils left and 50 meters over the adjusting point. The observer spots it as over, 10 left. The observer looks at the round and the adjusting point and determines the need to go right 40 meters, 10x observer target factor of 4, and drop 50. The observer will then be on the adjusting point. Therefore, sends right 40, drop 50, fire for effect. Figure 5.6. Hasty bracketing technique. 1 round adjustment. 550. Unlike the preceding 2 adjustment techniques, this method does not require the establishment of a bracket. The observer spots the location of the first round, calculates and transmits to the FDC the corrections necessary to move the burst of the round to the adjusting point, and fires for effect. This technique requires an experienced observer or one with accurate distance measuring equipment such as a laser rangefinder. Normally, all missions conducted by using a laser designator and rangefinder should be fire for effect or 1 round adjustment. Danger close. 551. Use the creeping fire method of adjustment during danger close missions. The observer should make range changes by creeping the rounds to the target, using corrections of 100 meters or less, rather than making large range corrections. 552. The observer may also use creeping fire in special situations where the potential for collateral damage requires exceptional care to limit unwanted damage to structures or vehicles close to the target. Fire for effect. 553. The purpose of area fire is to create the greatest possible effects on the target by covering the target area with dense fire. The type and amount of ammunition requested by the observer depend on the type of target, its posture, and its activity. Fire for effect is entered during an adjust fire mission when a satisfactory adjustment has been obtained, that is, when deviation, range, and HOB, if firing fuse time, have been corrected to provide effects on target. 554. Normally, the observer using successive bracketing requests fire for effect once the 100-meter bracket is split. Under certain conditions when the PER of the weapon is 38 meters or larger, an observer is justified in calling for fire for effect when a 200-meter bracket is split. In this situation, the FDC notifies the observer that the PER is greater than 38 meters. 555. If fuse time is used, the observer requests fuse time after correcting range and deviation but before announcing fire for effect. With fuse time, the observer does not request fire for effect until the HOB is correct or until the observer can compute the correction that should result in the correct HOB. 556. In splitting the 100-meter bracket, the correction is time, ADD, or drop, 50, over. If range and HOB are correct, 20 meters above the ground, the observer sends fire for effect, over. 557. After requesting fuse time, the observer does not send any more range or deviation corrections to the FDC. 558. If the observer spots a round with fuse time as a graze burst and there have been no previous airbursts, the correction is up 40, over. 559. If the observer spots a round with fuse time as a graze burst and the observer has spotted a previous airburst, the correction is up 20, over. 560. If the observer spots an airburst, the correction to achieve a 20-meter HOB and fire for effect should be sent. For example, if the HOB of the last round is 40 meters, the correction is down 20, fire for effect, over. 561. Do not fire for effect from a graze burst if the correction is greater than down 40. Refinement and surveillance. 562. The observer should observe the results of the fire for effect and then take whatever action is necessary to complete the mission. Table 5.2 on page 514 shows the observer's actions and example transmissions after observing the fire for effect rounds. Table 5.2. Refinement and surveillance. Types of corrections. 563. Registrations and destruction missions fired with area munitions place a great deal of responsibility on the observer. In registration and destruction missions, the adjusting point must be accurately located. At a minimum, the observer should send an 8-digit grid. If the observer is equipped with a device capable of a more accurate target location, then a more precise grid should be sent to the FDC. Note: registration and destruction missions fired with area munitions, by their nature, require high ammunition expenditure and make the firing unit vulnerable to adversary target acquisition. Registration. 564. The firing unit conducts a registration with a single piece. Normally, the fire direction officer directs the observer to conduct the registration on a designated point. However, the FDC may direct the observer to select a registration point. The registration point should be accurately located, within 10 meters, near the center of the zone of fire, semi-permanent, located on fairly level terrain if possible, and on common grid with the firing unit. Initiation. 565. Initiate the registration with a message to observer as shown. Tables 5.3 and 5.4. Table 5.3. Registration on a known point. Table 5.4. Registration on a point selected by observer. Impact registration. 566. The objective of a registration is to get spottings of 4 rounds, 2 overs and 2 shorts, along the observer target line from rounds fired with the same data or from rounds fired with data 25 meters apart. 50 meters apart when per is greater than or equal to 25 meters. Normally this requires the spottings from 4 separate rounds. However, a target height or a round spotted as range correct provides spottings for both over and short. Thus, the observer could achieve the objective with 2 consecutive target hits or range correct spottings. 567. The observer spots the rounds for deviation to the nearest 1 mil and brings the rounds onto the observer target line before splitting a 200-meter bracket. As a rule of thumb, the observer should not make deviation corrections after establishing a 200-meter bracket. Once the observer brings the rounds onto the observer target line, the deviation is measured and recorded but makes no correction. If the range spotting is doubtful, the observer corrects for deviation only. If the observer makes a deviation correction after a 200-meter bracket is established, no previous rounds, including the last round fired, are usable rounds for determining range and deviation refinement data. 568. When the 50-meter range bracket has been established, 2 rounds are fired with data 25 meters in the direction opposite that of the last range spotting. If both rounds result in spottings of short, or over, a correction of add, or a drop, of 25 meters with a change in volume to 1 round is sent. The observer continues firing until obtaining another definite range spotting at the opposite end of the 25-meter range bracket. 569. After achieving the requirement of 2 overs and 2 shorts with the same data or data fired 25 meters apart has been met, the impact registration is ended with necessary refinement data. Refinement data may include either a deviation correction or a range correction, or both, to the nearest 10 meters. 570. In determining refinement data for range, the location of the registration point is determined with respect to the 2 sets of spottings. Then refinement data are determined and announced. The criteria for determining range refinement data are discussed below. 571. If the registration point is nearer the last rounds fired, no range refinement is necessary to move the impact toward the registration point. See Figure 5.7. Figure 5.7. No range refinement necessary. 572. If the registration point is equidistant between the two sets of rounds, the observer determines the range refinement to be 80d10 or drop 10 from the last data fired. See Figure 5.8. Figure 5.8. Drop 10. 573. If the registration point is nearer the pair of rounds at the opposite end of the bracket, instead of the last round, the observer determines the range refinement to be 80d20 or drop 20. See Figure 5.9 on page 516. Figure 5.9. Drop 20. 574. The observer must keep track of the rounds and spottings in relation to the registration point. Consider drawing a picture and numbering the rounds on DA Form 5429. See Figure 510 on page 518. 575. Note, a sketch is must in determining usable rounds on a precision registration. Figure 510. Example registration diagram, page 1. Figure 511. Example registration diagram, page 2. 576. Deviation refinement is determined by adding the deviation spottings of the rounds, establishing the too over and too short. This may include 2, 3, or 4 deviation spottings. Then divide the total of the deviation spottings by the number of rounds, 2, 3, or 4, to get an average deviation. Express the result to the nearest mill. The average deviation multiplied by the observer target factor equals the correction, which the observer expresses to the nearest 10 meters. Note, express deviation spottings to the nearest whole number and deviation refinement corrections to the nearest 10 meters. 577. After the impact phase of a registration, the observer transmits refinement data to the FDC. For example, left 20, drop 10. Normally the observer commands record as registration point. However, since artillery computer system uses only known points, the observer may be required to transmit record as known point. In either case, the FDC must send a message to observer, MTO assigning a known point number to the registration point. Example, impact registration, see Figure 510 on page 518, round, spotting, 4 plus 6R, 5 minus 8R, 6 minus 5R, 7 plus 7R. Sum of deviations is 6R plus 8R plus 5R plus 7R equals 26R. Average deviation is 26R divided by 4 rounds equals 6.5R or 6R. Observer target factor is 3. Mean point of impact is 3 times 6R equals 18 meters R or 20 meters R. Correction is left 20. Drop 10. Record as registration point. End of mission. Over. Example. Impact registration. Round. Spotting. 1 target 2 plus 7R 3 minus 3L. Sum of deviations is 0 plus 7R plus 3L equals 4. Average deviation is 4 divided by 3 rounds equals 1.33R or 1R. Observer target factor is 2. Mean point of impact is 2 times 1R equals 2 meters R, or 0. No deviation correction. Correction is 80d10. Record as registration point. End of mission. Over. Mortar registration 578. Mortar registration procedures are identical to the impact registration procedures for artillery. The exception is that once a 100-meter range bracket has been split and the last round fired is within 50 meters of the target, the observer sends refinement corrections to the FDC and ends the mission. Make range corrections to the nearest 25 meters. Only 1 round over and 1 round short are required. Figure 511, on page 520, shows an example of the last 2 transmissions to the FDC. Figure 512, mortar registration. Adjusting the sheaf for mortars. 579. One additional step that is not required for artillery but may be required for mortars is adjusting the sheaf. Adjusting the sheaf may occur anytime during a fire mission, or the FDC may direct it after a registration. If so, the FDC will send prepare to adjust the sheaf. Over. The purpose of adjusting the sheaf is to get all mortars firing parallel. Mortars are positioned with tubes numbered, for example, 1 through 4 for an 81 mm platoon, from right to left as seen from behind the tubes. If a mortar platoon has 6 tubes, the tubes will be numbered 1 through 6 when employed as a platoon or 1 through 3 when employed by sections. 580. To start adjustment of the sheaf, the observer requests section right or left. Repeat. Over. The method of fire is determined based on the wind direction. If there is a left crosswind, then the observer would direct section right. Repeat. Over. The purpose of this is so that the subsequent rounds are not obscured by dust blowing from the previous explosions. Figure 513 on page 522. For a 120 mm section, numbers 1 and 3 will fire, in that order. Number 2 conducted the registration. 581. To adjust the sheaf, All rounds must be adjusted on line at approximately the same range, within 50 meters, and with 40 meters lateral spread between rounds. In adjusting the sheaf, ignore range corrections for rounds impacting within 50 meters of the sheaf. The sheaf is adjusted perpendicular to the gun target line. If angle T is greater than 500 mils, adjust each piece onto the registration point. The FDC computes data for the sheaf. Make lateral refinement corrections to the nearest 10 meters, but do not fire corrections of less than 50 meters. Once refinement corrections for all mortars have been determined, adjust the sheaf. Figure 5.12 shows an adjusted sheaf for an 81 mm section. Figure 5.13. Adjusting mortar sheaf. Example: the observer is adjusting the sheaf of an 81 mm section. Number 2 conducted the registration. The observer has requested section right. Repeat. Over. The rounds fired impact as shown in Figure 5.13. All rounds are within 50 meters of the correct range. Only number 3 is more than 50 meters out in lateral adjustment, so send the adjustment for number 3 first. Then send the refinement data for numbers 1 and 4. Number 3, right 60. Repeat. Number 1, right 30. Number 1 is adjusted. Number 4, left 20. Number 4 is adjusted over. Figure 5.14. Section right. Repeat. Example: number 3 is now fired and the round impacts 10 meters right of the desired burst location, as indicated in Figure 5.14. The observer then sends number 3, left 10, number 3 is adjusted, sheaf is adjusted, end of mission, over. Figure 5.15. Number 3 is adjusted. Mortar registration point location considerations. 582. The following criteria should be considered when selecting a mortar registration point. Facilitate future operations. Anticipate the maximum range the mortar will fire. Transfer limits of the mortar. According to TC 3-22.91, registration corrections can be applied 1,500 meters beyond and short of the registration point and 400 mils left and right of the weapon location. In most cases, the preferred registration point location can be determined by subtracting 1,500 meters from the maximum range of the mortar or the maximum range the weapon is expected to fire. Registration point location is clear of personnel, is semi-permanent, on level terrain and easily identifiable. Also consider whether the area will support an observation post to conduct the registration. The registration point is accurately located, nearest 10 meters. Time registration 583. If a time registration is required after the impact registration has been completed, the observer determines and announces refinement data and commands the time registration to be fired. For example, right 10, ADD10, record as registration point, time, repeat, over. Note: mortars do not conduct time registrations. Mortar mechanical time fuse are typically used with illumination rounds. 584. The objective of the time portion of the precision registration is to correct the mean HOB of 4 rounds fired with the same data to 20 meters above the registration point. If the first round is a graze burst, a correction of up 40 is given. Once the observer achieves a measurable airburst, the command is 3 rounds repeat. After firing 4 rounds with the same data, end the registration with the appropriate correction to achieve a 20-meter HOB. 585. When 4 airbursts are spotted, correct the HOB to 20 meters. Determine the mean HOB by adding the 4 spottings, in mils, dividing by 4, expressing the sum to the nearest mil, and then multiplying by the observer target factor. This is the same technique used in determining deviation corrections. The sum is then expressed to the nearest 5 meters, and the appropriate correction is determined to achieve the desired 20-meter HOB. For example, up 10, record as time registration point, end of mission, over. 586. When 3 airbursts and 1 graze burst are spotted, the HOB is correct. No correction is required. 587. With 2 airbursts and 2 graze bursts, the HOB correction sent is up 10. 588. With 1 airburst and 3 graze bursts, the HOB correction sent is up 20. 589. It is a good idea to fire check rounds to verify the validity of the time registration. However, it is not mandatory. If the first airburst is extremely high, the observer may make a down correction and fire 1 round. If that round is at a measurable HOB, the observer can then fire the additional 3 rounds. Quick and time registration examples are Figures 515 through 517 on pages 524 through 527. Figure 516. Quick and time registration example, page 1. Figure 517. Quick and time registration example, page 2. Figure 518. Quick and time registration range correct spotting example, page 1. Example, quick and time registration, see Figure 515 on page 524. Refinement data for the impact portion was determined by using rounds 5, 6, 7, and 8. Sum of deviation spottings is 6R, plus 0, plus 4, plus 2R, equals 12R. Average deviation is 12R, divided by 4, equals 3R. Observer target factor is 3. Mean point of impact is 3, times 3R, equals 9 meters R, or 10 meters R. The registration point is nearer the pair of rounds at the opposite end of the bracket form. The last round fired. Correction is left 10, drop 20. Record as registration point. Time repeat, over. Refinement data for the time portion was determined by using rounds 9, 10, 11, and the sum of HOB spottings is Air 5, plus Air 6, plus Air 3, plus Air 5, equals Air 19. Average HOB is Air 19, divided by 4, equals Air 4.75, or Air 5. Observer target factor is 3. Mean HOB is 3, times Air 5, equals Air 15 meters. Correction is up 5. Record as time registration point. End of mission, over. Figure 519. Quick and time registration range correct spotting example, page 2. Figure 520. Quick and time registration during adjustment example, page 1. Example, quick and time registration, range correct spotting, see Figure 516 on page 526. Refinement data for the impact portion was determined by using rounds 4, 5, and 6. Sum of deviation spottings is 1R, plus 3L, plus 2L, equals 4L. Average deviation is 4L, divided by 3, equals 1.33L, or 1L. Observer target factor is 3. MPI is 3, times 1, equals 3 meters L, or 0 meters. The registration point is nearer the last round fired. Correction is record as registration point. Time 1 round, repeat, over. The change in the volume of fire to 1 round is required because the previous correction had changed the method of engagement to 2 rounds. Refinement data for the time portion was determined by using rounds 7, 8, 9, and 10. The time portion spottings were 3 air and 1 grays. Correction is record as time registration point. End of mission, over. Figure 521. Quick and time registration during adjustment example, page 2. Example, quick and time registration during adjustment, see Figure 517 on page 527. Refinement data for the impact portion was determined by using rounds 4, 6, 7, and 8. Sum of deviation spottings is 4, plus 1L, plus 5R, plus 1R, equals 9R. Average deviation is 9R, divided by 4, equals 2.25R, or 2R. Observer target factor is 4. MPI is 4, times 2R, equals 3 meters L, or 8 meters R, or 10 meters R. The registration point is equidistant between the 2 pairs of rounds. Correction is left 10, ADD 10, record as registration point. Time repeat, over. Refinement data for the time portion was determined by using rounds 9, 10, 11, and 12. The spottings were 2 air and 2 grays. Correction is up 10, record as time registration point. End of mission, over. Second lot registrations, 590. Conduct second lot registrations in much the same manner as first lot, single, registrations. After completing the first lot impact registration, conduct a time registration, if required. The FDC must announce to the observer observe second lot registration, see Table 5.5. The observer must re-establish the appropriate range bracket and complete the second lot registration by using the same procedures as for the first lot. Do not fire the time portion of the second lot registration. Table 5.5. Registration with 2 lots. Abbreviated registration 591. At times, the tactical situation or ammunition constraints may prohibit conduct of a full-scale registration, although not as accurate. An abbreviated registration, see Figure 518 on page 529, can provide adequate corrections for the effects of non-standard conditions. The decision to conduct an abbreviated registration rests with a fire direction officer. For this type of registration, the observer merely shortens the standard procedures. Figure 522. Abbreviated registration example, page 1. Figure 523. Abbreviated registration example, page 2. 592. Follow normal adjust fire procedures until a 100-meter bracket is split. 593. Then send the correction ADD, or drop, 50 meters. 594. Spot the resulting burst, and send minor corrections for deviation and range to the FDC in the following format. For impact end time portion of registrations, left 10, drop 40, record as registration point, time, repeat, over. For an impact-only registration, right 30, drop 10, record as registration point, end of mission, over. 595. Normal adjust fire, time adjustment procedures are followed in the time portion. Obtain an airburst and correct to 20-meter HOB. Instead of firing additional rounds, send refinement the FDC in the following format. Up 10, record as time registration point, end of mission, over. 596. Abbreviated registrations are much more accurate and therefore more feasible if the observer is equipped with a laser rangefinder. Destruction mission. 597. Use a precision-guided munition such as Excalibur or Hellfire to destroy a well-located point target. If these are not available, area munitions, such as E, may be used. If using only area munitions, fire one weapon to destroy a point target. The mission is similar to a registration in that the observer continues adjustments to establish a 25-meter bracket. Once it is established, the observer splits the 25-meter bracket by adding or dropping 10 meters and continues to fire additional rounds. After every third round, make an additional refinement, and then continue firing until the target is destroyed or the mission is ended. The observer may make corrections after each round. For example, the observer makes the refinement as shown in Figure 519. 598. Because of the amount of time and ammunition required, avoid destruction missions using only area munitions. Only a target that is critical to an operation should be engaged in this manner, and only if no other means, such as precision munitions, exists to destroy the target. Figure 524. Destruction mission, high burst or mean point of impact registration. 599. The opportunities for a registration are limited, therefore the observer may be called upon to perform it because it requires visual observation on a clearly defined, accurately located registration point in the target area. At night, visual adjustment of fire on a registration point is impossible without some type of illumination or night observation device. In desert, jungle, or Arctic operations, clearly defined registration points in the target area are not usually available. Special procedures, including special observation techniques, provide for registration under these conditions. Two such procedures are the high burst and mean point of impact registration. 5100. For the high burst registration, two observers, referred to as O1 and O2, simultaneously observe time fire aimed at a point in the air above the target. The FDC selects the point to observe. It does this by selecting the desired point of impact on the ground and projecting this point into the air with a prescribed HOB. The FDC controls the firing of the high burst registration. The unit fires the registration with a single weapon, firing the same data for all the rounds. Each observer, using an aiming circle or a laser designator and rangefinder, reports the direction from their positions to the bursts. One observer reports the vertical angle after each round. An MPI registration is the same except the fuse used is fuse quick. Location and initial orientation of the observing instruments. 5101. In a high burst registration, the accurate location of each observation post and the proper orientation of each observing instrument are very important. Each observation post location is surveyed and a line of known direction is established on the ground so that the observer can orient the instrument for direction. If possible, the observer should establish the observation post and orient the instrument for direction during daylight. However, the exact location of the instrument and the line of known direction should be marked for easy identification during darkness. These precautions allow the observer to position and orient the instrument during darkness if necessary. To establish the observation post, the observer sets the instrument over the position marker, makes sure that the instrument is level, and then orients the instrument on the line of known direction. The observer sets the azimuth of the line of known direction on the azimuth scales of the instrument by using the upper recording motion. Then, using the lower motion, the observer aligns the reticle vertical center line on the marker or the point that identifies the known direction. If using a laser, the observer places the vertical reticle edge on the known direction marker and uses the azimuth knob to put the known direction on the display. Once completed, the instrument is oriented for direction. Orientation of the observing instruments on the orienting point. 5102. The FDC tells each observer the direction and vertical angle from their positions to the orienting point. The example below is a typical message from the FDC to the observers. Example: H18 this IS H44, Observe high burst registration. Observer 1 direction 1164, vertical angle plus 12, measure the vertical angle. Observer 2 direction 0718, vertical angle minus 3, report when ready to observe. Over. 5103. Each observer, using the upper motion, sets the direction given on the azimuth scales of the instrument. The horizontal line of sight of the instrument now coincides with the horizontal line of sight from the observer's position to the orienting point. Each observer also sets the vertical angle given on the elevation scales of the instrument to orient the instrument for HOB. The manner in which the observer sets the vertical angle on the scales of the instrument depends on the type of instrument being used. 5104. The elevation scales on the M2 aiming circle are graduated so that a 0 reading on the scales corresponds to a vertical angle of 0. The scales are graduated and numbered in each direction from 0. The graduations and numbers in one direction from 0 are black. Those in the other direction are red. Black numbers indicate positive, plus, vertical angles, and red numbers indicate negative, minus, vertical angles. Operate the elevation scales on the aiming circles with the elevation micrometer knob. If the vertical angle given the observer is a negative, minus, angle, and sets its value on the elevation scales in the direction represented by the red numbers. This action places the intersection of the reticle vertical and horizontal center lines of the instrument in line with the point in the air selected as the orienting point. Measuring and reporting the first round. 5105. When the observers report ready to observe, the FDC directs the firing of the rounds one at a time. The FDC reports shot and splash after firing each round. When the burst of the first round appears, each observer determines the direction to the round by spotting the horizontal deviation from the reticle vertical center line in the reticle of the instrument and then combines this value with a reading on the azimuth scales. If the deviation is to the left of the reticle vertical center line, subtract the value from the reading on the azimuth scales. If it is to the right of the reticle vertical center line, add the value to the reading on the instrument. Example: a round bursts 20 mils right of the reticle vertical center line, and the reading on the azimuth scales is 0480. The azimuth to the burst is 0500. 0480 plus 20 equals 0500. 5106. The vertical angle to the burst is determined as discussed below. 5107. If using an aiming circle, the observer spots the number of mils the burst appears above or below the horizontal center line in the reticle of the instrument and combines this reading with a reading on the elevation scales. Example: the burst appears 10 mils above the reticle horizontal center line, and the reading on the elevation scales is plus 20. The vertical angle to the burst is plus 30. 20 plus 10 equals 30. 5108. The observers report in turn. Example: observer 1 direction 0500. Vertical angle plus 30, over. Observer 2 direction 0167, over. 5109. If the observer does not observe the initial round within the field of view of the instrument, observer should report this, the approximate direction, and vertical angle to where the round burst to the FDC. Example: observer 2 round unobserved, 2 far left, direction 0300, vertical angle plus 25, over. Reorienting on the first round. 5110. Once the observer reports the direction and vertical angle, if applicable to the first round, the observer reorients the instrument, see Figure 520, on the direction and vertical angle to where that initial round burst. This allows for smaller deviation measurements for subsequent rounds. Figure 524. Reorientation after the first round. Measuring and reporting subsequent rounds. 5111. The procedures for measuring and reporting direction and vertical angle for subsequent rounds are the same as those for the first round. However, the observer does not reorient the instrument after subsequent rounds. Observer procedures in a high burst registration. 5112. The following example illustrates the observer procedures in the conduct of a high burst registration. Only observer 1 is discussed. Example: observer 1 arrives at and occupies a position and locates the survey stake that marks the exact location of the instrument. The tag on the survey stake indicates that the azimuth of the known direction is 1860 mils and that the direction is identified on the ground as the left edge of a red building, approximately 1,500 meters to the right flank. Observer 1 places the aiming circle over the marking stake. With the upper recording motion, the observer sets off an azimuth of 1860 mils on the azimuth scales. Using the lower motion, the observer aligns the center lines in the reticle of the instrument on the left edge of the red building. The observer reports to the FDC that he is in position. Observer 1 receives the following message from the FDC: observe high burst registration. Observer 1 direction 0430, vertical angle plus 15, and measure the vertical angle. With the upper motion, Observer 1 turns the azimuth scales to 0430 and sets off plus 15 on the elevation scales. Observer 1 reports the following to the FDC: Observer 1 ready to observe. The FDC sends commands to the weapon to fire the first round. After firing the round, the FDC reports to Observer 1 shot, over and splash, over. When the first round bursts, Observer 1 observes the burst 40 mils left of the reticle vertical centerline and 5 mils below the reticle horizontal centerline. Since the deviation is to the left of the reticle vertical centerline, Observer 1 subtracts 40 from the setting on the azimuth scales, 0430, and obtains a direction of 0390. Since the burst appeared 5 mils below the reticle horizontal centerline, Observer 1 subtracts 5 from the setting on the elevation scales, plus 15, and obtains a vertical angle of plus 10. Observer 1 reports the instrument readings for the first round. Observer 1 direction 0390, vertical angle plus 10, over. Observer 1 reorients the aiming circle on a direction of 0390 and a vertical angle of plus 10, then prepares to measure the deviation of subsequent rounds. The FDC directs the weapon to fire. After firing the second round, the FDC reports to Observer 1 shot, over and splash, over. 5113. The procedures for measuring and reporting subsequent rounds are the same as those for the first round, except the observer reads the measurement from the reoriented direction and vertical angle. When the FDC has enough instrument readings to compute the registration data, it terminates the registration by telling Observer 1, Observer 1 end of mission. Mean point of impact registration 5114. In an MPI registration, the FDC selects a ground location as the orienting point and uses impact fuses in the registration. The establishment of the observation post and the procedures followed by the observers are the same as those in a high-burst registration. Once both observers have spotted the round, the firing data is not changed. After observing each round, each observer reports the direction to the round and the designated observer also reports the vertical angle. This determines a more accurate target location and altitude than is available from just a map spot. 5115. Observers must be proficient at engaging moving targets of opportunity and in planning and executing planned fires against targets that will be moving at a future time of attack. In either case, the observer must estimate the direction and speed of the adversary, determine intercept and trigger points, and time the firing so that the rounds and vehicles arrive at the desired location at the same time. This section provides an overview of the general procedures for moving targets, both planned and targets of opportunity. Target of opportunity, 5116. Often, with a moving target of opportunity, the observer must quickly initiate the fire mission to alert the firing unit, while simultaneously estimating the intercept and trigger points. Training, practice, and experience are critical in the execution of fires against moving targets of opportunity, as there is little time to complete the task and the pressure is usually intense. Observers should receive regular training in the attack of moving targets of opportunity, in a variety of scenarios and conditions, in order to maintain their skill in this task. Planned target 5117. The degree of prearrangement for a planned target may vary, but in each case, some prior coordination or action has been completed to facilitate engagement. 5118. The procedure for calculating the intercept and trigger points for planned moving targets is basically the same as for engaging targets of opportunity. However, the observer has the opportunity to better select intercept and trigger points better suited to the anticipated situation. In addition to the intercept and trigger points described below, the observer should determine the points at which the observer can expect to become aware of or receive notification of the moving target, and at which point the observer will be able to observe the target under various conditions: day, night, fog. Understanding the time-distance relationships of these various points is critical to the successful planning of fires against moving targets. 5119. Because accurately predicting the adversary's movement is not always possible, the observer may need to plan multiple intercept and trigger points for a planned moving target. To prevent confusion, the observer can plan a mission based on a primary intercept point, then determine and record the shift data necessary to shift the mission from the primary to an alternate intercept point. 5120. Additionally, the observer should be prepared to execute the mission as a target of opportunity mission, quickly determining new intercept and trigger points if the adversary moves differently than what the observer had planned for. 5121. Another advantage of planned targets is that the observer may have the opportunity to mark trigger or even intercept points so that they are more visible and identifiable under a variety of battlefield conditions. Marking is discussed later in this section. Moving target calculation, 5-122. The following paragraphs outline the basic procedures for calculating the points and data needed to execute fires against moving targets. The procedures described are for attack against a moving target of opportunity, but the observer uses the same basic methodology for planned moving targets. Determine target direction and speed. 5-123. After acquiring the target, the observer tracks it until sure of the direction in which it is moving. As the target moves from point A to point B, see Figure 521, the observer can use one of four methods to determine its speed. Estimation method. 5-124. First, the observer can estimate the speed: slow, 3 meters per second, 7 miles per hour, medium, 5 meters per second, 11 miles per hour, fast, 8 meters per second, 18 miles per hour. Lasing method. 5-125. The observer can use a lasing device to measure the distance the target moves during a certain time interval. As the target moves, the observer lases it and converts the polar data to grid locations for points A and B. Then the observer determines how far the target moved by measuring the distance between points A and B and rounding to the nearest 1 meter. The observer divides the distance traveled by the time interval between points A and B to determine the target speed in meters per second. Reticle pattern method. 5-126. This method works best when the target is moving across the observer's field of view. The observer can use the reticle pattern in any device with a reticle pattern graduated in mils to measure the distance the target moves during a certain time interval. As the target moves across the reticle pattern, the observer measures the number of mils traveled to the nearest 5 mils, then multiplies that number by the observer target factor to convert the distance traveled by the target to meters. The observer divides the distance traveled by the time interval to determine the target speed in meters per second and then rounds to the nearest 1 meter. The reticle pattern method does not work if the target is moving directly toward or away from the observer. Note, the observer can also designate, by using a lasing device or binoculars, a distance on the ground, for example, 100 meters, then times how long the target takes to travel that distance and divides that distance by the time interval. Laser range method. 5-127. This method works best when the target is moving directly toward or away from the observer. The observer can use a laser rangefinder to determine the range to points A and B. The observer must first determine and record the range to A. When the vehicle reaches point A, the observer tracks the vehicle for a specified time interval. When the time interval has passed, the observer lases the target to determine range at point B. Subtracting the smaller range from the larger range will give the distance between A and B. The observer now knows how far the vehicle moves during the specified time interval. The laser range method does not work if the target is moving across the observer's field of view. Predict the intercept point. 5-128. Once the observer determines the speed and direction of the target, the intercept point, grid, at which to engage the moving target must be predicted. See Figure 521 on page 537. To do this, the observer first gathers and adds the following information: total processing time, in seconds, observer, fire cell, FDC and gun times, time of flight, estimated based on previous fire missions or by request upon establishment of the observation post. 5-129. The observer then multiplies that sum by the target speed. The product is the minimum distance to plot the intercept point in front of the moving target in the direction it is traveling. So the target will not pass the intercept point before the round impacts. The observer must plot the intercept point distance well ahead of the moving target to allow enough time to get the grid and prepare the call for fire. Experience dictates how far ahead of the target to plot the intercept point, and an experienced observer should add to the intercept distance half the distance determined to allow enough time. To simplify plotting, the observer can round up the intercept distance to the nearest 100 meters. Figure 525. Determining the intercept point. Example, see Figure 521. The distance measured between points A and B is 50 meters. The time interval between A and B is 10 seconds. Speed of the target is 50 meters in 10 seconds, or 5 meters per second. Total processing time is 3 minutes, 180 seconds. Time of flight is 20 seconds. The distance at which to plot the intercept point is 5 meters per second x 200 seconds, or 1000 meters. The observer must convert minutes to seconds for this procedure to work. 5-130. Given the above example, The intercept point must be at least 1,000 meters in front of the target along the intended path of the target. The method of control should be observer control, at my command. Then use the intercept point grid in the call for fire as the target location. Determine the trigger point 5131. After determining the intercept point and sending the mission to the firing unit, the observer must determine a point at which to command the guns to fire. This point is determined to ensure both the rounds and the target arrive at the intercept point at the same time. When the target passes over or near the trigger point, the observer commands the guns to fire. 5132. In determining the trigger point, the observer must consider the intended path of the target, target speed, time of flight, and call for fire transmission time. 5133. The first step is to determine the distance from the planned target location or intercept point to the trigger point. The observer adds the transmission time, an average of 5 seconds, to the time of flight received in the MTO and multiplies this sum by the speed of the target. Example: transmission time is 5 seconds, time of flight is 20 seconds, target speed is 5 meters per second. Distance to trigger point equals transmission time plus time of flight times target speed, or 5 seconds plus 20 seconds times 5 meters per second equals 125 meters. 5134. Plot the trigger point by measuring the distance determined above from the planned target location or intercept point along the intended path toward the moving target. See Figure 522. Figure 526. Determining the trigger point. 5135. If the target passes the trigger point before the battery reports ready, the observer should make a bold shift to new target location by using the same trigger point and intercept distances. Send a grid for the new location to the FDC immediately. 5136. If the observer does not intend to request at my command or by round at my command, the trigger point becomes the point at which the call for fire was initiated. In this case, mission reaction time must be included in determining the distance to the trigger point. This allows time for the mission to be processed and the firing unit to shift onto the target. Normal mission reaction times are: priority targets, 30 to 60 seconds, plus time of flight. On-call targets, 90 to 120 seconds, plus time of flight. Targets of opportunity, 150 to 180 seconds, plus time of flight. Note, these are ideal averages and will not be applicable to all situations. For targets of opportunity during high-tempo operations, the observer or fire planner may need to allow as much as 7 minutes in reaction time, from end of mission of a previous mission to ready at my command on the moving target mission. The battlefield situation, training, and combat status of the observer and firing unit, and other factors will affect reaction times. This may require the observer to identify 2 trigger points for planned missions, one to initiate the at my command or by round at my command mission and one to send the fire command. Trigger and intercept point considerations. 5137. Ideally, the trigger and intercept points will be an easily identifiable point, terrain feature, or object. This is often difficult to accomplish for targets of opportunity, but for planned targets, the observer frequently has more flexibility in selecting points that will facilitate the execution of the fires. 5138. However, the observer will often be unable to plan the intercept and trigger point for a planned moving target on easily identifiable objects or terrain features. In these cases, the observer should identify the appropriate point on the ground, then determine and record the direction, distance, and vertical azimuth to the point. This should be done from the point at which the target will be observed during the battle to ensure accuracy. Laser designators and rangefinder are extremely useful for this purpose. Trigger points established in this manner are often referred to as laser triggers, as opposed to physical trigger. Trigger point marking. 5139. If time and conditions permit, the observer may want to mark the trigger points so that they are more visible under various battlefield conditions. While this is especially useful for laser triggers, a laser trigger becomes a physical trigger when marked. It may also be beneficial when the object or terrain feature of a physical trigger may not be easily identifiable under conditions of limited visibility. Often, observers can mark a trigger point together with target area survey and refinement. 5140. In some instances, the observer may also want to mark the intercept point, especially if direct fire weapons or air assets will jointly attack the target or if planned fires are the backup attack means. The marking of the intercept point allows these systems and other observers to orient on the location and record the data for future use. 5141. As much as possible, trigger markers should be observable by multiple observers or from multiple locations, in case the observer must move. They should also blend in with the terrain or be placed so that they are not obvious to the adversary. Trigger markers should also be coordinated with a maneuver unit's direct fire target reference point. All types of trigger markers have limitations that the observer must understand. 5142. A trigger marker may be visual or thermal. A visual trigger marker, such as a marking panel or chemical light, is clearly visible to normal eyesight. Binoculars may be required, under ideal conditions, but is affected by light, fog, and other adverse conditions. A thermal trigger, for example, burning charcoal, reverse polarity tape, or a versus 21 panel. The versus 17 panel is normally not visible in thermal sites, is visible day or night, but may be impacted by dense smoke or fires, burning equipment, munitions, or vegetation, and will only be visible as long as they produce the thermal signature. Use markers that have limited visibility or short durations, and require replacement or replenishment, for marking triggers closer to the observer's location. 5143. Reverse polarity tape is difficult to observe beyond 5 kilometers. It is visible through a thermal sight day and night, and adverse weather rarely affects the tape severely. A 5-gallon antifreeze can containing sand and diesel will rarely emit a thermal signature beyond 6 hours. Plywood panels are difficult to conceal from adversary observation. Chemical lights are usually too small to observe from long distances and may be visible to the adversary. Laser triggers minimize the limitations of physical triggers, as they are virtually undetectable to the adversary and require little time to place. However, they require a mounted or dismounted observer with a laser designator and rangefinder to maintain a stationary location. If the observer moves, then the established trigger is no longer valid. A combination of laser and physical triggers is the most effective method of establishing trigger points. 5144. Plan the placement and lighting and initiation of trigger markers, such as chemical lights or thermals, based on their durations, effects, and other applicable considerations. Plan and assign responsibilities as timeline events, and placement can be centralized, with one person, such as the fire support non-commissioned officer, NCO, placing all trigger markers, or it may be decentralized, with each observer or platoon responsible for emplacing their assigned trigger markers. There are several methods for emplacing and initiating trigger markers. The observer, another member of the fire support team, or a member of the supported maneuver unit can go forward at an appropriate time and emplace or light and initiate the trigger markers. The individual should have communications and confirm that the marker is visible and properly emplaced. Do this in conjunction with target reference point markers to reduce movement and save time. This is the preferred method. A member of any forward security forces can emplace or initiate and light the trigger markers as they pull back from their forward locations. Usually this should be a fire support soldier familiar with the trigger marker plan. 5145. Fire support leaders should develop a trigger marker employment plan that best addresses the mission variables, supports the maneuver commander's plans, and ensures that primary and alternate observers can observe the trigger points. Recording data 5146. For planned targets, the observer should record the distance, direction, and vertical azimuth from the observation point to all trigger and intercept points. Use laser designator and rangefinder if available, as well as a brief description of the points. This allows the observer, or other members, to orient on the points quickly, which is especially helpful when visibility is limited. It also facilitates battle handover if observers change. The observer can also record any of the other factors, such as firing unit and time of flight, that are essential to his time, distance, and execution calculations. Helpful notes. 5147. Table 5.6 provides some additional notes for observers. Table 5.6. Helpful notes for the observer. Chapter 6. Special munitions. This chapter discusses the characteristics and any special considerations or procedures required to fire special munitions. Characteristics of the Excalibur 6.1. The M982 series Excalibur is a 155 mm GPS-aided and internal measurement unit-guided projectile that uses a jam-resistant GPS receiver and a guidance package that enables the projectile to fly with GPS accuracy to pre-programmed aim points, independent of range. The projectile uses a gliding airframe to achieve extended range. 6.2. Excalibur delivers a high explosive warhead out to ranges between 8 and 37.5 kilometers with a circular error probable, CEP of less than 10 meters. CEP is an indicator of the delivery accuracy of a weapons system, used as a factor in determining probable damage to target. It is the radius of a circle within which half of a missile's projectiles are expected to fall, JP 360. 6.3. Excalibur has 3 fuse options: point detonating, delay and proximity with an HOB of 4 meters. 6.4. Excalibur is only fired in high-angle fire. This allows maximum acquisition time for the GPS receivers and guidance components, and for corrections along the guided portion of the trajectory. High-angle fire optimizes the ranges Excalibur can achieve, due in large part to the projectile's aerodynamic design and features that allow the projectile to glide, thus achieving greater range than a purely ballistic trajectory projectile. The Excalibur's guidance system corrects its flight path for optimum attack angle and precise engagement of the provided coordinates. Once near the target location, Excalibur performs a top-down maneuver that allows for a nearly vertical attack angle on the target. 6.5. Excalibur does not require laser designation and cannot be guided onto the target by a laser. It is not designed to destroy buildings or as a tank killer. The Excalibur projectile has roughly the equivalent explosive power of a standard M107 artillery projectile. The unitary warhead has a hardened casing that enables it to penetrate 4 inches of reinforced concrete before detonating. Fuse delay. Table 6.1 describes the primary benefits of Excalibur. Table 6.1. Characteristics of Excalibur. Ballistic Impact Point. 6.6. A ballistic impact point, BIP, is the location on the ground where a projectile will impact if it were to follow an unguided ballistic path. For example, in the event an Excalibur projectile does not acquire adequate GPS signal, or experiences a reliability failure in flight, the round is designed to continue on an unguided ballistic trajectory to a BIP without arming and impact as a dud, normally burying itself from 4 to 12 feet in the ground. Actual depth depends on the soil conditions. Issues exist concerning collateral damage and the possibility of the adversary using the dud to manufacture an improvised explosive device. It is important that the risk of an errant round be managed with the appropriate level of importance, given the adversary, tactics and politics of the situation. Predicted BIP. 6.7. The artillery computer system determines a predicted BIP for every Excalibur mission fired. The predicted BIP is a calculated impact point that may drift away from the gun target line due to the effects of meteorological conditions. It is also important to understand that ballistic dispersion error can cause the round to impact as much as 500 meters from the predicted BIP. If this location does not lie beyond the coordinated fire line and fire support coordination line, then this location must be cleared with maneuver as if it were a target location. The supported maneuver commander, however, may be willing to accept risking clearing these BIP locations given the fact that if an Excalibur round does fly a ballistic flight path to one of these locations, it should impact as a dud, thus causing minimal collateral damage and posing little risk to friendly troops. The munition flight path trajectories are displayed on the same artillery computer system that computed the ballistics. This information may be passed up the organizational chain, particularly for airspace control. Forced BIP. 6.8. A user-defined or forced BIP is described as a point and should be located at least 500 meters from all sensitive structures or areas. Forced BIPs facilitate the rapid employment of Excalibur with minimized risk of a failed round impacting near a sensitive area. It is a spot on the ground that is pre-cleared with a maneuver commander for use as a BIP for Excalibur missions. With the use of a pre-cleared forced BIP, only the target location needs clearing with a supported maneuver unit. If the round were to malfunction and follow a ballistic path, it would impact in this pre-cleared location, which greatly narrows the search area if the round must be recovered due to improvised explosive device concerns. The commander may choose to define a large area as either a limited access area or a free fire area within which several forced BIPs may be selected anywhere within the limited access area or free fire area boundary. This technique provides greater flexibility in selecting the BIP and allows some latitude for the battery and platoon FDC to select forced BIPs within the limited access area or free fire area. Again, the maneuver commander may be willing to accept some risk in designating a BIP since any Excalibur round that would impact in the BIP would be a dud. Note: a limited access area graphic is comprised of a general area graphic, which defines the area and relays the nature of the hazard or obstacle, and a pentagon, which denotes the unit or equipment type that is restricted from the area. See MIL ST-2525D for more information on the limited access area. Sample Excalibur mission. Tables 6.2 and 6.3, on page 6.3, provide sample Excalibur calls for fire. The grid location will always be expressed to a minimum of 10 digits. The observer specifies the target location error to the FDC based on the capabilities of the observer and equipment used in the target location portion of the CFF. Table 6.2 Fire for effect Excalibur with proximity fuse. Table 6.3. Fire for effect Excalibur with delay fuse. 6-9. For more information on Excalibur, CTB 9-1320-203-10. Characteristics of the Accelerated Precision Mortar Initiative, APMI 610. The Accelerated Precision Mortar Initiative, APMI, is an organic, indirect fire capability that provides all-weather, precision-guided munition to infantry battalions. APMI is a capability intended to maximize the infantry battalion's ability to defeat targets in situations where rules of engagement would otherwise not allow target engagement due to collateral damage concerns or to exposing soldiers to adversary weapon systems. It is available to the commander to employ in complex, mountainous, restrictive terrain, and urban environments. Its accuracy mitigates collateral damage and reduces the number of rounds required to create the desired effect on the target. 611. APMI is a system of systems composed of 4 systems which include the XM 395 mortar cartridge, the XM 701 Precision Lightweight Universal Mortar Setter System, PLUMSS, the M32 Lightweight Handheld Mortar Ballistic Computer, and the M150/M151 Mortar Fire Control System dismounted. 612. APMI XM 395 cartridge uses a standard M934 high-explosive 120mm mortar projectile body. In the nose, a GPS receiver and computer-controlled aerodynamic directional fins keep the round on its programmed trajectory. Folding fins in the tail provide stability. 613. AMPI also has a multifunctional fuse, which allows the round to be programmed to explode in the air. The fuse mode is proximity as opposed to time setting. AMPI will only denote at a factory-determined height of burst, which user soldier may not change to detonate along the trajectory. 614. In order for the autonomous flight and fuse control to function properly, operators must input mission and GPS data from a fire control computer into the round using a setting device. 615. The characteristics of the APMI and the call for fire are similar to the Excalibur CFF. Table 6.4 on page 6.4 provides an example APMI call for fire. Table 6.4. Fire for effect with APMI. Characteristics of the Precision Guidance Kit 616. The M1156 Precision Guidance Kit, PGK, is an inductively set GPS-guided fuse. PGK is set using the M1155 Enhanced Portable Inductive Artillery Fuse Setter, EPFs, to transfer power and initialization data, GPS data, satellite data, gun and target locations, fuse mode, and trajectory algorithms. The PGK fused round is fired along a computed reference trajectory. As the round travels along its ascending branch, it acquires GPS and begins guidance at apogee. As the round drifts onto a ballistic trajectory, canards on the fuse correct the projectile's flight and range and deflection back to the reference trajectory to guide the round at programmed target grid. It is essential that the unit meet the 5 requirements for accurate fire in order to compute the correct reference trajectory and put PGK within its maneuver authority relative to the target. PGK has a 50-meter CAP and is authorized fire use on the M795He and M549A1 Harriet projectiles fired from the M777A2 and M109A6 Paladin. The M1156 PGK has 2 fuse modes, point detonating PD, and proximity, PROX. 617. PGK provides a precision capability that gives the maneuver commander an increased capability to create effects with He projectiles from 13 kilometers out to the maximum range of the projectile. PGK can be employed at ranges of 8 kilometers and beyond. However, at these shorter ranges, due to inherent CAP of conventional munitions, PGK may not provide any increase in accuracy. This has contributed to the 50-meter CEP at all ranges with a PGK-fused projectile, allowing for the greater efficiency of the rounds fired. This increased efficiency means fewer rounds to create the desired effects on the target. It will allow commanders to shape tactical engagements, mass effects to support maneuver, and lessen over-reliance on direct fires. At unit and soldier level, PGK will be used in much the same manner as current cannon fuses, and its employment will be almost seamless since it uses the same procedures in place today. 618. The changes to the standard CFF request format include requesting PGK as the fuse type and reporting TLE in the target location portion of the CFF. If the observer does not include the TLE in the CFF request, the FDC will then prompt the observer to provide TLE, if available. Characteristics of the guided MLRS 619. The M30 Guided Multiple Launch Rocket System, GMLRS, Integrates a GPS-aided inertial guidance and control package into dual-purpose improved conventional munitions, DPICM, multiple launch rocket system, MLRS. Unlike the traditional free-flight M26 series rockets, whose accuracy degrades as the range to the target increases, the GMLRS provides consistent improved accuracy from a 15-kilometer minimum range to a maximum range of 70-plus kilometers. Improvements in accuracy increase lethality, while reducing rocket expenditures and reducing the risk of collateral damage that is normally associated with free-flight munitions. Each M30 GMLRS rocket contains 404 and 101 submunitions effective against personnel and soft to lightly armored targets. 620. The M31/M31A1 GMLRS warhead is a 200-pound class scored steel case fragmentation high explosive warhead. Maximum range exceeds 70 kilometers. In addition to providing point detonating, delay, and proximity fusing options, a vertical attack trajectory option exists to enable employment in urban environments and in maximizing effectiveness of delay and proximity fuse modes. The proximity fuse mode causes warhead detonation at approximately 7 meters above the target, the point detonating mode causes detonation upon impact, and the delay mode causes detonation as the nose cone penetrates about 1 meter into the ground. This places the explosive-filled canister partially below the surface of the ground. Sample GLMRS Mission 621. Request GMLRS in a standard call for fire just like any other specific ammunition. Table 6.5 provides a sample GMLRS call for fire. Planned GMLRS missions currently require a mensurated target location. Table 6.5. Fire for effect with GLMRS unitary. Characteristics of improved conventional munition 622. Improved conventional munitions are base ejection projectiles with a mechanical time fuse and a body assembly containing a number of submunitions, grenades. Centrifugal force dispenses the grenades radially from the projectile line of flight. The size and shape of the submunitions dispersion patterns are not constant and change over range. In addition, the concentration of submunitions is not uniform over the entire surface area. There is a noticeable decrease of submunitions in the center of the dispersion pattern. There are two types of ICM rounds, the anti-personnel round and the dual-purpose round. Table 6.6 shows the number of grenades in each ICM round. Table 6.6. Improved conventional munitions. Anti-personnel round 623. The anti-personnel improved conventional munitions, APICM, see Figure 6.1, are most effective against unwarned, exposed personnel. When the fuse functions, an expelling charge forces the grenades out through the base of the projectile. Small vanes on each grenade flip upward, arming the grenade and stabilizing it in flight. When the striker plate on the base of the grenade contacts the ground, the grenade is hurled upward 4 to 6 feet and detonates. M449 APICM dispersion pattern is generally elliptical in shape. The dispersion pattern covers approximately 100 meters by 60 meters. APICM is no longer manufactured but is still held in war reserve. Figure 6.1. APICM grenades. Dual-purpose round 624. DPICM grenades, see Figure 6.2, are most effective against lightly armored or thin-skinned vehicles. After the grenade is ejected, a ribbon streamer arms and stabilizes it. On impact, a shaped charge that can pierce light armor is detonated. The surrounding steel case fragments are very effective against personnel as well. 625. M438A1 DPICM dispersion generally changes shape from elliptical at minimum ranges and lower charges to almost circular at maximum ranges. At minimum ranges, the dimensions are approximately 50 meters by 100 meters. At maximum ranges, they are approximately 100 meters by 120 meters. Figure 6.2, 155 mm DPICM grenade. Base burn round 626. The M864 base burn DPICM has a larger dispersion pattern than that of the M438A1 DPICM despite having fewer grenades. However, because it is designed for employment at longer ranges, which produces a steep angle of fall, the dispersion pattern is typically circular. At its designed ranges, the dispersion pattern covers approximately 150 meters by 150 meters. ICM call for fire and adjustment, 627. The ICM call for fire is the same as any call for fire. The observer identifies the type of ICM requesting to be fired in effect by referring to APICM as APICM and DPICM as ICM. Base burn DPICM is normally employed at ranges beyond the M438A1 DPICM, as determined by the FDC. Normal corrections for heat and adjustment apply. However, the fire for effect phase is entered once a 100-meter bracket is split. Range and deviation 628. Because of the size of the effects pattern, do not make deviation shifts of less than 50 meters and range corrections of less than 100 meters. Height of burst, 629. Because of the reliability of the round, no adjustment for HOB is required before firing for effect. If a repeat of fire for effect is required, adjust the HOB. Adjust the HOB in increments of 50 meters. 630. If a large number of duds are observed or the effects pattern is too small, the observer should give an up correction. This correction should not exceed 100 meters. Danger close 631. When adjusting close and fires with ICM, the observer must start the adjustment at least 600 meters from friendly troops, depending on the relative locations of weapons, target, and friendly troops. Give special consideration to the direction and speed of the wind in the target area. Make adjustments with the entire battery. Make corrections from the edge of the effects pattern nearest to the target. Sample ICM Mission 632. Table 6.7 through 6.9, on page 6.8, provide sample ICM calls for fire. Table 6.7. Fire for effect with ICM. Table 6.8. Heat adjustment, APICM in effect. Table 6.9. ICM adjustment, ICM in effect. ICM considerations, 633. Anytime ICM rounds are fired, between 2 and 3% of the submunitions fail to arm or detonate. This rate can be higher if correct employment procedures are not followed or if ICM are delivered into a target area where the terrain is not suited for ICM employment. 634. Dud submunitions can pose significant risks to friendly personnel and equipment. The Fire Support Officer, FSO, must advise the commander and staff on the risks associated with ICM employment. Compare this risk assessment to the effectiveness of using ICM and meeting the commander's guidance for fire support. 635. Planning for ICM attack of targets should incorporate the following employment and safety considerations. Employment considerations, 636. Use caution when considering ICM employment in forests, mountainous areas, slope greater than 60%, rocky uneven terrain, soft marshy areas, or into target areas covered with deep snow or water. Advise supportive commanders that they can anticipate higher dud rates for ICM submunitions in these conditions. Safety consideration, 637. Ensure personnel are trained to identify various submunitions and are aware of their hazards. 638. Establish and follow procedures for disseminating information concerning areas where ICM submunitions pose a hazard to friendly operations. Characteristics of field artillery scatterable mines 639. In the field artillery, a scatterable mine refers to the two types of field artillery delivered scatterable mines, the remote anti-armor mine system and area denial artillery munitions, Atp 3-34.22 and TM 43-0001. 28 for additional information on the ROMs and ATOM. 640. The planning associated with obstacles is the responsibility of the engineer cell. The relationship between the engineer and fire cells is crucial, as these minefields are delivered by field artillery assets. ROMs projectile 641. Use ROMs projectiles to delay or disrupt adversary formations and maneuver or to reinforce existing obstacles. A 155 mm howitzer fires the ROMs projectile which base ejects anti-armor mines, see Figure 6.3, over the target area. After a short delay to allow for mine freefall, impact, and roll, the magnetically fused mines arm themselves. Upon arming, field artillery delivered scatterable mines perform a self-test. All mines that fail the self-test SD immediately. Any metallic object such as a tank or self-propelled vehicle passing over the armed mines will cause the mines to detonate. 20% of ROMs mines have anti-disturbance features that cause the mines to detonate if they are moved or picked up. If not detonated, ROMs mines begin to self-destruct after 80% of the factory set SD time elapses. The probability of a live mine existing past its stated SD time is 0.001. The SD time for the munitions are, the M718 and M718A1 projectiles have a long SD time, 48 hours. The M741 and M741A1 projectiles have a short SD time, 4 hours. Note: most ROMs and ATOM mines arm in 2 minutes. Production improved mines, type designated A1 arm in 45 seconds. Figure 6.3. ROMs mine. ATOM projectile 642. Use ATOM mines against personnel, dismounted personnel in an armored attack, or on existing anti-tank obstacles to hinder dismounted breaching. When employed against an adversary that has a dismounted breaching capability, deliver atom mines directly on top of a ROM's minefield. Atom rounds are always the last rounds fired when used in conjunction with ROMs or other munitions. This prevents the accidental destruction of the atom munitions by other munitions. 643. A 155 mm howitzer fires the atom projectile which base ejects 36 anti-personnel mines, see Figure 6.4c on page 610, over the target area. When an atom mine comes to rest on the ground, several tripwire sensors are deployed out to a maximum distance of 20 feet. When a sensor is disturbed or tripped, it propels a small ball-like munition 2 to 8 feet upward. The munition detonates and scatters approximately 600, 1.5 grain steel fragments in all directions. If not detonated, the atom mines will begin to SD after 80% of the factory set SD time elapses. The destruct times for the munitions are: the M692 projectile has a long SD time, 48 hours. The M731 projectile has a short SD time, 4 hours. Figure 6.4. Atom mine. Types of minefields. 644. FSOs use 3 types of ROMs and atom minefields to support the commander's scheme of maneuver and to provide maximum troop safety. The 3 types are planned, target of opportunity, and minefields used with other munitions. Planned minefields. 645. Planned minefields are scheduled or on-call targets that support barrier or obstacle plans and are included on a target list. They require extensive coordination between maneuver, engineer, and fire support. Planned minefields may consist of long or short SD mines. Minefield safety zones are computed before firing. Target of opportunity minefields. 646. Initiate target of opportunity minefields when requested in a call for fire. They consist of only short SD mines and provide the supportive commander with an immediate minefield. The standard minefield module is 400 meters by 400 meters. The minefield may consist of a combination of 24 ROMs and 6 atom projectiles. These numbers may change depending on the adversary, commander's guidance, and the unit's SOP. The safety zone is based on a single aim point and is computed immediately after the minefield is fired. Minefields used with other munitions. 647. Minefields established in conjunction with an attack using other munitions such as HE or DPICM may be either a planned minefield or target of opportunity minefield. They consist of only short-duration mines and are used to extend the delay, disruption, or destruction caused to the target. Size these minefields according to the method of attack and use ROMs, atom, or a combination fired in the last volley. Firing the mines prior to the last volley risks detonating the mines as other munitions impact. Compute the safety zone immediately after firing. Selection of minefield density. 648. Selection of minefield density is based on the purpose of the minefield. Table 610 shows density selections available for ROMs and atom. Table 610. Minefield density for ROMs and atom. Selection of SD time. 649. The selection of the SD time is based on several considerations: scheme of maneuver, current as well as future operations. Type of minefield, planned or standard target of opportunity. Minefield location. Tactical situation, offense or defense. Nature of adversary forces. Availability of projectiles. Time frame involved. Command authority to place scatterable mines. Target location. 650. Location and placement of the minefield is determined by the commander to support the scheme of maneuver. Moving target. Aim point. 651. Place the aim point for a moving target directly in front of the adversary axis of advance 1000 meters in front of the adversary target for every 10 km per hour of speed as shown in Figure 6.5 on page 612. This allows enough time for mine delivery and arming before an adversary passes through the minefield. Figure 6.5. Aim point location for moving targets. Stationary target. Aim point. 652. Place the aim point for a stationary target over the target center as shown in Figure 6.6. Figure 6.6. Aim point location for stationary targets shows a company area template but no aim point. Figure 6.6. Aim point location for stationary targets. Call for fire and adjustment. 653. Generally, the call for fire for scatterable mines is transmitted and processed in the same manner as other target of opportunity fire missions. Unless the observer requests ammunitions for adjustment, the observer will receive self-registering DPICM in adjustment and the standard minefield in effect, 24 ROMs and 6 atom. 654. Targets of opportunity are either fire for effect or adjust fire missions. Do not request a fire for effect mission if the center of the minefield is less than 700 meters from the nearest friendly position. Do not request an adjust fire mission if the center of the minefield is less than 425 meters from the nearest friendly position. 655. Adjustment procedures for field artillery delivered scatterable mines are identical to those described for ICM. Warning: scatterable mines should never be emplaced closer than 425 meters from friendly positions. Sample SCATMIN Mission 656. Tables 611 and 612 provide sample scatterable mine calls for fire. Table 611. Fire for effect mission with ATOM. Table 612. AF mission with ROMs. Characteristics of illumination. 657. Illumination provides friendly forces with enough light to aid them in ground operations at night. It facilitates operations for the observer and the maneuver unit. The use of illuminating projectiles must be coordinated with other operations to avoid compromise of or interference with other friendly units, especially when night vision devices are being used. 658. The illumination shell is a base ejection projectile containing a flare attached to a parachute. It is used to illuminate areas of suspected adversary activity, provide illumination for night adjustment of fires, harass adversary positions, furnish direction to friendly troops for attacks or patrol activities, mark targets by air and ground bursts for attack by CAS, washout threat passive night sight systems when used at ground level. Employment considerations. 659. Illumination rounds may aid target acquisition when friendly forces are using image intensification devices, such as night vision devices, but can create problems when thermal sights are used. As the illumination flares burn out and land on the ground, they remain as a distinct hotspot seen through thermal sights for several minutes. This may cause confusion and make acquiring targets more difficult, especially when the flares are between the threat and the friendly forces. 660. The amount of illumination required for a particular mission depends on the observer target distance, the conditions of visibility, and the size, width, and depth of the area to be illuminated. By selecting the proper illuminating pattern and controlling the rate of fire, the observer can light an area effectively with a minimum expenditure of ammunition. See Table 613 for the rates of fire for continuous illumination and other information on the employment of illuminating shells. Table 613. Employment factors for illuminating shells. 1-gun illumination. 661. Use the 1-gun illumination pattern when effective illumination can be accomplished by firing one round at a time. To obtain this pattern, the observer calls for illumination as the type of adjustment and type of projectile. 2-gun illumination. 662. Use the 2-gun illumination pattern when an area requires more illumination than can be furnished by 1-gun illumination. In this pattern, 2 rounds burst simultaneously in the target area. To obtain this pattern, the observer calls for illumination 2 guns. 2-gun illumination range spread. 663. Use this pattern. See Figure 6.7. De-illumination causes fewer shadows than illumination that is concentrated in one place. To obtain a range spread pattern, the observer calls for illumination range spread. The FDC centers the spread over target location sent by the observer. See Table 613 for distances between bursts. Figure 6.7. Illumination range spread. 2-gun illumination lateral spread. 664. Use this pattern. See Figure 6.8 on page 616, when the area to be illuminated has greater width and depth. To obtain a lateral spread pattern, the observer calls for illumination lateral spread. The FDC centers the spread over target location sent by the observer and orients the spread perpendicular to the observer target line. Distances between bursts are the same as those for a range spread pattern. See Table 613 on page 614. Figure 6.8. Illumination lateral spread. 4-gun illumination pattern. 665. Use this pattern to illuminate a large area. See Figure 6.9. 4 rounds are caused to burst simultaneously in a diamond pattern. This pattern illuminates an area with practically no shadows or dark spots. To obtain this pattern, the observer calls for illumination range and lateral spread. The pattern of the bursts combines both a range spread and a lateral spread. Figure 6.9. Illumination range and lateral spread. Call for an adjustment of illumination. 666. In the call for fire, specify illumination as the type of projectile and give the appropriate range or lateral spread as the distribution. Range and deviation. 667. Adjust range and deviation for illumination missions by using standard observed fire procedures. The adjustment of the illumination to within 200 meters of the target location is considered adequate because of the size of the area illuminated by the flare. Range and deviation correction of less than 200 meters should not be made. Position of flare 668. The best position of a flare in relation to the area to be illuminated depends on terrain and wind. Generally, place the flare to one flank of the target area and at about the same range. In a strong wind, the point of burst must be some distance upwind from the area to be illuminated, because the flare will drift. If the target area is on a forward slope, the flare should be on a flank, at a slightly shorter range. For illuminating a very prominent object, visibility is better if the flare is placed beyond the object so the object is silhouetted. Height of burst, 669. The proper height of burst, HOB, allows the flare to strike the ground just as it stops burning. Make any HOB corrections in multiples of 50 meters. Variations in time of burning between individual flares make any finer adjustment of the HOB impractical. Note: when using a night observation device, the observer should ensure that the flare burns out appreciably, 100 mils, above the adjusting point so as not to cause the device to wash out. 670. When burnout occurs during descent, estimate the HOB correction from the height of the flare when it burned out. When visibility permits, measure the spotting height of the burnout above the ground with binoculars. Multiply the HOB spotting, in mils, by the observer target factor to determine the height of burnout, in meters. Express the HOB correction to the nearest 50 meters and send as a down correction. Example: the flare burns out 20 mils above the ground. The observer target factor is 3 mils. 20 times 3 equals 60 meters, or 50 meters. The correction is down 50. 671. When the flare continues to burn after it strikes the ground, a correction is required to raise the HOB. The length of time, in seconds, that the flare burns on the ground is counted and multiplied by the rate of descent. See Table 614. Express the product to the nearest 50 meters and send as an up correction. Example: the flare burned 23 seconds on the ground. 23 times 5, rate of descent for M845A2, equals 115 meters. The correction is up 100 expressed to the nearest 50 meters. Coordinated and continuous illumination, 672. When the observer has located a target suitable for he or other fire, initiates a call for fire in the normal manner. If no better means of designating the location of the target is possible, use the burst center of the illumination as a reference point. 673. If the observer decides to adjust the illuminating fire and the he fire concurrently, the observer prefaces corrections pertaining to illumination with the word illumination and those pertaining to he with the letters he. For example, illumination, ADD 200, he, right 60, ADD 200. 674. Once the observer has adjusted the illuminating shell to the desired location, the observer should control the rate of fire and number of pieces firing. This reduces ammunition expended to the minimum necessary for the required observation. Coordinated illumination, 675. The observer allows the FDC to control the firing of illumination (ME) by announcing coordinated illumination in the call for fire. When the illumination has been adjusted to yield the best light on the target, the observer announces illumination mark to tell the FDC the exact time the target is best illuminated. The FDC times the interval between the actual firing of the illuminating round and the receipt of the observer's illumination mark. The observer would then announce coordinated illumination and begin the secondary call for fire with the FDC handling the timing coordination. By comparing this time interval with the time of flight of the he, the FDC can control the firing of the he rounds, so that they arrive at a target during maximum illumination. Note: remember, the goal is adequate illumination to engage the target, not perfect illumination. Striving for perfect illumination may enable the target to escape. Note: the Advanced Field Artillery Tactical Data System currently does not have the ability to conduct coordinated illumination with a single target number. The FO, when using digital call for fire, need to initiate two separate fire missions, one for the illumination, and one for the he. Continuous illumination, 676. Because of the amount of ammunition expended, the least desirable method is for the observer to request continuous illumination. In this technique, the FDC fires illumination continuously. Intervals between firing depend on the type of projectile, while the observer adjusts he. Example: the observer hears a number of armor vehicles at an azimuth estimated at 5,800, but cannot detect any lights and the entire area is in complete darkness. Judging from the sounds and a study of the map, the observer estimates the source of the noises to be approximately Grid NB 616376. This location is about 2,000 meters from the observation post. The observer sends the following call for fire to a 155 mm battery using M485A2. P53 This ISP 67, adjust fire, over. Grid NB 616376 altitude 105, over. Vehicle noises, suspected tanks, illumination, over. The first illuminating round bursts about 100 mils left of the suspected area and burns out 40 mils too high, measured with binoculars, see figure 610. Using an observer target factor of 2, the observer transmits the following: direction 5800, right 200, down 100, over, deviation, equals 100 mils, times 2, equals 200 meters. HOB equals 40 mils, times 2, equals 80 meters, or 100 meters. The second round bursts short near the observer target line but is too low. It burns 6 seconds on the ground. The observer requests ADD 400, up 50, over, 6, times 5, equals 30, or 50. The third round bursts at the appropriate height over the suspected area. The observer identifies the target, waits until the target is best illuminated, and then transmits illumination mark, over. The observer then proceeds into the coordinated illumination phase of the mission. Coordinated illumination, over. The next transmission after the observer calculates the enemy location is adjust fire, grid NB 621382, altitude 195, over 2 tanks and a platoon of infantry, ICM in effect, over. The observer may also have sent the target location by polar plot, adjust fire, polar, over, or by shifting from the center of the illumination, adjust fire, shift, illumination, over. For any illuminating round that in the observer's judgment provides maximum or enough illumination for the mission, the observer may transmit illumination mark. A separate marking round is a waste of ammunition. Figure 610. Initial illuminating round. Infrared illumination, 677. Infrared, IR illumination provides illumination that is visible through night sights, but not to the naked eye. The 155 mm IR illumination round provides infrared illumination out to 17 kilometers for a minimum of 120 seconds. 678. The call for fire for IR illumination is very similar to regular illumination. Instead of requesting illumination, the observer requests IR illumination. Example. P53 This ISP 67, adjust fire, over. Grid NB 616376, altitude 145, over. Vehicle noises, suspected tanks, IR illumination, over. Characteristics of smoke 679. When used correctly, smoke can significantly reduce the threat's effectiveness both in daytime and at night. Use smoke to reduce the ability of the threat to deliver effective fires, to hamper hostile operations, and to deny the threat information on friendly positions and maneuvers. Smoke reduces the effectiveness of laser beams and inhibits electro-optical systems including some night vision devices. The 4 types of smoke are: obscuring smoke is placed on or near the threat to suppress threat observers and to minimize their vision, see figure 611. Screening smoke is a smoke curtain used on the battlefield between threat observation points and friendly units to mask friendly forces, positions, and activities, see figure 612 on page 621. Deception smoke is a smoke curtain used to deceive and confuse the threat as to the nature of friendly operations. Signaling smoke is used to establish a reference for friendly forces. Figure 611. Obscuring smoke. 680. Use obscuring smoke to defeat flash ranging and restrict the adversary's counterfire program. Obscure adversary observation posts and reduce their ability to provide accurate target location for adversary fire support assets. Obscure adversary direct fire weapons and lasers. Instill apprehension and increase threat patrolling. Slow adversary vehicles to blackout speeds. Increase control problems by preventing effective visual signals and increasing radio traffic. Defeat night observation devices and reduce the capability of most IR devices. Figure 612. Screening smoke. 681. Use screening smoke for deceptive screens. Smoke draws fire. Deceptive screens cause the threat to disperse his fires and expend his ammunition. Flank screens. Smoke may be used to screen exposed flanks, areas forward of the objective. Smoke helps the maneuver units consolidate on the objective unhindered by threat ground observers. Gap crossing operations. Screening the primary crossing site denies the threat information. Deceptive screens deceive the threat as to the exact location of the main crossing. Obstacle breaching. The threat is denied the ability to observe breaching unit activities. Smoke rounds 682. Smoke rounds consist of two main categories, which are mortars and artillery type rounds. The list below describe each of these types of smoke rounds. Mortars, 683. Mortar smoke includes white phosphorus, WP, and red phosphorus, RP rounds. Shell white phosphorus, 684. WP is available from 60 mm, 81 mm, and 120 mm mortars. Mortar WP produces rapid smoke buildup, but its effects are of limited duration. Due to the possible lethal effects of WP gas, consideration should be used when employing WP in the vicinity of friendly maneuver units and civilians to prevent fratricide or civilian casualties. Shell red phosphorus, 685. Fireco RP is a time-fused round that contains RP smoke pellets. At a preset time along the round's trajectory, the fuse functions to expel and ignite the RP pellets at an approximate HOB of 175 meters. The burning pellets produce a cloud of dense smoke after hitting the ground. A 3-round volley is required to develop the basic smoke screen. RP smoke is available from 81 mm mortars only. Artillery, 686. Artillery smoke rounds includes white phosphorus, hexachlorothane zinc, and improved smoke rounds. Shell white phosphorus, 687. WP has 4 uses: incendiary, marking, obscuring, and screening. It can be used to destroy the threat's equipment or to limit their vision. It builds quickly but has little sustainment. Due to the possible lethal effects of WP gas, consideration should be used when employing WP in the vicinity of friendly maneuver units and civilians to prevent fratricide or civilian casualties. It is normally used against vehicles, petroleum and ammunition storage areas. Threat observers. 688. Use either point detonating or time-fused WP as an aid in target location and navigation. Shell hexachlorothane zinc 689. Hexachlorothane, HC, is time-fused and functions at an HOB of approximately 50 meters. The projectile expels the HC smoke canisters to disperse them in the target area. Although HC smoke is slow building, it lasts longer and has less tendency to pillar. HC smoke has no casualty-producing effects. This makes HC a more effective screening agent than WP. Due to the possible downrange risk of shell residue, consideration should be used when employing HC in the vicinity of friendly units and civilians. Shell M825 improved smoke 690. M825 is a canister filled with WP-impregnated felt wedges that are expelled from the base of the projectile. It is time-fused and functions at a predetermined HOB that varies with the propellant and charge fired. The wedges build rapidly into an effective screen with lasting duration. 691. Table 614 provides smoke planning data for artillery and mortars. Table 614. Smoke planning data, ATP 3-09.30. Employment considerations, 692. Factors to consider when employing smoke are weather, terrain, means available, ammunition, the threat, and mission command. Weather 693. Atmospheric stability, wind direction, and wind speed are the major factors influencing the effectiveness of smoke. Observers should be aware of effects on civilian populations or friendly units downwind before employing these munitions. Atmospheric stability, 694. The weather conditions, the time of day, and wind speed all affect atmospheric stability. The effects of atmospheric stability can determine whether smoke is effective or not, and if effective, how much ammunition is needed. See Table 615 for temperature gradient effects on smoke. Table 615. Temperature gradient effects on smoke. 695. Temperature gradients are determined by comparing air temperatures at 0.5 meters and 4 meters. Stable, neutral, and unstable are the 3 general temperature gradients used. 696. Stable, or inversion, conditions exist when the air temperature increases with an increase in altitude. This condition greatly limits vertical air currents. Smoke produced during stable conditions lies low to the ground. 697. Neutral conditions exist when an increase in altitude is accompanied by little or no change in air temperature. Limited vertical air currents also cause neutral conditions when the wind speed is greater than 5 knots. 698. Unstable, or lapse, conditions exist when the air temperature decreases with an increase in altitude. Vertical air currents and turbulence characterize an unstable condition. 699. Under unstable conditions, HC and WP rounds are almost ineffective. The smoke does not spread but often climbs straight up in a pillar and quickly dissipates. 6-100. Under moderately unstable conditions, base ejecting smoke rounds are more effective than bursting WP rounds. 6-101. The higher the humidity, the better the screening effects of WP, RP, and HC rounds. Table 616 on page 624 compares the effectiveness of HC and WP to the relative humidity. 6-102. The observer can obtain detailed information and analysis of the meteorological conditions from the FDC. Table 616. HC and WP smoke effectiveness based on relative humidity. Wind speed 6-103. The movement of smoke depends on the speed and direction of the wind. Wind speeds ranging from 4 to 14 knots are best for the production of smoke screens. Optimum speeds vary with the type of smoke used, see Figure 613. Figure 613. Optimum wind speed chart. 6-104. To determine an approximate wind speed, the observer can use either the equivalent wind scale table, see Table 617, or the grass drop expedient method. With the grass drop method, extend your arm downward and drop grass from your hand. Point your extended arm at the dropped grass on the ground. Divide the angle, in degrees, between your arm and your body by 4 to determine the approximate wind velocity in knots. Table 617. Equivalent wind scale for estimating wind speed. Wind direction, 6-105. Wind direction influences the desired location of smoke in the target area. To determine wind direction in the target area, observe drifting of smoke or dust, bending of grass or trees, and ripples on water. See Figure 614 for classification of wind directions. Figure 614. Classification of wind directions. Maneuver target line 6-106. Determine the wind direction, right or left cross, tail, or head, in relation to the maneuver target line, MTL. Figure 615 on page 626. The MTL is an imaginary line drawn from the maneuver unit's most vulnerable point along its route of march to the threat unit's observation point. Figure 615. Maneuver target line. Terrain, 6-107. Winds follow the contours of terrain. The type of terrain over which smoke travels has a tremendous effect on how the smoke will cover a specific area. Flat, unbroken terrain creates effective smoke further downwind. Trees and small buildings tend to break up smoke, which may then reform to cover a larger area and create effective smoke at the source. Steep hills or mountains create volatile winds, usually resulting in gaps and uneven smoke. Slopes and valleys create thermal slope winds at different times. Heating effects during the day cause upslope winds. Cooling effects at night cause downslope winds. 6-108. If the ground in the target area is rain-soaked or snow-covered, burning smoke rounds may not be effective. During very cold and dry conditions or in areas with snow cover, up to 4 times the number of smoke rounds may be needed to create an effective screen. 6-109. Shallow water can reduce the smoke produced by base ejecting rounds by as much as 50%. Bursting WP rounds are not affected as much by terrain in the target area. However, deep snow and cold temperatures can reduce the smoke cloud by 25%. 6-110. Table 618 summarizes atmospheric and terrain effects on smoke operations. Table 618. Conditions for smoke employment. Means available 6-111. Before requesting a smoke mission, the observer and FSO must consider the means available. The FSO advises the supported commander on the best means of providing the smoke to accomplish the task. The FSO also provides tactical information that could affect the fire support available. Ammunition 6-112. The amount of smoke ammunition in basic loads is limited. Expenditures of smoke ammunition vary considerably with each specific mission. All observers must know the amount of ammunition available and how much smoke it will provide expressed in terms of length and duration. Large requirements for smoke may require redistribution of the basic loads of several units or an issue of additional smoke ammunition for a specific operation. Combat experience has shown that smoke ammunition will not be available to support all smoke requests. Threat 6-113. When considering smoke employment, the threat's electro-optical capability and the likely positions for their weapon systems and observers that may threaten friendly forces should be known or anticipated. Based on the commander's plan, observers and FSOs should determine when smoke employment would enhance friendly operations and hinder threat operations. Some general rules are: fire smoke on threat artillery observation post and gunners to greatly reduce their effectiveness. Fire smoke and HE on the threat when deploying from column to line formation. The HE will keep the enemy buttoned up. The smoke will cause maximum confusion. Fire smoke and heat on minefield to cause maximum confusion. Avoid concealing threat-breaching operations. Understand the effects of smoke on friendly positions. Smoke used without enough thought and planning reduces the user's effectiveness more than that of the threat. Mission Command 6-114. The supported commander for whom the smoke is planned must approve its use. When the commander issues the plans and concept for an operation, the commander should state guidelines on the amount of smoke to use and any restriction on its use. To ensure responsive smoke, the FSO must request this smoke planning guidance if it has not been stated. The supported commander responsible for the operation must coordinate smoke operations with all units participating in or potentially affected by the operation. The operations officer is responsible for integrating smoke into the maneuver plan. The FSO must keep the supported commander advised on the availability of munitions and delivery systems. Soldiers must be well trained in smoke operations and comprehensive unit SOPs must be available to and known by all. This shortens reaction time. Smoke Delivery Technique 6-115. Smoke is normally employed by use of immediate smoke and quick smoke techniques. The objective of immediate smoke is to obscure the threat's vision. Suppression of a small location can be achieved by use of immediate smoke. The objective of quick smoke is to obscure the threat's vision or to screen maneuver elements. Obscuring the threat is required, but the urgency of the situation does not dictate immediate smoke procedures. Generally speaking, quick smoke missions are almost always planned missions, whereas immediate smoke missions are generally targets of opportunity. Characteristics of the two delivery techniques are outlined in Table 619, on page 628. Note: the use of immediate and quick smoke techniques does not preclude the use of smoke on other occasions or for different objectives. Table 619. Smoke Delivery Techniques. Immediate Smoke 6-116. The immediate smoke technique can be used in an immediate suppression mission on a target of opportunity. Depending on unit SOP, a mix of WP and smoke normally will follow the initial suppression rounds when immediate smoke is requested. Description: 6-117. Use immediate smoke to obscure the threat's vision. Use immediate smoke in conjunction with other suppressive fires, or use it after immediate suppressive fire. If immediate suppressive fire is ineffective because of inaccurate target location, the observer has the option of giving a bold shift and requesting that smoke be fired. Example: H-18 This ISH-24, immediate suppression, grid NK 439,892 altitude 125, over, suppression was ineffective and the observer wishes to use smoke instead, direction 5,300, left 300, drop 200, immediate smoke over. Employment considerations, 6-118. Before firing immediate smoke, the observer must realize that suppression by smoke will not be as immediate as suppression by heat, since it takes time for the smoke to build up. Inaccurately placed smoke may still provide obscuration, whereas inaccurately placed heat may not give the desired results. Although immediate smoke will provide suppression, by obscuration, for a longer time than heat, it is effective only against a pinpoint target or a small area target less than 150 meters in diameter. 6-119. The unit SOP should specify the type of ammunition to be fired. A suggested mix is firing WP, for initial quick buildup, and firing HC, for duration. Once the smoke has built up, all subsequent volleys should be shell smoke. 6-120. Normally, use immediate smoke on a planned suppressive target. The observer can also use it when immediate suppression with heat is ineffective. Corrections for deviation, range, and HOB may be required. 6-121. When firing a mixture of smoke and WP, it will normally be effective 30 seconds after the round's impact and will last about 4 to 5 minutes. If the smoke is required for a longer period, request additional volleys of smoke. The adjusting point for immediate smoke is the target itself. Quick Smoke 6-122. This method of employing smoke is more deliberate than immediate smoke. The observer will take into account the maneuver target line. Description: 6-123. Use quick smoke to obscure the threat's vision or to screen maneuver elements. Begin the mission by adjusting with heat. Request smoke once the 200-meter bracket is split to verify smoke placement and conditions, and then fire for effect with desired smoke. Employment considerations: 6-124. Use the quick smoke mission to obscure areas from 150 meters up to 600 meters wide. For areas larger than 600 meters, the observer can fire multiple quick smoke missions. Smoke may be effective up to 1,500 meters downwind. 6-125. When preparing a quick smoke mission, The observer first determines the nature of the target and the location of the adjusting point. Then determines the size of the area and the wind direction in relation to the MTL, see Figure 6.15 on page 626. 6.126. Inform the FDC of the target length, MTL, wind direction, and the length of time the smoke is required. This information is sent to the FDC as early as possible, usually in the third transmission of the call for fire. The observer asks the acronym LMDR to remember the required information. If not included in the initial call for fire, it must be sent prior to requesting fire for effect. The observer also has the option of extending the time of effective smoke by requesting subsequent volleys. See TC 3-09.81 for additional quick smoke data. 6.127. If the smoke must be effective beginning at a specific time, the observer requests at my command and the time of flight. To determine when to order the smoke fired, the observer adds the time of flight to the average buildup time of 30 seconds for WP and 60 seconds for smoke. 6.128. If the smoke is ineffective, the observer must decide whether to shift the smoke or to fire he. If the decision is to shift, there may be a break in the screen while new data is computed. Adjustment. 6.129. Adjustment may be required to bring the desired effects onto the target. Observers need to judge wind speed and direction in the target area to make corrections. The minimum corrections are 50 meters for deviation and 100 meters for range. The HOB of shell smoke, M116A1, can be adjusted for ground burst, up 100. Canisters bouncing excessively, up 50. Canisters too spread out, down 50. Shell smoke, HC, 6.130. Use an adjustment until a 200-meter bracket is split. The observer then requests shell smoke. Fire one smoke round, and make any necessary corrections. Then request fire for effect. Shell WP, 6.131. This adjustment is conducted like an adjust fire mission with WP in effect. Use E during the adjustment. The observer may fire a WP round after adjusting with E in order to verify wind condition and smoke placement prior to firing WP in effect. Improved smoke, M825. 6.132. This is the predominant 155 mm smoke round. Adjust M825 smoke in the same manner as HC smoke. However, M825 improved smoke rarely requires HOB corrections. If the observer spots the M825 as grays, immediately announce grays to the FDC. The FDC must then verify the firing data was correct. The HOB of M825 can be adjusted by grays burst with correct firing data, up 100 thick, dense separated clouds, up 50 thin, uneven clouds, down 50. Example mission 6.133. The examples below portray various types of smoke missions. Example. Immediate smoke as a continuation of an immediate suppression mission direction 5600, right 200, ADD 400, immediate smoke, repeat over. Note: direction is given if it was not sent previously in an immediate suppression mission. Example. Immediate smoke as the initial call for fire. H18 this ISH24, immediate smoke, grid NK 628,543 altitude 295, over. Example. Quick smoke, H18, this ISH24, adjust fire, shift known point 1, over. Direction 2400, right 100, ADD 200, over. Suspected platoon location, length 200, MTL 2700, tail, duration 5 minutes, smoke in effect, over or H18 this ISH24, adjust fire, over. Grid NK 432,895 altitude 105, over. Screen tree line, length 200. MTL 1800, left cross, duration 8 minutes, smoke in effect, over. Example, quick smoke, multiple aiming points. The observer fires a quick smoke mission, observes effects, and announces to the FDC second aiming point, right 500, drop 200, repeat, over. Note: had the observer simply wanted to move the quick smoke to another point, he would have made a normal subsequent correction and said right 500, drop 200, repeat, over. The second aiming point tells the FDC that the observer wants to fire on a second point at this time and that the battery should be prepared to replenish smoke on either point. By observing how long the smoke remains effective near either aiming point, the observer can determine a time interval at which to replenish this smoke should he want to do so. Interval equals effective screen time minus build-up time. He can pass this information to the FDC by sending continuous smoke at 3 minutes intervals for 15 minutes, over. Example, quick smoke, multiple aiming points called for at the beginning of the mission, H18 this IS H24, fire for effect, over. Grid NK 843,321 altitude 190 and grid NK 840,322 altitude 185, over. Trench line, length 800, right cross, duration 12 minutes, smoke, over. Mortar procedure 6134. When using mortars for quick smoke, attitude of the desired smoke screen should be included in addition to maneuver target line, as MTL cannot be input into the lightweight handheld mortar ballistic computer, also called LHMBC. If the WP rounds do not impact on or near the selected aim point, the observer makes corrections as necessary. The observer may send deviation corrections for individual tools to the FDC. When using 81 mm WP, the observer may select a second aiming point halfway between the target and the first aiming point, and may use the second aiming point to supplement firing on the first aiming point or to shift fires quickly if the initial smoke is ineffective. 6135. The observer can correct the rate of fire, deviation for individual mortars, or for the entire section after the fire for effect. Chapter 7. Observer Special Missions. This chapter provides guidance on missions requiring special procedures for the observer. Fires for pilots. 7.1. If possible, the Battalion Fire Support Officer, FSO, and the Supported Unit Operations Staff Officer or Intelligence Staff Officer should give the pilot a detailed pre-flight briefing. The pre-flight briefing should cover the following: the tactical situation to include threat locations and anti-aircraft weapons, friendly locations and capabilities, front lines, zones of action of support troops, and all coordinating measures, the location of all indirect fire units, known points, targets, search areas, and ordnance available, flight instructions, time on and off the mission, obstacles, checkpoints, and equipment needed, communications details such as frequencies, call signs, check-in time, and prearranged signals, any unit standard operating procedure items regarding registrations, immediate suppressions, special munitions, and suppression of enemy air defenses, fire support coordination measures including no fire zones, no fire areas, or no fire lines, latest rules of engagement concerning civilians and non-combatants in the area of operations. Pilots need to exercise restraint and use professional judgment if in the event target information at time of execution is not correct. If targets are compromised, the pilot needs to plan for an alternative means of mission accomplishment and exercising judicious use of lethal force. 7.2. After verbally briefing the pilot, one technique for the FSO to consider is to provide the pilot with a kneeboard-sized copy of a key fire support information as illustrated in Table 7.1. Table 7.1. Fire support information for pilots. Spotting line. 7.3. The spotting line is the line along which the observer is going to adjust the fire direction center. FDC personnel must know the spotting line and its direction. There are several methods used for spotting. See Figure 7.1. They are: gun target line, based on knowledge of gun's location; observer target line, based on aircraft heading indicator; cardinal direction. Figure 7.1. Observer target line, gun target line and cardinal direction. Gun target line. 7.4. Knowledge of the firing unit location allows the observer to determine the gun target line. This allows the pilot to offset the aircraft away from the gun target line to prevent fratricide. Observer target line. 7.5. Use the aircraft heading indicator to determine the observer target direction. Since the aircraft is normally in a head-on posture when the observer is looking at the target, the heading indicator will provide an accurate direction in most cases. When this technique is used, send direction to the nearest 10 degrees, for example, direction 070 degrees magnetic, or grid. If the observer target direction changes more than 10 degrees during a mission, send the new direction to the FDC. Send subsequent corrections using the new observer target line. This is the preferred method, as it minimizes observer reorientation and exposure time while maximizing aircraft maneuverability. Cardinal direction. 7.6. The observer may use cardinal direction for sending orientation. This is the least accurate method and therefore the least preferred. Target location. 7.7. Without aircraft laser devices, obtaining accurate target location is difficult since targets are normally acquired with the naked eye. Use of binoculars is limited because of distortion caused by the windscreen and vibration of the aircraft. Use hand measurements or estimations to measure angular deviation. Indicate target location by grid or by shift from a known point. 7-8. Aircraft lasers provide pilots with the ability to obtain fast and accurate target locations. See Figure 7-2. Lasers on the AH-64 Apache and AH-58 Kiowa Warrior, for example, enable pilots to determine an 8-digit grid to target. These laser systems have embedded GPS which reduces TLE. As a result, the most common call for fire originating from Army aircraft is a fire for effect grid mission. Figure 7-2. Aircraft target location. Adjust fire techniques. 7-9. When adjusting fire, the observer will usually use either the stationary hover or the pop-up technique. In stationary hover, the pilot positions the aircraft behind trees or other terrain features that conceal the aircraft and still permit observation of the target. 7-10. In pop-up, the pilot unmasks the aircraft 2 to 3 seconds before impact of the round. The observer observes the burst and the pilot then returns the aircraft to the hide position or moves to another hide position. The observer sends corrections as the pilot is remasking the aircraft. Time of flight is automatically sent to the observer. This allows the pilot to position the aircraft properly if splash time is not sufficient. Avoid set patterns of movement to enhance survivability. 7-11. After the fire mission is sent, the FTC will determine firing data to the target. They will send a MTO to the pilot or observer in aircraft to inform them how the firing unit will attack the target. The MTO will include the time of flight for the round since the call for fire originates from a pilot or observer in an aircraft. When the firing unit fires the initial round, the FTC sends the pilot or observer in aircraft shot to announce that the unit fired. Then, based on time of flight of the rounds, the FTC will send splash to inform the pilot or observer in aircraft when the rounds impact. The FTC must send splash to the pilot or observer in aircraft since the sound in the aircraft precludes the pilot from hearing the impact. Observed fires with UAS. 7-12. The observer can call for and adjust fire utilizing an unmanned aircraft system, UAS. This can enhance the observer's ability to acquire targets from above with a remote viewing system. This process is similar to conducting fires with manned aircraft. The observer must establish an OT line, GDL, a predetermined azimuth, or direction from a known point on the ground, prior to making any corrections. High-angle fire. 7-13. Situations requiring high-angle fire include when the weapons fire out of a deep defilade, from within built-up areas, or over high terrain features near friendly troops. Targets located on a reverse slope, in jungles, in deep gullies or ravines, or in other areas unreachable by the flatter trajectory of low-angle fire usually require high-angle fire. See Figure 7.3 on page 7.4. Figure 7.3. High-angle fire. 7.14. Generally, those weapons with a maximum elevation substantially in excess of 800 mils can fire high-angle. All Army field artillery weapons are capable of low and high-angle fires. Mortars are capable of only high-angle fire. Naval guns are high muzzle velocity, flat trajectory weapon systems and are not suitable for high-angle fire. 7.15. The observer procedure for the adjustment of high-angle fire is the same as that for the adjustment of low-angle fire. The observer must realize that small deviation corrections during adjustment may be unnecessary and time-consuming because of the increased dispersion during high-angle fire. Since the time of flight is long in the adjustment and fire for effect, the FTC should announce shot and splash. If an airburst is desired, fuse VT gives excellent results. Final protective fire. 7.16. A final protective fire, FPF, is an immediately available prearranged barrier of fire designed to impede enemy movement across defensive lines or areas. The commander can only assign a single FPF to each firing unit, typically a battery or platoon. An FPF is a priority target for an element or system, and those fire units are laid on that target when they are not engaged in other fire missions. When the threat initiates the final assault into a defensive position, the defending unit initiates its FPFs to kill threat infantry soldiers and suppress armored vehicles. The size of the FPF depends on the number and type of weapons firing. Refer to JP 3-09.30 for more information regarding FPF. 7.17. The supported commander designates the location of the FPF, plan the FPF to support a defense, and integrate the FPF into the final protective line of a maneuver unit. The FPF may be any distance from the friendly position, but is normally within 200 to 400 meters, danger close, of friendly positions. The importance of accurate defensive fires and the danger close situation require that each weapon firing the FPF be adjusted into place, if possible. Procedures. 7.18. The FPF can be adjusted or non-adjusted. Considerations include the tactical implications of adjusting the FPF, loss of surprise versus the accuracy required for firing close to friendly troops. Manual FDC 719. When an FPF with a manual FDC is established, the call for fire is similar to the normal call for fire in an adjust fire mission with the following exceptions. If adjusting the FPF, the initial target location sent is not the location of the center of the FPF, but a grid that is a safe distance, 400 to 600 meters depending on the weapon system, from friendly troops, encode the grid or send it by secure means because it is part of a final defensive plan. Instead of a target description, announce final protective fires. Announce attitude and danger close, if applicable in method of engagement. 720. Fuse delay reduces the danger area from fragmentation. Adjusting with fuse delay minimizes the safety hazard to friendly units. 721. The firing unit will fire a battery or platoon, mortar platoon, right or left, one volley at a 5-second interval, or as specified by SOP, centered on the initial grid sent by the observer. For example, assume that the round's impact is shown in Figure 7.4. The observer begins the adjustment with the flank piece impacting closest to the FPF line. In this case, number 1. Creeping fire adjustment procedures must be used in danger close situations. The observer adjusts the round to within 50 meters, sends refinement and announces the piece is adjusted. For example, number 1, right 20, drop 25, number 1 IS adjusted. Figure 7.4. Adjustment of the FPF begins with a flank piece round closest to the FPF line. Number 1. 722. Once the first gun is adjusted, the observer sends number 2, repeat and adjusts each weapon in succession. Example, the weapons firing are a 105 mm battery, 6 guns in this case. The supported commander shows the observer where to place the FPF. The observer sends the following call for fire, H12 this IS H18, adjust fire, over. Grid NK 123,456 altitude 105. Final protective fire, attitude 1900, danger close, delay, over. The battery fires a battery 1 round. The sheaf is shown in Figure 7.5. The observer notes that howitzer number 6 impacted closest to the FPF line, and begins the adjustment with it, direction 0810, number 6, left 100, drop 50, over. The round is fired and the observer believes that the round is within 50 meters, and sends a correction, the round is not fired, and calls for number 5 to fire, number 6, drop 25, number 6 IS adjusted, number 5, repeat, over. 723. Adjust the other weapons as previously discussed. Figure 7.5. Adjustment of the FPF begins with a flank piece round closest to the FPF line, number 6, automated FDC. 724. The observer adjusts only the center weapon onto the center grid of the FPF when adjusting for an automated FDC that uses muzzle velocity variations and special corrections. Non-adjusted FPFs. 725. In some instances, the tactical situation dictates against adjusting the FPF. In these cases, give the dimensions of the FPF in the call for fire. The locations can be sent using grids to the 2 endpoints, the center grid and attitude, length, width, and attitude. Laser draw, see Para 733. Multiple missions. 726. Contact with a threat may be so intense that the observer must transmit 2 or more calls for fire and adjust all missions simultaneously. The observer should consult the supportive commander, if possible, or use own best judgment to determine which of several important targets to engage first. Once a target number is assigned, the observer should begin each correction with the observer identification, followed by the target number, and ending with the desired correction. For example, Romeo 12 this IS Juliet 73, target number OB 2010, left 50, ADD 200, over. 727. The observer tracks multiple missions by their target numbers and records the corrections determined for each target to eliminate any confusion that may arise in the heat of battle. Auxiliary adjusting point. 728. To achieve surprise, the observer may decide not to adjust directly on the target but to adjust on a nearby point. This nearby point is called the auxiliary adjusting point. See Figure 7.6. An auxiliary adjusting point must be far enough from the target, 500 meters, to obscure the real purpose of the adjustment. The observer must also select an auxiliary adjusting point that facilitates an easy and accurate, preferably lateral, shift to the target. Once the adjustment on the auxiliary adjusting point is complete, Fires are shifted to the target. Figure 7.6, auxiliary adjusting point, observer not oriented. 7.29, poor visibility, unreliable maps, deceptive terrain, or rapid movement through unfamiliar terrain sometimes makes it difficult for the observer to orient oneself. The observer may call for a marking round to be fired on a known point, a previously fired target, or a prominent terrain feature, for example, mark known point 1 or mark hill 37. As a last resort, the observer may call for a round to be fired into the center of the target area, for example, mark center of sector. The observer usually requests the type of projectile that is easily identifiable, such as WP or a high airburst or both. The unit may have an SOP for shell-fuse combination. The FDC prepares data that will place the round at the point requested by the observer. If the observer fails to see the round, the FDC prepares data that will move the next round to a different point of impact or that will raise the burst higher in the air. Continue this procedure until the observer positively identifies the round, then orders a shift from the point of impact, burst of the identified round to a target or an object that is permanent or semi-permanent in nature, such as a road junction or the ruins of a building. Once the observer locates this point by adjustment of fire and the FDC plots the point, the observer may use it as a known point from which to make future shifts to subsequent targets. Irregularly shaped target. 7.30. When calling for fire on an irregularly shaped target, the observer must request the appropriate sheaf or describe the target in sufficient detail to allow the fire direction officer to decide how to best attack the target. Choices include circular, linear, rectangular and laser-drawn targets. For targets that warrant multiple batteries or battalions, segment the target so that batteries provide coverage for a portion of the target. Circular sheafs. 7.31. Circular sheafs may provide the best coverage of an irregular target area. The circular sheaf is the default sheaf as discussed in Chapter 4. Linear and rectangular targets. 7.32. Linear and rectangular targets require orientation in terms of direction. The observer sends the grid, size, and attitude of the target. The grid is the location of the center of the target. The size is the length and width of the target. The target attitude is described as a clockwise angle, in mils, measured from grid north to a line passing through the long axis of the target. See Figure 7.7. Send attitude, always less than 3,200 mils, to the nearest 100 mils. Example, E12 this ISC22, fire for effect, over, grid NK 847,751 altitude 265, over, infantry platoon in trench line, 50x200, attitude 2600, VT, over, Figure 7.7, target attitude, laser-drawn targets. 7.33. For an irregularly shaped target, the observer may send polar data to multiple points drawn or traced on the target and identify these points to the FDC as a laser draw. Adjustment by sound. 7.34. If observer's visibility is limited, adjusting fires by the use of sound may be used. The target location may be reported to the observer by the supported unit, or the observer may determine it. If the observer can hear noises at the threat position, for example, weapons firing, vehicle or troop movement, the observer can estimate a direction and a distance from the friendly position. The observer must alert the FDC when adjusting by sound. 7.35. Upon hearing the burst of the adjusting round, the observer estimates the direction to the burst and compares it with the direction to the target, then converts the deviation to lateral shift, in meters, using estimated range to the target. Distance to the adjusting point is difficult to judge, therefore, the observer may have to use a creeping technique to adjust onto the target. The observer can determine distance by measuring the time it takes for the sound to be heard and multiplying the time interval by the speed of sound, 350 meters per second. To help the observer determine distance accurately, the FDC must announce the precise moment of impact. 7.36. The observer must use caution in very broken terrain. In hills and mountains, the sound may travel around a hill mass before it arrives at the observer's position and may produce a false direction to the burst. Appendix A. Observer Self-Location Methods. The observer can obtain an initial location by map, spot, and compass, however, should refine the observation post location and the orientation of the laser rangefinder with more accurate means as soon as possible. If possible, observer location should be determined by survey. Lacking survey control, however, the observer has a variety of techniques available to self-locate. An observer should always use the most accurate means of self-location available that the situation permits. Observer coordinates, also called OBCO, should be sent to higher headquarters and the FDC, when in direct support, as set in Unit SOP. It is recommended that this be no less than every 15 minutes or 500 meters traveled while patrolling. When in a static OP, location is sent upon initial establishment of the OP and needs to only be sent again if there is refinement to the initial grid or if the OP is moved. Self-location by use of two known points. A1. The observer sends to the FDC the direction, distance, and vertical angle to two known points separated by at least 300 mils, and must also specify which known point is on the left. The FDC determines the laser rangefinder location. Then the FDC determines the correct orienting azimuth to one of the known points. This information is sent through secure means to the observer. The observer then plots their location on the map and reorients the laser rangefinder on the known point with a corrected azimuth. Self-location can be done by using two known points, one known point and one burst, or two bursts. Note, the observer's location can also be determined by using only one point. However, the accuracy of the observer's location depends on the accuracy of the initial azimuth orientation of the laser rangefinder. A2. With this method, the observer uses two known points. See Figure A1 on page A2. A known point may be established through survey, firing, or measuring from a map. If measured from a map, the point must be easily identifiable on the ground, for example, a church steeple, a water tower, or a prominent road junction. The observer must be sure of the ability to associate the known point on the ground with the same point on the map. This method of self-location is the most accurate and, therefore, the preferred technique. When using a voice call for fire, the observer will announce triliteration in the method of fire. The observer sends to the FDC the direction, distance, and vertical angle to two known points separated by at least 300 mils, and must also specify which known point is on the left. The FDC determines the laser rangefinder location. Then the FDC determines the correct orienting azimuth to one of the known points. This information is sent through secure means to the observer. The observer then plots on location on the map and reorients the laser rangefinder on the known point with a corrected azimuth. Self-location can be done by using two known points, one known point and one burst, or two bursts. Example, Alpha 2, 4 FDC this IS Alpha 5, 8 OBS, triliteration, over, known point Cato, direction 1, 7, 4, 3, distance 1, 2, 3, 0, vertical angle plus 1, 0, known point flat top, direction 2, 3, 3, 8, distance 3, 1, 8, 0, vertical angle minus 1, 0, over, known point Cato on left, over, Alpha 5, 8 OBS this IS Alpha 2, 4 FDC, location November Kilo 4, 7, 2, 5, 3, 8, 2, 4, direction to Cato 1, 7, 2, 3, over, Figure A1. Self-location by use of two known points. Self-location by use of one known point and one burst. A3. If only one known point is available, the second point may be established by a planned burst of an E or a WP round. See Figure A2 on page A3. The observer should plan the location of the burst so that it is separated from the known point by at least 300 mils. Graze bursts should be used. Using the laser rangefinder, the observer ranges the known point and the burst of the round to determine the direction, distance, and vertical angle for each of the 2 points, and reports these to the FDC. The FDC computes the laser rangefinder location and corrected azimuth to the known point and sends the information to the observer. Note, the accuracy of the computed laser rangefinder location and the reference azimuth is affected by the accuracy of the firing data used to fire the round. The FDC should use the most accurate data available. Example, Alpha 2, 4 FDC this IS Alpha 5, 8 OBS, self-location, 1 round, over, known point Cato, direction 1, 7, 4, 3, distance 3, 1, 8, 0, vertical angle plus 1, 0, over 1 round, grid November Kilo 5, 9, 8, 3, 7, 6, over, round is fired and observed direction 2, 1, 0.5, distance 3, 4, 2, 0, vertical angle minus 1, 2, over, known point Cato on left, over, Alpha 5, 8 OBS this IS Alpha 2, 4 FDC, location NK 47,253,824, direction to Cato 1, 7, 2, 3, over, Figure A2, self-location by use of one known point and one burst, self-location by use of 2 bursts, A4. If no known points are available, the bursts of 2 rounds may be used as the prearranged points. The observer selects the locations at which he wants the rounds to burst, ensuring that they are separated by at least 300 mils. See Figure A3 on page A4. Also, the direction to reference point is determined. When the rounds are fired, the observer ranges the bursts to determine the direction, distance, and vertical angle of each burst point. The observer reports these to the FDC and records the direction to the second burst point. The FDC computes the laser rangefinder location and corrected azimuth to the second burst point and sends the information to the observer. The observer determines the difference between the measured azimuth to the second burst point and the azimuth that the FDC reported to the second burst point. The angular difference, in mils, is plus if the reported azimuth from the FDC is greater than the azimuth the observer measured. It is minus if the reported azimuth from the FDC is less than the azimuth measured by the observer. The difference is applied to the initial reference point azimuth by either adding or subtracting, as the sign indicates. The observer places the resulting azimuth on the laser rangefinder while sighting on his initial reference point. Example: the observer occupies a position and initially orients the laser rangefinder by using an M2 compass, then selects a reference point, house, and measures the azimuth to house is 5, 7, 9, 6 mils. No known points are available, so the observer requests self-location using 2 bursting rounds. Alpha 2, 4 FDC. This is Alpha 5, 8 OBS. Self-location, 2 rounds, over 1 round. Grid November Kilo 6, 0, 3, 3, 6, 8, over. Round is fired and observed direction 6, 3, 9, 8, distance 4, 1, 1, 0, vertical angle -9, 1 round. Grid November Kilo 5, 6, 4, 3, 8, 1, over. Round is fired and observed direction 5, 9, 2, 7, distance 3, 8, 4, 0, vertical angle -1, 1, first round on left, over. The FDC determines and sends to the observer the laser rangefinder location and orienting azimuth to the second burst point. Alpha 5, 8 OBS. This is Alpha 2, 4 FDC, location November Kilo 5, 8, 7, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, direction to second round 5, 9, 1, 8, over. Having recorded the laser measured azimuth to the second burst point, the observer records the FDC reported information and makes the following computations. Laser rangefinder measured azimuth 5, 9, 2, 7 FDC reported azimuth 5, 9, 1, 8 angular difference -9 observer azimuth to reference point, M2 compass, 5, 7, 6, 9 angular difference -9 corrected azimuth to reference point, house, 5, 7, 6, 0. The observer places this resulting azimuth on the laser rangefinder while sighting on reference point house. Figure A3. Self-location by use of 2 bursts. Self-location by use of imagery. A5. This is the most preferred method of self-location. It is especially useful in static ops or when at a halt while on patrol. Utilizing a pocket-size forward entry such as the PFVD with PFI viewer or FOSS system loaded with PSS SOF and DP-PDB imagery, a trained observer team can generate a mensurated grid to their location. Other imagery systems that may be available can be used, but will not generate as accurate a location. Self-location by use of digital systems. A6. This method is also highly accurate. It is best employed while on patrol either on foot or in a vehicle. GPS systems such as the Defense Advanced GPS Receiver provide a grid by triangulating the location of the receiver in reference to satellites. Other systems such as the LLDRIIH or PFVD use an onboard GPS to self-locate and can be used to generate an accurate self-location. Example: a laser rangefinder-equipped observer, Alpha 2, 3, has no known points in the area. The FDC, Alpha 1, 6, instructs observer to contact Alpha 4, 7, a nearby observer with a lightweight laser designator rangefinder that is accurately located and oriented, for assistance in establishing known points in the target area. Mutually agreeable points have been identified. Alpha 1, 6. This is Alpha 4, 7, known points for Alpha 2, 3, over. Known point tree, direction 0, 8, 3, 2, distance 5, 7, 4.0, vertical angle -9, known point tank body, direction 0, 9, 4, 7, distance 6, 3, 7, 0, vertical angle -1, 1, over. With 2 known points established, the observer operating the laser rangefinder being located can now self-locate by using 2 known points. Alpha 1, 6 this is Alpha 2, 3, self-location, over. Known point tree, direction 5, 8, 2, 3, distance 6, 2, 4.0, vertical angle -1, 0, known point tank body, direction 6, 2, 0, 7, distance 5, 9, 7, 0, vertical angle -1, 4, known point tree on left, over. Alpha 2, 3 this is Alpha 1, 6, location November Kilo 3, 8, 3, 7, 4, 5, 1, 2, direction to tree 5, 8, 1, 5, over. Location by simultaneous observation. A7. An observer with an accurately located and oriented laser rangefinder can help determine the location of another laser rangefinder. This is done by performing a simultaneous observation on 2 illuminating rounds with the other laser rangefinder observer. See Figure A4 on page A6. This technique is especially useful during periods of limited visibility. Both observers must be able to see and laze the illuminating rounds. Also, these illuminating rounds must be separated by at least 300 mils as observed from the laser rangefinder position being located. Thorough prior coordination between the 2 observers must take place for this technique to be effective. The observer with a laser rangefinder being located records the direction to reference point and prepares to observe. The observer with the accurately located laser rangefinder acts as the controlling station and initiates the illumination call for fire as outlined in the example. Note: ranging an illuminating canister may be difficult for some observers. A variation of this technique is to adjust the illumination so that it burns on the ground. Both observers then range the flare. Warning: lasing or ranging above the skyline requires specific authorization from range control during peacetime training. Figure A4. Location second observation post by simultaneous observation. Example: Alpha 4, 7 is the observer with the accurately located laser rangefinder. Alpha 2, 3 is the observer with a laser rangefinder being located. Alpha 1, 6 is the battery FDC. Coordination between Alpha 4, 7 and Alpha 2, 3 has already taken place. Alpha 1, 6 this is Alpha 4, 7, simultaneous observation with Alpha 2, 3, over 1 round, grid November Kilo 3, 7, 4, 5, 2, 2, 1 round, grid November Kilo 3, 9, 1, 5, 1, 6, over. Illumination, by round at my command, over. Alpha 4, 7 this is Alpha 2, 3, ready to observe, over. Alpha 4, 7 this is Alpha 1, 6, ready, over. Alpha 4, 7 commands the first round to be fired. As the illuminating round descends, the observer with the accurately located laser rangefinder coordinates simultaneous lasing on the flare. The observer begins tracking the descending flare and has the RTO transmit tracking, laze. Once the command laze is given, both observers laze or range the flare simultaneously. Alpha 1, 6 this is Alpha 4, 7, direction 0, 4, 3, 7, distance 3, 7, 8, 0, vertical angle +2, 1. Alpha 1, 6 this is Alpha 2, 3, direction 6, 3, 7, 7, distance 4, 1, 2, 0, vertical angle +2, 3. The observers must use their judgment to determine if they have received an accurate return from the flare. If one of the observers believes to have an inaccurate return, the tracking phase should be repeated before any data is sent to the FDC. Once the observation data have been completed for both rounds, the FDC determines the location and orienting azimuth correction. Alpha 2, 3 this is Alpha 1, 6, location November Kilo 4, 9, 1, 6, 3, 8, 4, 2, direction to second round 0, 3, 1, 7, over. The observer with a laser rangefinder being located records own location on the map and adjusts the azimuth to the reference point as described in the procedures for self-location using 2 bursts. Observer actions after being located. A8. As soon as the observer determines own accurate location, the observer should determine polar plot data to several prominent points around the position. The FDC can determine the grid of these points for the observer, making them known points. Then the observer can refer to these known points during movement, and can also use them in self-location by using the 2 known points technique to locate the observer's new position. A9. When the laser rangefinder location has been accurately determined and is known by the FDC, the observer uses the laser rangefinder to measure distance, direction, and vertical angle to targets from a location. A11. Polar plot data taken from the laser rangefinder can be sent directly to the FDC, preferred, or it can be converted to a grid location and then sent to the FDC. Appendix B: Crater and Shale Fragment Analysis and Reports. This appendix tells you how to properly conduct a crater and shale fragment analysis and reporting. Warning: prior to investigating a crater, explosive ordnance disposal personnel have to advise personnel that the area is clear of explosive hazards. Failure to do so may result in injury or death. Note: under any circumstances, if UXOs or residual explosive hazards are suspected, do not attempt to conduct crater analysis. Notify EOD personnel immediately. Crater Analysis Team. B1. In crater analysis, difference in angle of fall, projectile burst patterns, directions of flight, and fuse settings will help distinguish between enemy batteries firing on a given area. B2. To adequately support their maneuver unit, fire support personnel must know how to analyze and report crater analysis. Each unit, including units normally located in rear areas, should select and train at least one team of 2 or 3 members. Equipment B3. 3 elements: direction, dimensions, and curvature must be measured for crater analysis. The equipment used by crater analysis teams should consist of the following items: declination aiming circle, or M2 compass, stakes, and communication wire or strong cord used to obtain the direction from the crater to the weapon that fired the projectile. A curvature template. See Figure B1 on page B2 to measure the curvature of the fragment to determine the caliber of the shell. The template can be constructed of heavy cardboard, acetate, wood, or other appropriate material. It may be necessary to construct several templates with different caliber curves to cover all enemy calibers used. Figure B1. Curvature template. Value of analysis. B4. By analyzing shell craters, it is possible to do the following: verify as confirmed locations, suspected locations that have been obtained by other means, confirm the presence of enemy artillery and obtain an approximate direction to it, approximate the calibers and types of suspected enemy weapons. Crater analysis. B5. The first step in crater analysis is to locate a usable crater for determining the direction to the hostile weapon. The crater should be clearly defined on the ground and should be reasonably fresh. B6. Since the crater is the beginning point for plotting the direction to the enemy weapon, the grid coordinates of the crater should be determined as an 8-digit grid, or as accurately as time and method used will allow. B7 paragraphs. The direction to the firing weapon must be determined by one of the methods described in the following: low-angle MTSO crater, artillery. B8. There are 2 methods of obtaining a direction to a hostile weapon from this type of crater. The best results are obtained by determining a mean, or average, of several directions obtained by using both methods. The detonation and forward momentum of a fired munition creates a visible pattern at the site of impact similar to an arrow which points to the rear, towards the weapon from which the round was fired. The fuse continues along the line of flight, creating a fuse furrow. Fuse furrow and center of crater method. B9. In this method, stakes are placed in the center of crater and in the fuse furrow. Then the direction is measured to the hostile weapon. See Figure B2. A variation of this method is to place a stake where the shell entered the ground instead of the fuse furrow and determine the direction in the same manner. This method is rarely possible, however, since indications of the point of entry are usually destroyed by the explosion of the shell. The 5 steps of this method are as follows: place a stake in the center of the crater. Place a second stake in the fuse furrow at the point where the fuse was blown forward to the front of crater. Set up direction measuring instrument in line with the stakes and away from fragments. Orient the instruments. Measure the direction to the hostile weapons. Figure B2. Fuse furrow and center of crater method. Side spray method. B10. Another method to measure the direction to a hostile weapon is to bisect the angle formed by the lines of side spray. See Figure B3 on page B4. The 7 steps in the side spray method are as follows: place a stake in the center of the crater. Place 2 stakes, one at the end of each line of side spray, equidistant from the center stake. Hold a length of communications wire, or another appropriate field expedient means, to each side spray stake, and strike an arc forward of the fuse furrow. Place a stake where these arcs intersect. Set up a direction measuring instrument in line with the center stake and the stake at the intersection of the arcs. Orient the instrument. Measure the direction to the firing weapon. Figure B3. Side spay method. Low-angle fuse delay craters. Artillery. B11. There are two types of fuse delay craters, ricochet and mine action. Ricochet. B12. The projectile enters the ground in line following the trajectory and continues in a straight line for a few feet, causing a ricochet furrow. The projectile normally deflects upward and, at the same time, it changes direction usually to the right as the result of the spin, or rotation, of the projectile. The effect of the airburst can be noted on the ground. Directions obtained from ricochet craters are considered to be the most reliable. The 5 steps to determine direction from a ricochet furrow, see figure B4 on page B5, are as follows. Clean out the furrow. Place stakes at each end of a usable straight section of the furrow. Set up a direction measuring instrument in line with the stakes and away from fragments. Orient the instrument. Measure the direction to the weapon. Figure B4. Ricochet furrow method. Mine action. B13. This occurs when a shell bursts beneath the ground. Occasionally, such a burst will leave a furrow, which can be analyzed in the same manner as the ricochet furrow. A mine action crater which does not have furrow cannot be used to determine the direction to the weapon. High-angle shell craters, mortars. B14. In a typical mortar crater, the turf at the forward edge, the direction away from the hostile mortar, is undercut. The rear edge of the crater is shorn of vegetation and grooved by splinters. B15. When fresh, the crater is covered with loose earth, which can cover the firm, burnt inner crater. The ground surrounding the crater is streaked by splinter grooves that radiate from the point of detonation. The ends of the splinter grooves on the rearward side are on an approximately straight line. This line is perpendicular to the line of flight if the crater is on level ground or on a slope with contours perpendicular to the plane of fire. B16. A fuse tunnel is caused by the fuse burying itself at the bottom of the inner crater in front of the point of detonation. B17. 3 methods may be used to determine direction from a mortar shell crater: the main axis, splinter groove, and fuse tunnel methods. Main axis method. B18. The 4 steps to determine direction by the main axis method. See figure B5 on page B6. Areas follow. Lay a stake along the main axis of the crater, dividing the crater into symmetrical halves. The stake points in the direction of the mortar. Set up a direction measuring instrument in line with the stake and away from fragments. Measure the direction to the weapon. Figure B5. Main axis method. Splinter groove method. B19. The 5 steps to determine direction by the splinter groove method, see figure B6, are as follows. Lay a stake along the ends of the splinter grooves that extend from the crater. Lay a second stake perpendicular to the first stake through the axis of the fuse tunnel. Set up a direction measuring instrument in line with the second stake and away from fragments. Orient the instrument. Measure the direction to the weapon. Figure B6. Splinter groove method. Fuse tunnel method. B20. The 4 steps to determine direction by the fuse tunnel method, see figure B7, are as follows. Place a stake in the fuse tunnel. Set up a direction measuring instrument in line with the stake and away from fragments. Orient the instrument. Measure the direction to the weapon. Note, if the angle of fall is too great, a 90 degrees angle, the fuse tunnel method cannot be used. Figure B7. Fuse tunnel method. Rocket craters. B21. A crater resulting from a rocket impacting with a low or medium angle of fall is analyzed in the same manner as an artillery crater resulting from a projectile armed with fuse quick. However, if the rocket impacts with a high angle of fall, the crater is analyzed in the same manner as a crater resulting from a mortar round. The tail fins, rocket motor, body, and other parts of the rocket may be used to determine the caliber and type of rocket fired. Shell fragment analysis. B22. Dimensions of the parts as well as complete shells vary according to the caliber and type of shell. Shell fragments must be collected to approximate the type, caliber, and country that manufactured the weapon and projectile. A typical shell is shown in figure B8. Figure B8. Projectile, duds and low-order bursts. B23. The most logical means of identifying the caliber of a projectile is to inspect a dud of that caliber. However, and a dud may not always be pattern or rifling imprints. Width, number, and size of rotating bands. Dimensions and pattern of keying or knurling on the band seat. Dimensions and pattern of keying and knurling impressed on the rotating band. Available, or, if available, may be too dangerous to handle. A low-order burst is the next best means of identification. When the explosive filler is incompletely detonated, a low-order burst occurs and large shell fragments result. Such note, spin-stabilized artillery projectiles require a rotating band and band seat. Large pieces can be used to identify thread count, curvature, detail fins. A mortar may be identified from the tail wall thickness, and other information not obtainable on tin. Often, tail fins are found in the smaller fragments. See figures B1 and B8. High order burst. B24. A high order burst normally results in small, deformed fragments. These fragments are useless for identification purposes unless they include a section of either the rotating band or the rotating band seat. Fragments of either of these sections positively identify the shell, since each shell has its own distinctive rotating band markings. Rotating band and band seats. B25. A shell may be identified as to caliber, type and nation of origin from the following. See figure B9, pattern or rifling imprints, width, number, and size of rotating bands, dimensions and pattern of keying or knurling on the band seat, dimensions and pattern of keying and knurling impressed on the rotating band. Note, spin-stabilized artillery projectiles require a rotating band and band seat. Figure B9, shell fragment and tail identification, U.S. ammunition, tail fins. B26, a mortar may be identified from the tail fins. See figures B9 on this page, and figures B10 on page B10, and B11 on page B11. Often, tail fins are found in the fuse tunnel of the crater. A mortar that is not fin-stabilized may be identified from the pieces of the projectile on which the rifling is imprinted. Figure B10, other nations' ammunition. Figure B11, other nations' ammunition, continued. Fuse. B27. Since the same type of fuse may be used with several different calibers or types of projectile, it is impossible to establish the type and caliber of a weapon by the means. Note, with the exception of the rotating bands and band seats or the tail fins, different types of shells may be identical in one dimension, such as wall thickness, but seldom will be alike in two or more dimensions. Therefore, it is necessary to obtain two or more measurements to make a positive identification. Shelling reports. B28. The Division Artillery, DIVARTY, is responsible for counterfire. Therefore, reports of shelling or mortaring should be forwarded as quickly as possible to the DIVARTY main command post through either fire direction or fire support channels, via electronic means, or manually using DA Form 2185. Artillery counterfire information. If a report is received by a Brigade Combat Team, BCT, Field Artillery Battalion, and that battalion decides to employ counterfire on the enemy position, the report of action taken and a damage assessment, if available, should be forwarded to the DIVARTY main command post when the action is completed. B29. Instructions of how to fill out EA Form 2185. Figure B12 on page B12. The 4 blanks above Section I of DA Form 2185 are not completed by the shell rep team. They are filled in by the receiving agency. Items B and K or Section I are encoded for security reasons. The current call sign or code name for the unit is used in Item A. Item B is not applicable when this form is used for crater analysis. Sections 2 and 3 are completed by the target processing section of the DIVARTY CP. The information contained in a shell rep is forwarded by an Artillery Battalion S2 to the DIVARTY fire cell. B30. The location of the crater is plotted on an overlay, and a line is drawn representing the direction measured to the weapon. The information is compared with that received from other sources and attempts to locate enemy weapons from the intersections of direction lines to weapons of the same caliber. Figure B12 DA Form 2185 Artillery Counterfire Information. Fragments. B31. Any usable fragments obtained from crater analysis should be tagged and sent to the battalion intelligence officer. As a minimum, the tag should indicate the following: the location of the hostile weapon, if known, the direction to the hostile weapon, the date time group of the shelling, mortar, cannon, artillery, rocket, or missile, if known,